Absolute Power by David Baldacci, Chapter 1. He gripped the steering wheel loosely as the car, its lights out, drifted slowly to a stop. A few last scraps of gravel kicked out of the tire treads, and then silence enveloped him. He took a moment to adjust to the surroundings and then pulled out a pair of worn but still effective night vision binoculars. The house slowly came into focus. He shifted easily, confidently in his seat. A duffel bag lay on the front seat beside him. The car's interior was faded, but clean. The car was also stolen, and from a very unlikely source, a pair of miniature palm trees hung from the rearview mirror. He smiled grimly as he looked at them. Soon he might be going to the land of palms. Quiet blue, see-through water, powdery, salmon-colored sunsets, and late mornings. He had to get out. It was time for all the occasions. He had said that to himself. This time he felt sure. 66 years old, Luther Whitney was eligible to collect Social Security and was a card-carrying member of AARP. At that age, most men had settled down into second careers as grandfathers, part-time raisers of their children's children, when weary joints were eased down into familiar recliners and arteries finished closing up with the clutter of a lifetime. Luther had had only one career his entire life. It involved breaking and entering into other people's homes and places of business, usually in the nighttime as now, and taking away as much of their property as he could feasibly carry. Though clearly on the wrong side of the law, Luther had never fired a gun or hurled a knife in anger or fear, except for his part in a largely confusing war fought where South and North Korea were joined at the hip. And the only punches he had ever thrown were in bars, and those only in self-defense as the suds made men braver than they should have been. Luther only had one criterion in choosing his targets. He took only from those who could well afford to lose it. He considered himself no different from the armies of people who routinely coddled the wealthy, constantly persuading them to buy things they did not need. A good many of his 60-odd years had been spent in assorted medium and then maximum security correctional facilities along the East Coast. Like blocks of granite around his neck, 3 prior felony convictions stood to his credit in 3 different states. Years had been carved out of his life, important years, but he could do nothing to change that now. He had refined his skills to where he had high hopes that a 4th conviction would never materialize. There was absolutely nothing mysterious about the ramifications of another bust. He would be looking at the full 20 years, and at his age 20 years was a death penalty. They might as well fry him, which was the way the Commonwealth of Virginia used to handle its particularly bad people. The citizens of this vastly historic state were by and large a God-fearing people, and religion premised upon the notion of equal retribution consistently demanded the ultimate payback. The Commonwealth succeeded in disposing of more death row criminals than all but 2 states, and the leaders, Texas and Florida, shared the moral sentiments of their southern sister. But not for simple burglary. Even the good Virginians had their limits. Yet with all that at risk, he couldn't take his eyes off the home. Mansion, of course, one would be compelled to call it. It had engrossed him for several months now. Tonight that fascination would end. Middleton, Virginia. A 45-minute drive west on a slingshot path from Washington, D.C., home to vast estates, obligatory jaguars and horses, whose price tags could feed the residents of an entire inner-city apartment building for a year. Homes in this area sprawled across enough earth with enough splendor to qualify for their own appellation. The irony of his target's name, the Coppers, was not lost upon him. The adrenaline rush that accompanied each job was absolutely unique. He imagined it was somewhat like how the batter felt as he nonchalantly trotted the bases, taking all the time in the world, after newly bruised leather had landed somewhere in the street. The crowd on its feet, 50,000 pairs of eyes on one human being, all the air in the world seemingly sucked into one space, and then suddenly displaced by the arc of one man's glorious swing of the wood. Luther took a long sweep of the area with his still sharp eyes. An occasional firefly winked back at him, otherwise he was alone. He listened for a moment to the rise and fall of the cicadas, and then that chorus faded into the background. So omnipresent was it to every person who had lived long in the area. He pulled the car further down the blacktop road and backed onto a short dirt road that ended in a mass of thick trees. His iron-gray hair was covered with a black ski hat. His leathery face was smeared black with camouflage cream. Calm green eyes hovered above a cinder-block jaw. The flesh carried on his spare frame was as tight as ever. He looked like the Army Ranger he had once been. Luther got out of the car. Crouching behind a tree, Luther surveyed his target. The coppers, like many country estates that were not true working farms or stables, had a huge and ornate wrought iron gate set on twin brick columns, but had no fencing. The grounds were accessible directly from the road or the nearby woods. Luther entered from the woods. It took Luther 2 minutes to reach the edge of the cornfield adjacent to the house. The owner obviously had no need for homegrown vegetables, but had apparently taken the country squire role to heart. Luther wasn't complaining, since it afforded him a hidden path almost to the front door. He waited a few moments and then disappeared into the embracing thickness of the cornstalks. The ground was mostly clear of debris, and his tennis shoes made no sound, which was important, for any noise carried easily here. He kept his eyes straight ahead. His feet, after much practice, carefully picked their way through the slender rows, compensating for the slight unevenness of the ground. The night air was cool after the debilitating heat of another stagnant summer, but not nearly cool enough for breath to be transformed into the tiny clouds that could be seen from a distance by restless or insomniac eyes. Luther had timed this operation several times over the past month, always stopping at the edge of the field before stepping into the front grounds and past no man's land. In his head, every detail had been worked and reworked hundreds of times until a precise script of movement waiting, followed by more movement, was firmly entrenched in his mind. He crouched down at the edge of the front grounds and took one more long look around. No need to rush, no dogs to worry about, which was good a human. No matter how young and fleet, simply could not outrun a dog. But it was the noise they made that stopped men like Luther cold. There was also no perimeter security system, probably because of the innumerable false alarms that would be caused by the large populations of deer, squirrel, and raccoon roaming over the area. However, Luther would shortly be faced with a highly sophisticated defense package that he would have 33 seconds to disarm, and that included the 10 seconds it would take him to remove the control panel. The private security patrol had passed through the area 30 minutes earlier. The cop clones were supposed to vary their routines, making sweeps through their surveillance sectors every hour. But after a month of observations, Luther had easily discerned a pattern. He had at least 3 hours before another pass would be made. He wouldn't need nearly that long. The grounds were pitch black and thick shrubs. The lifeblood of the burglary class clung to the brick entryway like a caterpillar nest to a tree branch. He checked each window of the house, all black, all silent. He had watched the caravan carrying the home's occupants parade out 2 days ago to point south, and carefully took inventory of all owners and personnel. The nearest estate was a good 2 miles away. He took a deep breath. He had planned everything out, but in this business, the simple fact was that you could never account for everything. He loosened the grips on his backpack and then glided out from the field in long, smooth strides across the lawn, and in 10 seconds was facing the thick solid wood front door with reinforced steel framing, together with a locking system that was rated at the top of the charts for holding force, none of which concerned Luther in the least. He slipped a facsimile front door key out of his jacket pocket and inserted it into the keyhole without, however, turning it. He listened for another few seconds. Then he slipped off his backpack and changed his shoes so there would be no traces of mud. He readied his battery-operated screwdriver, which could reveal the circuitry he needed to fool 10 times faster than he could by hand. The next piece of equipment he carefully pulled from his backpack weighed exactly 6 ounces, was slightly bigger than a pocket calculator, and other than his daughter was the best investment he had ever made in his life. Nicknamed Wit by its owner, the tiny device had assisted Luther in his last 3 jobs without a hitch. The 5 digits comprising this home's security code had already been supplied to Luther and programmed into his computer. Their proper sequence was still a mystery to him, but that obstacle would have to be eradicated by his tiny metal, wire, and microchip companion if he wanted to avoid the ear-piercing shriek that would instantly emit from the 4 sound cannons planted at each corner of the 10,000-square-foot fortress he was invading. Then would follow the police call, dialed by the nameless computer he would battle in a few moments. The home also had pressure-sensitive windows and floor plates, in addition to tamper-proof door magnets, all of which would mean nothing if Wit could tear the correct code sequence from the alarm system's grasp. He eyed the key in the door, and with a practiced motion hooked Wit to his harness belt so that it hung easily against his side. The key turned effortlessly in the lock, and Luther prepared to block out the next sound that he would hear. The low beep of the security system that warned of impending doom for the intruder if the correct answer was not fed into it in the allotted time, and not a millisecond later. He replaced his black leather gloves with a pair of more nimble plastic ones that had a second layer of padding on the fingertips and palms. It was not his practice to leave any evidence behind. Luther took one deep breath, then opened the portal. The shrill beep of the security system met him instantly. He quickly moved into the enormous foyer and confronted the alarm panel. The automatic screwdriver whirled noiselessly. The 6 metal pieces dropped into Luther's hands and then were deposited in a carrier on his belt. Slender wires attached to it flashed against the sliver of moonlight seeping through the window beside the door, and then Luther, probing momentarily like a surgeon through a patient's chest cavity, found the correct spot, clipped the strands into place, and then flipped on the power source to his companion. From across the foyer, a slash of crimson stared down at him. The infrared detector had already locked on Luther's thermal offset. As the seconds ticked down, it patiently waited for the security system's brain to pronounce the intruder friend or foe. Faster than the eye could follow, the numbers flashed across Witt's digital screen in neon amber. The allotted time blinked down in a small box at the top right-hand corner of the same screen. 5 seconds elapsed, and then the numbers 5, 13, 9, 3, and 11 appeared on Witt's tiny glass face and locked. The beep stopped on cue as the security system was disarmed. The red light flashed off and was replaced with the friendly green, and Luther was in business. He removed the wires, screwed the plate back on, and repacked his equipment, then carefully locked the front door. The master bedroom was on the 3rd floor, which could be reached by an elevator down the main 1st-floor hallway to the right. But Luther chose the stairs instead. The less dependent he was on anything he did not have complete control over, the better. Getting stuck in an elevator for several weeks was not part of his battle plan. He looked at the detector in the corner of the ceiling as its rectangular mouth smiled at him, its surveillance arc asleep, for now. Then he headed up the staircase. The master bedroom door was not locked. In a few seconds he had his low-power, non-glare work lamp set up and took a moment to look around. The green glow from a second control panel mounted next to the bedroom door broke the darkness. The house itself had been built within the last 5 years. Luther had checked the records at the courthouse and had even managed to gain access to a set of blueprints of the place from the planning commissioner's office, it being large enough to require special blessing from the local government, as though they would ever actually deny the rich their wishes. There were no surprises in the building plans. It was a big, solid house, more than worth the multi-million-dollar price tag that had been paid in cash by its owner. Indeed, Luther had visited this home once before, in broad daylight, with people everywhere. He had been in this very room, and he had seen what he needed to see, and that was why he was here tonight. 6-inch crown molding peered down at him as he knelt next to the gigantic canopied bed. Next to the bed was a nightstand. On it were a small silver clock, the newest romance novel of the day, and an antique silver-plated letter opener with a thick leather handle. Everything about the place was big and expensive. There were 3 walk-in closets in the room, each about the size of Luther's living room. 2 were occupied by women's clothes and shoes and purses, and every other female accoutrement one could rationally or irrationally spend money on. Luther glanced at the framed prints on the nightstand and wryly observed the 20-something little woman next to the 70-something husband. There were many types of lotteries in the world, and not all of them state-run. Several of the photos showed off the lady of the house's proportions to almost maximum degree, and his quick examination of the closet revealed that her dressing pleasures leaned to the downright sleazy. He looked up at the full-length mirror, studying the ornate carvings around its edges. He next surveyed the sides. It was a heavy, nifty bit of work, built right into the wall, or so it seemed. But Luther knew that hinges were carefully hidden into the slight recess 6 inches from the top and bottom. Luther looked back at the mirror. He had the distinct advantage of having seen a target like this, full-length model a couple of years ago, although he hadn't planned to crack it. But you didn't ignore a second golden egg just because you had the first in hand, and that second golden egg had been worth about 50 thou. The prize on the other side of this private looking-glass he figured would be about 10 times that. Using brute force and the aid of a crowbar, he could overcome the locking system built into the mirror's carvings, but that would take precious time. And, more than that, it would leave behind obvious signs of the place having been violated. And although the house was supposed to be empty for the next several weeks, one never knew. When he left the coppers, there would be no obvious evidence he had ever been there. Even upon their return, the owners might not check the vault for some time. In any event, he did not have to take the hard route. He walked quickly over to the large screen TV located against one wall of the vast chamber. The area was set up as a sitting room with matching chintz-covered chairs and a large coffee table. Luther looked at the 3 remotes lying there. One to work the TV, one for the VCR, and one that would cut his night's work by 90%. Each had a brand name on it. Each looked pretty much like the other, but a quick experiment showed that 2 worked their appropriate apparatus, and 1 did not. He walked back across the room, pointed the control at the mirror, and pushed the lone red button located at the bottom of the hardware. Ordinarily, that action meant the VCR was recording. Tonight, in this room, it meant the bank was opening for business for its one fortunate customer. Luther watched the door swing open easily, silently on the now revealed no-maintenance hinges. From long habit, he replaced the control exactly where it had been, pulled a collapsible duffel bag out of his backpack, and entered the vault. As his light swept through the darkness, he was surprised to see an upholstered chair sitting in the middle of the room, which looked to be about 6 feet by 6 feet. On the chair's arm rested an identical remote, obviously a safeguard against being locked in by accident. Then his eyes took in the shelves down each side. The cash, bundled neatly, went in first, then the contents of the slender boxes that were definitely not costume jewelry. Luther counted about $200,000 worth of negotiable bonds and other securities, and 2 small boxes of antique coins, and another of stamps, including one of an inverted figure that made Luther swallow hard. He ignored the blank checks and the boxes full of legal documents which were worthless to him. His quick assessment ended at almost $2 million, probably more. He took one more look around, taking care not to miss any stray nook. The walls were thick. He figured they had to be fireproof, or as fireproof as man could make something. The place wasn't hermetically sealed. The air was fresh, not stale. Somebody could stay in here for days. The limo veeved quickly down the road, followed by the van, each driver expert enough to accomplish this feat without the benefit of headlights. Inside the spacious back seat of the limo were a man and 2 women, one of whom was close to being drunk and who was doing her best to undress the man and herself right there, despite the gentle defensive efforts of her victim. The other woman sat across from them, tight-lipped, ostensibly trying to ignore the ridiculous spectacle, which included girlish giggling and much panting, but in reality she closely observed every detail of the pair's efforts. Her focus was on a large book that sat open in her lap, where appointments and notes battled each other for space, and the attention of the male sitting across from her, who took the opportunity of his companion wrenching off her spike heels to pour himself another drink. His capacity for alcohol was enormous. He could drink twice the amount he had already consumed tonight, and there would be no outward signs, no slurring of speech or impeded motor functions, which would have been deadly for a man in his position. She had to admire him, his obsessions, his truly raw edges, while at the same time his being able to project an image to the world that cried out purity and strength, normalcy, but at the same time greatness. Every woman in America was in love with him, enamored with his classic good looks, immense self-assurance, and also what he represented for all of them. And he returned that universal admiration with a passion, however misplaced, that astonished her. Unfortunately, that passion had never pointed itself in her direction, despite her subtle messages, the touches that lingered a shade too long, how she maneuvered to see him first thing in the morning when she looked her best, the sexual references used in their strategy sessions. But until that time came, and it would come, she kept telling herself she would be patient. She looked out the window. This was taking too long. It threw everything else off. Her mouth curled up in displeasure. Luther heard the vehicles enter the front drive. He flitted to a window and followed the mini-caravan as it went around back, where it would be hidden from view from the front drive. He counted 4 people alighting from the limo, 1 from the van. His mind scrolled swiftly through possible identities. Too small a party for it to be the owners of the house. Too many for it to be someone simply checking on the place. He could not make out any faces. For one ironic instant, Luther debated whether the home was destined to be burgled twice on the same night. But that was too enormous a coincidence. In this business, like a lot of others, you played the percentages. Besides, criminals did not march up to their targets wearing clothing more suitable for a night on the town. He thought quickly as noises filtered up to him, presumably from outside the rear of the house. It took him a second to realize that his retreat was cut off, and to calculate what his plan of action would be. Grabbing his bag, he raced to the alarm panel next to the bedroom door and activated the home security system, silently thanking his memory for numbers. Then Luther slipped across to the vault and entered it, carefully closing the door behind him. He pushed himself as far back into the little room as he could. Now he had to wait. He cursed his misfortune. Everything had been going so smoothly. Then he shook his head clear, forced himself to breathe regularly. It was like flying. The longer you did it, the greater your chance of something bad happening. He would just have to hope that the house's most recent arrivals would have no need to make a deposit in the private bank he was now occupying. A burst of laughter, and then the drum of voices filtered up to him, together with the loud beep from the alarm system, which sounded like a jet plane screeching directly over his head. Apparently there was slight confusion about the security code. A bead of sweat appeared on Luther's forehead as he envisioned the alarm exploding, and the police wanting to examine every inch of the house just in case, starting with his little roost. He wondered how he would react as he listened to the mirrored door being opened, a light blazing in without the slightest possibility of missing him. The strange faces peering in, the drawn guns, the reading of his rights. He almost laughed, trapped like a fucking rat, nowhere to go. He hadn't had a cigarette in almost 30 years, but now he desperately craved a smoke. He put his bag down quietly and slowly let his legs out straight so they wouldn't go to sleep. Heavy steps on the oak plank staircase. Whoever they were, they didn't care who knew they were there. Luther counted 4, possibly 5. They turned left and headed his way. The door to the bedroom opened with a slight squeak. Luther searched his mind. Everything had been picked up or put back in its place. He'd only touched the remote, and he had replaced it right in line with the slight dust pattern. Now Luther could only hear 3 voices, a man and 2 women. One of the females sounded drunk. The other was all business. Then Miss Business disappeared. The door closed, but wasn't locked, and Miss Drunk and the man were alone. Where were the others? Where had Miss Business gone? The giggles continued. Footsteps came closer to the mirror. Luther scrunched down in the corner as far as he could, hoping that the chair would shield him from view, but knowing that it couldn't possibly. Then a burst of light hit him right in the eyes, and he almost gasped at the suddenness of his little world going from inky black to broad daylight. He blinked rapidly to adjust to the new level of brightness, his pupils going from almost full dilation to pinpoints in seconds. But there were no screams, no faces, no guns. Finally, after a full minute had passed, Luther peered around the corner of the chair and received another shock. The vault door seemed to have disappeared. He was staring right into the goddamned room. He almost fell backward, but caught himself. Luther suddenly understood what the chair was for. He recognized both of the people in the room. The woman he had seen tonight already in the photos, the little wife with the hooker-tasting clothes, the man he knew for an altogether different reason. He certainly wasn't the master of this house. Luther slowly shook his head in amazement and let out his breath. His hand shook and a queasiness crept over him. He fought back the grip of nausea and stared into the bedroom. The vault door also served as a one-way mirror. With the light on outside and darkness in his little space, it was as though he were watching a giant TV screen. Then he saw it, and a fist of breath kicked out of his lungs, the diamond necklace on the woman's neck. 200 thou to his practiced eye, maybe more, and just the sort of bauble one would routinely put away in a home vault before retiring for the evening. Then his lungs relaxed as he watched her take the piece off and casually drop it on the floor. His fear receded enough to where he rose and inched over to the chair and slowly eased himself into it. So the old man sat here and watched his little woman get her brains screwed out by a procession of men. From the looks of her, Luther figured that some members of that procession included young guys making minimum wage or hanging on to freedom by the width of a green card. But her gentleman caller tonight was in an altogether different class. He looked around, his ears focused for any sound of the other inhabitants of the house. But what could he really do? In over 30 years of active larceny, he had never encountered anything like this, so he decided to do the only thing he could. With only an inch of glass separating him from absolute destruction, he settled down quietly into the deep leather and waited. Chapter 10. Bill Burton was sitting in the White House Secret Service command post. He slowly put down the newspaper, his third of the morning. Each carried a follow-up account of the murder of Christine Sullivan. The facts were virtually the same as the initial stories. Apparently there were no new developments. He had talked to Varney and Johnson at a cookout over the weekend at his place. Just him, Colin, and their two fellow agents. The guy had been in the vault, seen the president, and the Mrs. the Man had come out, knocked out the president, killed the lady, and gotten away despite the best efforts of Burton and Colin. That story didn't exactly match the actual sequence of events that night, but both men had unfailingly accepted Burton's version of the occurrence. Both men had also expressed anger, indignation that anyone had laid a hand on the man they were dedicated to protect. The perp deserved what was coming to him. No one would hear of the president's involvement from them. After they had left, Burton had sat in his backyard sipping a beer, if they only knew. The trouble was, he did. An honest man his entire life, Bill Burton did not savor his new role as prevaricator. Burton swallowed his second cup of coffee and checked his watch. He poured himself another cup and looked around the White House Secret Service quarters. He had always wanted to be a member of an elite security force, protecting the most important individual on the planet. The quiet resourcefulness, strength, and intelligence of the Secret Service agent. The close camaraderie. The knowledge that at any moment you would be expected to, and in fact would sacrifice your life for that of another man, for the benefit of the common good, made for a supremely noble act in a world more and more devoid of anything remotely virtuous. All that had allowed Agent William James Burton to get up with a smile each morning and sleep soundly at night. Now that feeling was gone, he had simply done his job, and the feeling was gone. He shook his head, sneaked a quick smoke, sitting on a keg of dynamite. That's what they all were doing. The more Gloria Russell explained it to him, the more impossible he thought it was. The car had been a disaster. Very discreet inquiries had traced it directly to the goddamned D.C. police impoundment lot. That was too dangerous to push. Russell had been pissed, but let her be. She said she had this under control. Bullshit. He folded up the paper, placed it neatly away for the next agent. Fuck Russell. The more Burton thought about it, the madder he became, but it was too late to go back now. He touched the left side of his jacket. His .430-57, filled with cement along with Colin's 9mm, was at the bottom of the Severn River at the most remote point they could find. To most perhaps an unnecessary precaution, but to Burton no precaution was unnecessary. The police had one useless slug and would never find the other. Even if they could, the barrel on his new pistol would be squeaky clean. Burton wasn't worried about the ballistics department of the local Virginia police bringing him down. Burton hung his head as the events of that night raced through his mind. The President of the United States was an adulterer who had roughed up his lay for the night so badly she had tried to kill him, and Agents Burton and Colin had to blow her away. And then they had covered it all up. That's what made Burton wince every time he looked in the mirror. The cover-up. They had lied. By their silence they had lied. But hadn't he lied all this time? All these late-night trysts? When he greeted the First Lady each morning? When he played with their two kids on the rear lawn? Not telling them that her husband and their father was not nearly so nice and kind and good as they probably believed he was. As the whole country believed he was, the Secret Service, Burton grimaced. It was an apt title for an unlikely reason, the crap he had seen going on over the years. And Burton had looked the other way. Every agent had, at one time or another. They all joked or complained about it in private, but that was all. That particular, if unwelcome, function came with the job. Power made people crazy. It made them feel invincible, and when something bad happened, it was the working stiffs of the Secret Service who were expected to clean up the mess. Several times Burton had picked up the phone to call the director of the Secret Service, tell him the whole story, try to cut his losses. But each time he had put the phone back down, unable to say the words that would end his career and in essence his life. And with each passing day, Burton's hopes grew a little brighter that it might all blow over, even though his common sense told him that could not possibly happen. Now it was too late to tell the truth. He felt calling in a day or two later with the story might be explained away, but not now. His thoughts turned back to the investigation of Christine Sullivan's death. Burton had read with great interest the findings of the autopsy, courtesy of the local police at the request of the president, who was so distraught over the tragedy. Fuck him too. A shattered jaw and strangulation marks. His and Colin's shots had not inflicted those injuries. She had good reason to want to kill him, but Burton couldn't let that happen. Under no circumstances could he let that happen. There were few absolutes anymore, but that was sure as hell one of them. He had done the right thing. Burton told himself that 1,000 times, the very action he had trained virtually his entire adult life for. The ordinary person couldn't understand, could never possibly comprehend how an agent would think or feel if something bad went down on their watch. He had talked to one of Kennedy's agents a long time ago. The man had never gotten over Dallas. Walking right beside the president's limo, nothing he could do, and the president had died. Right in front of his eyes, the president's head had been blown apart. Nothing he could do, but there was always something. Always another precaution you could have taken. Turn to the left instead of the right. Watched one building more closely than you had. Scan the crowd with a little more intensity. Kennedy's guy had never been the same. Quit the service, divorced, finished his human existence in obscurity in some rat's hole in Mississippi, but still living in Dallas for the last 20 years of his life. That would never happen to Bill Burton. That was why he had hurled his body in front of Alan Richmond's predecessor 6 years ago and caught twin .38 caliber steel jackets for his trouble, despite his body armor, one through the shoulder, the other through the forearm. Miraculously, neither had struck any vital organs or arteries, leaving Burton only with a number of scars and the heartfelt gratitude of an entire country, and, more important, the adulation of his fellow agents. And that was why he had fired upon Christine Sullivan. And he would do the same thing today. He would kill her as often as it took, pull the trigger. Watch the 160-grain bullet slam into the side of the head at over 1,200 feet per second, the young life over. Her choice, not his, dead. He went back to work while he still could.
Chief of Staff Russell walked briskly down the corridor.
She had just finished briefing the president's press secretary on the appropriate spin for the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The bare politics of the matter dictated backing Russia, but bare politics rarely controlled the decision-making process in the Richmond administration. The Russian bear had all the intercontinental nuclear forces now, but Ukraine was in a much better position to become a major trade player with the Western countries. What had tipped the scales in Ukraine's favor was the fact that Walter Sullivan, the good and now grieving friend of the president, was homing in on a major deal with that country. Sullivan and friends, through various networks, had contributed approximately $12 million to Richmond's campaign and garnered him virtually every major endorsement he needed in his quest for the Oval Office. There was no way he could not make a significant payback on that kind of effect. Hence, the United States would back Ukraine. Russell looked at her watch, counting her blessings that there were independent reasons for siding with Kiev over Moscow, although she felt sure Richmond would have come out the same way regardless. He did not forget loyalty. Favors must be returned. A president just happened to be in a position to return them on a massive, global scale. One major problem out of the way, she settled down at the desk and turned her attention to a growing list of crises. 15 minutes into her political juggling, Russell rose and slowly walked over to the window. Life went on in Washington, much like it had for 200 years. Factions were scattered everywhere, pouring money, massive intellects, and established heavyweights into the business of politics, which essentially meant screwing others before they got around to screwing you. Russell understood that game better than most. She also loved and excelled at it. This was clearly her element, and she was as happy as she'd been in years. Being unmarried and childless had started to worry her. The piles of professional accolades had grown monotonous and hollow, and then Alan Richmond had come into her life, made her see the possibility of moving up to the next level. Perhaps to a level where no woman had ever gone. That thought weighed so powerfully inside her head that she sometimes shook with anticipation. And then a goddamned hunk of metal exploded in her face. Where was he? Why hadn't he come forward? He had to know what he had in his possession. If it was money he wanted, she would pay it. The slush funds at her disposal were more than adequate for even the most unreasonable demands, and Russell expected the worst. That was one of the wonderful things about the White House. No one really knew how much money it actually took to run the place. That was because so many agencies contributed parts of their budget and personnel to help the White House function. With so much financial confusion, administrations rarely had to worry about finding money for even the most outrageous purchases. No, Russell thought to herself, money would be the least of her worries. She had many others to concern herself with, however. Did the man know that the president was totally oblivious to the situation? That was what was tearing Russell's stomach apart. What if he tried to communicate with the president directly, and not with her? She started to shake and plopped down in a chair by the window. Richmond would immediately recognize Russell's intentions. There was no question of that. He was arrogant but no fool, and then he would destroy her. Just like that, and she would be defenseless. There would be no good exposing him. She couldn't prove a thing, her word against his. And she would be relegated to the political toxic waste dump, condemned, and then, worst of all, forgotten. She had to find him, somehow get a message to him that he must work through her. There was only one person who could help her do that. She sat back down at her desk, collected herself, and resumed working. This was no time to panic. Right now she needed to be stronger than she had ever been in her life. She could still make it, still control the outcome if she just kept her nerves in check, used the first-rate mind God had bestowed upon her. She could get out of this mess. She knew where she had to start. The mechanism that she had chosen to use would strike anyone who knew Gloria Russell as particularly odd. But there was a side to the Chief of Staff that would surprise those few who claimed to know her well. Her professional career had always come foremost to the detriment of every other facet of her life, including the personal and the sexual relationships that were spawned from that area of one's life. But Gloria Russell considered herself a very desirable woman. Indeed, she possessed a feminine side that was in the sharpest contrast to her official shroud. That the years were going by, and rapidly only increased the apprehension she had been starting to feel regarding this imbalance in her life. Not that she was necessarily planning anything, especially in light of the potential catastrophe she was confronted with, but she believed she knew the best way to accomplish this mission, and confirm her desirability in the process. She could not escape her feelings no more than she could her shadow, so why try? Anyway, she also felt that subtlety would be lost on her intended target. Several hours later, she clicked off her desk lamp and called for her car. Then she checked the Secret Service staffing for the day and picked up her phone. 3 minutes later, Agent Collins stood before her, his hands clasped in front of him in a pose standard to all the agents. She motioned for him to wait a moment. She checked her makeup, performing a perfect oval with her lips as she reapplied her lipstick. Out of the corner of her eye, she studied the tall, lean man standing next to her desk. The magazine cover looks would have been difficult for any woman to consciously ignore. That his profession also dictated that he lived on the brink of danger, and could indeed be dangerous himself, only added favorably to the total package. Like the bad boys and high school girls always seem to be drawn to, if only to escape, momentarily, the dullness of their own existence. Tim Collin, she surmised with reasonable confidence, must have broken many a female heart in his relatively short life. Her calendar was clear tonight, a rarity. She pushed her chair back and slipped into her heels. She didn't see Agent Collin as his eyes shifted to her legs and then quickly back to stare straight ahead. Had she seen, she would have been pleased, not least of all for the obvious reason. The president will be giving a press conference next week at the Middleton Courthouse, Tim.
Yes, ma'am. 9:35 a.m. We're working on the preliminaries right now.
His eyes stared straight ahead. Do you find that a little unusual? Collin looked at her. How so, ma'am? It's after working hours. You can call me Gloria. Collin shifted uncomfortably from one foot to another. She smiled at him, at his obvious awkwardness. You understand what the press conference is for, don't you? The president will be addressing the Collin swallowed perceptibly, the killing of Mrs.
Sullivan?
That's right. A president conducting a press conference regarding the homicide of a private citizen. Don't you find that curious? I believe it's a first in presidential history, Tim. I wouldn't know about that, Ma, Gloria. You've spent a lot of time with him lately. Have you noticed anything unusual about the president?
Like what?
Has he appeared overly stressed or worried, more than the usual? Collin slowly shook his head, not knowing where this conversation was intended to go. I think we might have a slight problem, Tim. I think the president might need our help. You're ready to help him, aren't you? He's the president, ma'am. That's my job to take care of him. Rummaging in her bag, she said, Are you busy tonight, Tim? You're off at the regular time tonight, aren't you? I know the president's staying in. He nodded. You know where I live. Come over as soon as you're off duty. I'd like to talk to you privately, continue this discussion. Would you mind helping me and the president? Collin's answer was immediate. I'll be there, Gloria. Jack knocked on the door again. No answer. The blinds were drawn and no light emitted from the house. He was either asleep or not home. He checked the time. 9 o'clock. He remembered Luther Whitney to rarely be in bed before 2 or 3 a.m. The old Ford was in the driveway. The tiny garage door was shut. Jack looked in the mailbox beside the door. It was overflowing. That didn't look good. Luther was what now? Mid-60s? Would he find his old friend on the floor, cold hands clutching at his chest? Jack looked around and then lifted up a corner on a terracotta planter next to the front door. The spare key was still there. He looked around once more, then put the key in the door and went in. The living room was neat and spare. Everything was stacked where it should be. Luther? He moved through the hallway, his memory steering him through the simple configurations of the house. Bedroom on the left, toilet on the right, kitchen at the rear of the house, small screened porch off that garden in the back. Luther was in none of these rooms. Jack entered the small bedroom, which, like the rest of the house, was neat and orderly. On the nightstand, a number of picture frames containing various photos of Kate looked at him as he sat on the side of the bed. He turned quickly away and left the room. The tiny rooms upstairs were mostly bare. He listened intently for a moment. Nothing. He sat down in the small wire and plastic kitchen chair, looked around. He didn't turn on a light, but sat in the darkness. He leaned across and popped open the refrigerator. He grinned. 2 six-packs of Bud looked back at him. You could always count on Luther for a cold brew. He took one and opened the back door to step outside. The small garden looked beaten down. The hostas and ferns drooped, even in the shade of a thick oak, and the Nellie Moser clematis clinging to the board-on-board fence was painfully withered. Jack looked at Luther's prized annual's flower bed and noted more victims than survivors of the Washington late summer heat furnace. He sat down, put the beer to his lips. Luther had clearly not been here for a while. So he was an adult. He could go where he wanted, when he wanted, but something just felt wrong. But it had been several years. Habits change, he reflected a moment more, but Luther's habits would not have changed. The man was not like that. He was rock solid, as dependable a person as Jack had ever met in his life. Stacked up mail, dead flowers, car not in the garage. That was not how he would have voluntarily left things. Voluntarily. Jack went back inside. The answering machine tape was blank. He went back into the small bedroom, the musty air hitting him again as he opened the door. He scanned the room once more, then started to feel a little silly. He wasn't a goddamn detective. Then he laughed to himself. Luther was probably living it up on some island for a couple of weeks, and here he was playing the nervous parent. Luther was one of the most capable men Jack had ever met. Besides, it was no business of his anymore. The Whitney family were not his concern, father or daughter. In fact, why was he even here, trying to relive old times, trying to get to Kate through her old man? That was the most unlikely scenario one could imagine. Jack locked the door on the way out, replaced the key under the planter. He glanced back at the house and then walked to his car. Gloria Roussell's home occupied a cul-de-sac in a quiet upper brackets Bethesda suburb off River Road. Her consulting work on behalf of many of the country's largest corporations, coupled with her sizable professorship, and now chief of staff salary, and many years of careful investing, had left her with a deep purse, and she liked to be surrounded by beautiful things. The entrance was framed by an aged arbor interlaced with strong, thick ivy. The entire front yard was enclosed by a waist-high brick and mortar serpentine wall and set up as a private garden, complete with tables and umbrellas. A small fountain bubbled and hissed in a darkness, broken only by the shallow light thrown from the big bay window in the front of the house. Gloria Russell was sitting at one of the garden tables when Agent Colin pulled up in his convertible, back ramrod straight, suit still crisp, tie-knotted rigidly. The chief of staff had not changed either. She smiled at him, and they walked up the front walk together and into the house. "Drink? You look like a bourbon and water person." Russell looked at the young man and slowly drained her third glass of white wine. It had been a long time since she had a young man over, maybe too long, she was thinking, although the alcohol guaranteed that she wasn't thinking that clearly. "Beer, if you have it," coming up. She stopped to kick off her heels and padded into the kitchen. Colin looked around the expanse of the living room with its billowy, professionally done curtains, textured wallpaper, and tasteful antiques, and wondered what he was doing here. He hoped she hurried with the beer. A star athlete, he had been seduced by women before, from high school on up. But this was not high school. and Gloria Russell was no cheerleader. He decided he would not be able to endure the night without a heavy buzz. He had wanted to tell Burton about it, but something had made him keep quiet. Burton had been acting aloof and moody. What they had done was not wrong. He knew the circumstances were awkward, and an action that would ordinarily have brought them praise from the entire country had to be kept secret. He had regretted killing the woman, but there were no other options. Death happened. Tragedies occurred all the time. It was her time. Christine Sullivan's number had just come up. A few moments later, he was sipping his beer and checking out the Chief of Staff's derriere as she fluffed up a pillow on the broad couch before sitting down. She smiled at him, delicately sipped her wine. "How long have you been in the service, Tim?" "Almost 6 years. You've risen quickly. The president thinks quite a lot of you. He's never forgotten that you saved his life." "I appreciate that. I really do." She took another sip of wine and ran her eyes over him. He sat erect. His obvious nervousness amused her. She finished her examination and came away very impressed. Her attention had not been lost on the young agent, who was now hiding his discomfort by examining the numerous paintings that adorned the walls. "Nice stuff." He pointed at the artwork. She smiled at him, watched him hurriedly gulp his beer. "Nice stuff." She had been thinking the same thing. "Let's go sit where it's more comfortable, Tim." Russell stood up and looked down at him. He was led from the living room through a long, narrow hallway and then through double doors into a large sitting room. The lights came on by themselves, and Colin noted that through another set of double doors the Chief of Staff's bed was clearly visible. "Would you mind if I take a minute to change? I've been in this suit long enough." Colin watched as she went into her bedroom. She did not close the doors all the way. A sliver of the room was visible from where he was sitting. He turned his head away, tried to focus all his attention on the scrolls and designs of an antique fireplace screen that would be seeing activity soon. He finished his beer and instantly wanted another one. He lay back in the thick cushions. He tried not to, but he could hear every sound she made. Finally, he couldn't resist it. He turned his head and looked straight through the open doorway. With a pinch of regret, he saw nothing at first. Then she moved across the opening. It was only a moment as she lingered by the end of the bed to pick up some article of clothing. Chief of Staff Gloria Russell, parading naked in front of him, sent a jolt through Colin, although he had been expecting it, or something close to it. The night's agenda confirmed, Colin turned his head away, more slowly than he probably should have. He licked the top of the beer can, absorbing the last few drops of the amber liquid. He felt the butt of his new weapon dig against his chest. Normally the mass of metal felt comforting against his skin. Now it just hurt. He wondered about fraternization rules. Members of the First Family had been known to become quite attached to their Secret Service agents. Over the years there had always been talk of fooling around, but the official policy was clear on that point. Were Colin discovered in this room with a naked Chief of Staff in her bedroom, his career would be short-lived. He thought rapidly. He could leave right now, report into Burton. But how would that look? Russell would deny it all. Colin would look like a fool, and his career would probably be over anyway. She had brought him here for a reason. She said the president needed his help. He wondered now who he would really be helping, and for the first time Agent Colin felt trapped, where his athleticism, his quick wits, and his 9mm were useless to him. Intellectually, he was no match for the woman. In the official power structure, he was so far below her, it was like he stared up from an abyss with a telescope and still couldn't glimpse the bottom of her high heels. It promised to be a long night. Walter Sullivan paced, while Sandy Lord watched. A bottle of scotch occupied a prominent position on the corner of Lord's desk. Outside, the darkness was marred by the dull glow of street lamps. The heat had returned for a short spell, and Lord had ordered the air conditioning to remain on at Patton, Shaw, for his very special visitor tonight. That visitor stopped his pacing and stared down the street where a half-dozen blocks away sat the familiar white building, home to Alan Richmond, and one of the keys to Sullivan and Lord's grand scheme. Sullivan, however, was not thinking about business tonight. Lord was, but he was far too cunning to show it. Tonight he was here for his friend, to listen to the grief, the outpouring, to let Sullivan mourn his little hooker. The quicker that was done, the sooner they could get down to what really mattered, the next deal. It was a beautiful service. People will remember it for a long time. Lord chose his words carefully. Walter Sullivan was an old friend, but it was a friendship built on an attorney-client relationship, and thus its underpinning could experience some unexpected shifting. Sullivan was also the only person in Lord's acquaintance who made him nervous, where Lord knew he was never in complete control, that the man he was dealing with was at least his equal and probably more. Yes, it was. Sullivan continued to look down the street. He believed that he had finally convinced the police that the one-way mirror was not connected to the crime. Whether they were completely convinced was another matter. In any event, it had been quite an embarrassing moment for a man not accustomed to such. The detective, Sullivan couldn't remember his name, had not given Sullivan the respect he deserved, and that had angered the older man. If anything, he had earned the respect of everyone. It did not help matters that Sullivan did not feel the least bit confident in the local police's abilities to find the persons responsible. He shook his head as his thoughts returned to the mirror. At least it had not been disclosed to the press. That was a tension Sullivan could not tolerate. The mirror had been Christine's idea, but he had to admit he had gone along with it. Now, as he looked back, it seemed ludicrous. At first it had fascinated him, watching his wife with other men. He was beyond the age where he could satisfy her himself, but he could not reasonably deny her the physical pleasures that were beyond him. But it had all been absurd, including the marriage. He saw that now, trying to recapture his youth. He should have known that nature bowed to no one, regardless of their monetary worth. He was embarrassed and he was angry. He finally turned to Lord. "I'm not certain that I have confidence in the detective in charge. How can we get the Federals involved?" Lord put his glass down, lifted a cigar from a box hidden within the recesses of his desk, and slowly unwrapped it. Homicide of a private citizen isn't grounds for a federal investigation.
Richmond is getting involved. Fluff, if you ask me.
Sullivan shook his massive head.
No. He seemed genuinely concerned. Maybe don't count on that concern lingering for too long. He has 1,000 cans of worms to handle. I want the people responsible for this caught, Sandy. I understand that, Walter. Of all people, I understand that they will be. You have to be patient. These guys weren't nickel and dimers. They knew what they were doing, but everybody makes mistakes.
They'll go to trial, mark my words. And then what? Life imprisonment, correct? Sullivan said contemptibly. It's probably not going to be a capital murder case, so life is what they'll end up getting. But no chance of parole, Walter, believe me. They'll never breathe another drop of free air, and getting a little prick in the arm might seem real desirable after a few years of getting bent over every night. Sullivan sat down and stared at his friend. Walter Sullivan wanted no part of any trial where all the details of the crime would be revealed. He winced at the thought of all of it being rehashed. Strangers knowing intimate details of his life and that of his deceased wife. He could not bear that. He just wanted the men caught. He would arrange the rest. Lord had said the Commonwealth of Virginia would imprison for life the persons responsible. Walter Sullivan decided right then and there that he would save the Commonwealth the cost of that lengthy incarceration. Russell curled up on the end of the coach, bare feet tucked under a loose-fitting cotton pullover that stopped slightly above her calves. Her ample cleavage peeked at him where the fabric suddenly dipped. Colin had fetched himself 2 more beers and poured her another glass of wine from the bottle he had brought with him. His head was now slightly warm, as though a small fire were burning inside. The necktie was now loosened. The jacket and gun lay on the opposite couch. She had fingered it as he had taken it off. "It's so heavy."
You get used to it.
She did not ask the question he was usually confronted with. She knew he had killed someone. "Would you really take a bullet for the president?" She looked at him through drooping eyelids. She had to remain focused. She kept telling herself. That had not stopped her from leading the young man to the very threshold of her bed. She felt a large measure of her control slipping away. With a masterful effort, she started to regain it. What the hell was she doing at a crisis point in her life, and she was acting like a prostitute? She needn't approach the issue in this way. She knew that. The tugging she was feeling from another sector of her being was disrupting her decision-making processes. She could not allow that, not now. She should go change again, retreat back to the living room, or perhaps to her study where the dark oak paneling and walls of books would quash the unsettling rumblings. He eyed her steadily. Yes, she was about to get up, but never made it. "I'd take one for you too, Gloria." "For me?" Her voice quavered. She looked at him again, her strategic plans forgotten, her eyes wide without thinking. Lot of Secret Service agents, only one chief of staff. That's the way it works. He looked down and said quietly, "It's not a game, Gloria." When he went again for more beer, he noticed that she had moved close enough that her knee touched his thigh when he sat down. She stretched her legs out, rubbing against his, and then she rested them on the table across from them. The pullover had somehow worked itself up, revealing thighs that were full and creamy white. They were the legs of an older woman, and a damned attractive one. Colin's eyes moved slowly across the display of skin.
You know I've always admired you. I mean all of the agents. She almost seemed embarrassed.
I know, sometimes you get taken for granted. I want you to know that I appreciate you. It's a great job. Wouldn't trade it for anything. He chugged another beer and felt better, his breathing relaxed. She smiled at him.
I'm glad you came tonight. Anything to help, Gloria? His confidence level was going up as his alcohol intake increased.
He finished the beer, and she pointed with an unsteady finger to a stand of liquor over by the door. He mixed drinks for them, sat back down. I feel I can trust you, Tim. You can. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I don't feel that way with Burton. Bill's a top agent. The best. She touched his arm, left it there. I didn't mean it that way. I know he's good. I just don't know about him sometimes. It's hard to explain. It's just an instinct on my part.
You should trust your instincts.
I do.
He looked at her. She looked younger, much younger, like she should be graduating college, ready to take on the world. My instincts tell me that you're someone I can depend on, Tim. I am. He drained his drink. Always. He stared at her, touched his empty glass to hers. Always. His eyes were heavy now. He thought back to high school after scoring the winning touchdown in the state championship. Cindy Perkett had looked at him just like that. An all-giving look on her face. He laid his hand on her thigh, rubbed it up and down. The flesh was just loose enough to be intensely womanly. She didn't resist, but instead inched closer. Then his hand disappeared under the pullover, tracing over her still firm belly, just nicking the undersides of her breasts, and then returning into view. The other arm encircled her waist, drawing her closer to him. His hand dropped down to her bottom and gripped hard. She sucked in air and then let it out slowly, as she leaned into his shoulder. He felt her chest push into his arm, up and down. The floating mass was soft and warm. She dropped her hand to his hardening crotch and squeezed, then lingered her mouth over his, slowly pulling back and looking at him, her eyelids moving up and down in slow rhythms. She put her drink down and slowly, almost teasingly, slid out of the pullover. He exploded against her, hands digging under the bra strap until he felt it give way, and she poured out to him, his head buried in the loose mounds. Next, the last remaining piece of clothing, a pair of black lace panties, was ripped from her body. She smiled as it was sent sailing against the wall. Then she caught her breath as he lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the bedroom. Chapter 11. The jogger drove slowly up the long drive, stopped, and two people got out. Jack turned up the collar on his coat. The evening was brisk as rain-heavy clouds marched into the area. Jennifer walked around the car and settled in next to him as they leaned against the luxury car. Jack looked up at the place. Thick sheets of ivy swept across the top of the entrance. The house had a heavy substance to it, real and committed. Its occupants probably would absorb a good measure of that. He could use that in his life right now. He had to admit it was beautiful. What was wrong with beautiful things anyway? 400 thou as a partner. If he started bringing in other clients, who knew? Lord made 5 times that, $2 million a year, and that was his base. Compensation figures of partners were strictly confidential and were never discussed even under the most informal circumstances at the firm. However, Jack had guessed correctly on the computer password to the partner comp file. The code word was greed. Some secretary must have laughed her ass off over that one. Jack looked over a front lawn the size of a carrier flight deck. A vision galloped across. He looked at his fiancée. It has plenty of space to play touch football with the kids. He smiled.
Yes, it does.
She smiled back at him, kissed his cheek gently. She took his arm and encircled her waist with it. Jack looked back at the mansion, soon to be his $3.8 million home. Jennifer continued to look at him, her smile broadening as she gripped his fingers. Her eyes seemed to glisten, even in the darkness. As Jack continued to stare at the structure, he felt a rush of relief. This time he only saw windows at 36,000 feet. Walter Sullivan leaned back in the deep softness of his cabin chair and glanced out the window of the 747 into the darkness. As they moved east to west, Sullivan was adding a number of hours to his day, but time zones had never bothered him. The older he became, the less sleep he needed, and he had never needed very much to begin with. The man sitting across from him took the opportunity to examine the older man closely. Sullivan was known throughout the world as a legitimate, although sometimes bullying, global businessman. Legitimate. That was the key word running itself through Michael McCarty's head. Legitimate businessmen typically had no need of, nor desire to speak with, gentlemen in McCarty's profession. But when one is alerted through the most discreet channels that one of the wealthiest men on earth desired a meeting with you, then you attended. McCarty had not become one of the world's foremost assassins because he particularly enjoyed the work. He particularly enjoyed the money, and with it the luxuries that money inspired. McCarty's added advantage was the fact that he appeared to be a businessman himself. Ivy League good looks, which wasn't too far afield since he held a degree in international politics from Dartmouth. With his thick, wavy, blonde hair, broad shoulders, and wrinkle-free face, he could be the hard-charging entrepreneur on the way up or a film star at his peak. The fact that he killed people for a living at a per-hit fee of in excess of $1 million did nothing to dampen his youthful enthusiasm or his love of life. Sullivan finally looked at him. McCarty, despite an enormous confidence in his abilities and a supreme coolness under pressure, began to grow nervous under the billionaire's scrutiny. From one elite to another, "I want you to kill someone for me," Sullivan said simply. "Unfortunately, at the present time, I do not know who that person is. But with any luck, one day I will. Until that time comes, I will place you on a retainer so that your services will always be available to me until such time as I need them." McCarty smiled and shook his head. "You may be aware of my reputation, Mr. Sullivan. My services are already in great demand. My work carries me all over the world, as I'm sure you know. Were I to devote my full time to you until this opportunity arose, then I would be foregoing other work. I'm afraid my bank account, along with my reputation, would suffer." Sullivan's reply was immediate. $100,000 a day until that opportunity arises, Mr. McCarty. When you successfully complete the task, double your usual fee. I can do nothing to preserve your reputation. However, I trust that the per diem arrangement will forestall any damage to your financial status. McCarty's eyes widened just a bit, and then he quickly regained his composure. "I think that will be adequate, Mr. Sullivan. Of course you realize I'm placing considerable confidence not only in your skills at eliminating subjects, but also in your discretion." McCarty hid his smile. He had been picked up in Sullivan's plane in Istanbul at midnight local time. The flight crew had no idea who he was. No one had ever identified him. Thus, someone recognizing him was not a concern. Sullivan meeting him in person eliminated one thing: an intermediary who would then have Sullivan in his control. McCarty, on the other hand, had no earthly reason to betray Sullivan, and every motivation not to. Sullivan continued, "You will receive particulars as they become available. You will assimilate yourself into the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Although your task may take you anywhere in the world, I will need you to move on a moment's notice.
You will make your location known to me at all times, and will check in with me daily on secured communication lines that I will establish. You will pay your own expenses out of the per diem. A wire transfer will be set up to funnel the fee to an account of your choosing. My planes will be available to you if the need arises."
Understood?
McCarty nodded, a little put off by his client's series of commands. "But then you didn't get to be a billionaire without being somewhat commanding, did you?"
On top of that, McCarty had read about Christine Sullivan. Who the hell could blame the old man? Sullivan pushed a button on the armrest of his chair. "Thomas, how long until we're stateside?" The voice was brisk and informed. 5 hours and 15 minutes, Mr. Sullivan, if we maintain present airspeed and altitude. Make sure that we do." "Yes, sir." Sullivan pressed another button, and the cabin attendant appeared, and efficiently served them the sort of dinner that McCarty had never had on a plane before. Sullivan said nothing to McCarty until the dinner was cleared, and the younger man rose and was being directed to his sleeping quarters by the attendant. Registering on a sweep of Sully Van's hand, the attendant disappeared within the recesses of the aircraft. "One more thing, Mr. McCarty. Have you ever failed on a mission?" McCarty's eyes turned to slits as he stared back at his new employer. For the first time, it was evident that the Ivy Leaguer was extremely dangerous. Once, Mr. Sullivan? The Israelis? Sometimes they seem more than human. Please don't make it twice. Thank you. Set Frank was roaming the halls of the Sullivan home. The yellow police lines were still up outside, fluttering softly in the increasing breeze and thickening bank of dark clouds that promised more heavy rain. Sullivan was staying at his Watergate penthouse downtown. His domestic staff were at their employer's residence on Fisher Island, Florida, catering to members of Sullivan's family. He had already interviewed each of them in person. They were being flown home shortly for more detailed questioning. He took a moment to admire the surroundings. It was as though he were touring a museum. All that money. The place reeked of it, from the superlative antiques to the broad-brush paintings that casually hung everywhere with real signatures at the bottom. Hell, everything in the house was an original. He wandered into the kitchen and then into the dining room. The table resembled a bridge spanning the pale blue rug spread over the refinished parquet flooring. His feet seemed to be sucked into the thick, heavy fibers. He sat down at the head of the table, his eyes constantly roaming. As far as he could tell, nothing had happened in here. Time was slipping by, and progress was not coming easily. Outside, the sun momentarily pushed through the heavy clouds, and Frank got his first break on the case. He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been admiring the moldings around the ceiling. His father had been a carpenter. Joints smooth as a baby's cheek. That's when he observed the rainbow dancing across the ceiling. As he admired the parallels of color, he began to wonder about its source, like the folklore of tracking the pot of gold at the end of the striped apparition. His eye scanned the room. It took him a few seconds, but then he had it. He quickly knelt down beside the table and peered under one of the legs. The table was a Sheraton, 18th century, which meant it was as heavy as a semi. It took him 2 tries, and perspiration broke across his forehead, a trickle entering his right eye and making him tear for a moment. But he finally managed to budge the table and pull it out. He sat back down and looked at his new possession, maybe his little pot of gold. The little piece of silver-colored material acted as a barrier between the furniture to prevent the wet carpet from causing damage to wood or upholstery, and also stopped leaching into the damp fibers. With the aid of sunlight, its reflective surface also made for a nice rainbow. He had had similar ones in his own house when his wife had gotten particularly nervous about a visit from her in-laws and decided some serious household cleaning had to be done. He took out his notebook. The servants arrived at Dulles at 10 tomorrow morning. Frank doubted in this house if the small piece of foil he was holding would have been allowed to remain in its resting place for very long. It could be nothing. It could be everything. A perfect way to gauge the lay of the land. It would probably fall somewhere in between if he were very, very lucky. He hit the floor again and sniffed the carpet, ran his fingers through the fibers. The stuff they use nowadays, you could never tell. No odor dried in a couple of hours. He would know soon enough how long it had been, if it could tell him anything. He could call Sullivan, but for some reason he wanted to hear it from someone other than the master of the house. The old man was not high on the list of suspects, but Frank was smart enough to realize that Sullivan remained on that list. Whether his place descended or ascended depended on what Frank could find out today, tomorrow, next week. When you boiled it down, it was that simple. That was good, because up to now nothing about the death of Christine Sullivan had been simple. He wandered out of the room, thinking about the whimsical nature of rainbows and police investigations in general. Burton scanned the crowd. Colin beside him, Alan Richmond made his way to the informal podium set up on the steps of the Middleton Courthouse, a broad block of mortar-smeared brick, stark white dental moldings, weather-beaten cement steps, and the ubiquitous American flag alongside its Virginia counterpart swooping and swirling in the morning breeze. Precisely at 9:35 the president began to speak. Behind him stood the craggy and expressionless Walter Sullivan with the ponderous Herbert Sanderson, Lord, beside him. Colin moved a little closer to the crowd of reporters at the bottom of the courthouse steps, as they strained and positioned like opposing teams of basketball players waiting for the foul shot to swish or bang off the rim. He had left the chief of staff's home at 3 in the morning. What a night it had been.
What a week it had been.
As ruthless and unfeeling as Gloria Russell seemed in public life, Colin had seen another side of the woman, a side that he was strongly attracted to. It still seemed like a careless daydream. He had slept with the president's chief of staff. That simply did not happen. But it had happened to Agent Tim Collin. They had planned to see each other tonight as well. They had to be careful, but they were both cautious by nature. Where it would lead, Colin did not know. Born and raised in Lawrence, Kansas, Colin had a good set of Midwestern values to fall back upon. You dated, fell in love, married, and had 4 or 5 kids, strictly in that order. He didn't see that happening here. All he knew was he wanted to be with her again. He glanced across and eyed her where she stood behind and to the left of the president. Sunglasses on, wind lifting her hair slightly, she seemed in complete control of everything around her. Burton had his eyes on the crowd, then glanced at his partner in time to see the latter's gaze riveted for an instant on the chief of staff. Burton frowned. Colin was a good agent who did his job well, maybe to the point of overzealousness, not the first agent to suffer from that, and not necessarily a bad trait in their line of work. But you kept your eyes on the crowd, everything out there. What the hell was going on? Burton made a sideways glance at Russell, but she stared straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the men assigned to protect her. Burton looked at Colin once more. The kid now scanned the crowd, changing his pace every now and then, left to right, right to left, sometimes up. Occasionally he would stare straight ahead, no trace of a pattern a potential assailant could count on. But Burton could not forget the look he had given the chief of staff. Behind the sunglasses, Burton had seen something he did not like. Alan Richmond finished his speech by staring stonily out at the cloudless sky as the wind whipped through his perfectly styled hair. He seemed to be looking to God for help, but in actuality, he was trying to remember if he was meeting the Japanese ambassador at 2 or 3 that afternoon. But his far away, almost visionary look would carry well on the evening news. On cue, he snapped back to attention and turned to Walter Sullivan and gave the bereaved husband a hug befitting someone of his stature.
God, I am so sorry, Walter. My deepest condolences. If there is anything that I can do, you know that.
Sullivan held on to the hand that was offered to him, and his legs began to shake until 2 of his entourage invisibly supported him with a quick thrust of sinewy arms.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alan, please, Walter.
Friend to friend, now. Thank you, Alan. You have no idea how much I appreciate your taking the time to do this. Christy would have been so moved by your words today. Only Gloria Russell, who was watching the pair closely, noticed the slight twinge of a smirk at the corner of her boss's cheek. Then, in an instant, it was gone. I know there are really no words I can say to do justice to what you're feeling, Walter. It seems more and more that things in this world happen for no purpose. Except for her sudden illness, this never would have happened. I can't explain why things like this occur, no one can. But I want you to know that I'm here for you when you need me. Anytime, any place, we've been through so much together, and you've certainly helped me through some pretty rough times. Your friendship has always been important to me, Alan. I won't forget this. Richmond slid an arm around the old man's shoulders. In the background, microphones dangled on long poles, like giant rods and reels. They surrounded the pair despite the collective efforts of the men's respective entourages. Walter, I'm going to get involved in this. I know some people will say it's not my job, and in my position, I can't become personally involved with anything. But goddamn it, Walter, you're my friend, and I'm not going to just let this slide away. The people responsible for this are going to pay. The 2 men embraced once more as the photographers popped away. The 20-foot antennas, sprouting from the fleet of news trucks, dutifully broadcast this tender moment to the world. Another example of President Alan Richmond being more than just a president. It made the White House PR staff giddy, thinking about the initial pre-election polls. The television channel hopped from MTV to Grand Ole Opry to cartoons to QVC to CNN to pro wrestling and then back to CNN. The man sat up in bed and put out his cigarette, laid the remote down. The president was giving a press conference. He looked stern and appropriately appalled at the abominable murder of Christine Sullivan, wife of billionaire Walter Sullivan, one of the president's closest friends, and its symbolism of the growing lawlessness in this country. Whether the president would have made the same pitch if the victim had been a poor black, Hispanic, or Asian found with his throat cut in an alley in southeast D.C. was never addressed. The president spoke in firm, crisp tones with the perfect trace of anger, of toughness. The violence must stop. The people must feel safe in their homes or at their estates in this particular case. It was an impressive scene, a thoughtful and caring president. The reporters were eating it up, asking all the right questions. The TV showed Chief of Staff Gloria Russell, dressed in black, nodding approvingly when the president hit key points in his views on crime and punishment. The police fraternity and AARP vote was locked up for the next election. 40 million votes. Well worth the morning drive out. She would not have been so happy if she knew who was watching them right this minute, whose eyes bored into every inch of flesh on both her and the president's faces, as the memories of that night, never far from the surface, welled up like an oil fire spewing heat and potential destruction in all directions. The flight to Barbados had been uneventful. The Airbus was a vast ship whose massive engines had effortlessly ripped the plane from the ground in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and in a few minutes they had hit their cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. The plane was packed. San Juan acting as a feeder for tourists bound for the clusters of islands that made up the Caribbean vacation strip. Passengers from Oregon and New York, and all points in between, looked at the wall of black clouds as the plane banked left and moved away from the remnants of an early-season tropical storm that had never hit hurricane status. A metal stairway met them as they departed the aircraft. A car, tiny by American standards, shepherded 5 of them on the wrong side of the road as they left the airport and headed into Bridgetown, the capital of the former British colony, which had retained strong traces of its long colonialism in its speech, dress, and mannerisms. In melodious tones, the driver informed them of the many wonders of the tiny island, pointing out the pirate ship tour as the skull and crossbones ship pounded through still rough seas. On its deck, pale but reddening tourists were plied with rum punch in such levels that they would all be very drunk and or very sick by the time they returned to the dock later that afternoon. In the back seat, 2 couples from Des Moines made excited plans in chirrupy patters of conversation. The older man who sat in the front seat, staring out the windshield, had his thoughts mired 2,000 miles north. Once or twice he checked where they were headed, instinctively craving the lay of the land. The major landmarks were relatively few. The island was barely 21 miles long and 14 miles across at its widest point. The near-constant 85-degree heat was ameliorated by the continual breeze, its sound eventually disappearing into one's subconscious, but always nearby like a faded but still potent dream. The hotel was an American Standard Hilton, built on a man-made beach that jutted out on one end of the island. Its staff was well-trained, courteous, and more than willing to leave you alone if that was desired. While most of the guests gave themselves wholeheartedly to the pampering efforts, one patron shunned contact, leaving his room only to wander to isolated areas of the white beach or the mountainous Atlantic Ocean side of the island. The rest of the time was spent in his room, lights set low, TV on, room service trays littering the carpet and wicker furnishings on the first day there. Luther had grabbed a cab from in front of the hotel and taken a ride north, almost to the edge of the ocean, where atop one of the island's numerous hills stood the Sullivan estate. Luther's selection of Barbados had not been arbitrary. You know Mr. Sullivan? He's not here. Went back to America. The cabbie's lyrical tones had brought Luther out of his trance. The massive iron gates at the bottom of the grassy hill hid a long winding drive up to the mansion, which with its salmon-colored stucco walls and 18-foot-high white marble columns looked strangely appropriate in the lush greenery, like an enormous pink rose jutting out from the bushes. I've been to his place, Luther answered. In the States, the cabbie looked at him with new respect. Is anyone home? Any of the staff, maybe? The man shook his head.
All gone. This morning? Luther sat back in his seat. The reason was obvious. They had found the mistress of the house.
Luther spent the next several days on the broad white beaches watching cruise ships unload their population into the duty-free shops that littered the downtown area. Dreadlocked residents of the island made their rounds with their battered briefcases, housing watches, perfumes, and other counterfeit paraphernalia. For $5 American, you could watch an islander cut up an aloe leaf and pour its rich liquid into a small glass bottle for use when the sun started to nip at tender white skin that had lain dormant and unblemished behind suits and blouses. Your own hand-woven cornrows cost you $40 and took about an hour, and there were many women with flabby arms and thick, crumpled feet who patiently lay in the sand while this operation was performed upon them. The island's beauty should have served to free Luther to some degree from his melancholy. And finally, the warming sun, gentle breezes, and low-key approach to life of the island populace had eroded his nervous agitation, to where he occasionally smiled at a passer-by. spoke monosyllables to the bartender, and sipped his mixed drinks far into the night while lying on the beach, the surf pounding into the darkness and gently lifting him away from his nightmare. He planned to move on in a few days. Where to, he wasn't quite sure. And then the channel hopping stopped at the CNN broadcast, and Luther, like a battered fish on an unbreakable line, was sent reeling toward what he had spent several $1,000s and traveled several thousand miles trying to escape. Russell stumbled out of bed and walked over to the bureau, fumbled for a pack of cigarettes. They'll cut 10 years off your life. Colin rolled over and watched her naked machinations with amusement. This job's already done that. She lit up, inhaled deeply for several seconds, put the smoke out, and climbed back in bed, snuggling butt first to Colin, smiling contentedly as she was wrapped up in his long, muscular arms. The press conference went well, don't you think? She could feel him thinking it through. He was fairly transparent. Without the sunglasses, they all were, she felt. As long as they don't find out what really happened. She turned to face him, traced her finger along his neck, making a V against his smooth chest. Richmond's chest had been hairy, some of the tufts turning gray, curling at the edges. Colin's was like a baby's bottom, but she could feel the hard muscle beneath the skin. He could break her neck with no more than a passing motion. She wondered briefly how that would feel. You know, we have a problem. Colin almost laughed out loud.
Yeah, we've got some guy out there with the president's and a dead woman's prints and blood on a knife that qualifies as a big problem, I'd say. Why do you think he hasn't come forward? Colin shrugged. If he were the guy, he would have disappeared, taken the stash and gone. Millions of dollars. As loyal as Colin was, what he could do with that kind of money, he would disappear too. For a while. He looked at her. With that kind of money, would she condescend to go with him?
Then he turned his thoughts back to the discussion at hand. Maybe the guy was a member of the president's political party. Maybe he had voted for him. In any event, why bring yourself that kind of trouble? Probably scared to, he finally replied. There are ways of doing it anonymously. Maybe the guy's not that sophisticated. Or maybe there's no profit in that. Or maybe he doesn't give a shit. Take your pick. If he was going to come forward, he probably would have. If he does, we'll sure know soon enough. She sat up in bed. Tim, I'm really worried about this. The edge in her voice made him sit up too. I made the decision to keep that letter opener as is. If the president were to find out. She looked at him. He read the message in her eyes and stroked her hair and then cupped her cheek with his hand. He's not going to find out from me. She smiled. I know that, Tim. I really believe that. But if he, this person, were to somehow try to communicate with the president directly. Colin looked puzzled. Why would he do that? Russell shifted to the side of the bed, let her feet dangle several inches from the floor. For the first time, Colin noticed the small reddish oval birthmark, half the size of a penny, at the base of her neck. Next he noticed that she was shivering, even though the room was warm. Why would he do that, Gloria? Colin edged closer. She spoke to the bedroom wall. Has it occurred to you that that letter opener represents one of the most valuable objects in the world? She turned to him, rubbed his hair, smiled at the vacant expression that was slowly coming to a conclusion. Blackmail? She nodded at him. How do you blackmail the goddamned president? She got up, threw a loose robe around her shoulders, and poured another drink from the almost empty decanter. Being president doesn't make you immune from blackmail attempts, Tim. Hell, it just gives you that much more to lose, or gain. She slowly stirred her drink, sat down on a couch and tipped her glass back, the liquid warm and soothing going down. She had been drinking much more than usual lately. Not that her performance had been impaired, but she would have to watch it, especially at this level, at this critical point. But she decided she would watch it tomorrow. Tonight, with the weight of political disaster lurking above her shoulders, and a young, handsome man in her bed, she would drink. She felt 15 years younger. Every passing moment with him made her feel more beautiful. She would not forget her primary goal, but who was to say she couldn't enjoy herself? What do you want me to do? Colin looked at her. Russell had been waiting for that. Her young, handsome Secret Service agent. A modern white knight like the kind she read about as a wide-eyed girl. She looked at him as the drink dangled from her fingers. She used her other hand to slowly pull off her robe and let it drop to the floor. There was time enough, especially for a 37-year-old woman who had never had a serious relationship with a man. Time enough for everything. The drink soothed away her fear, her paranoia, and with it her cautiousness, all of which she needed in abundance. But not tonight. There is something you can do for me, but I'll tell you in the morning, she smiled, lay back on the couch, and put out her hand. Obediently, he rose and went to her. A few moments later, the only sounds were intermingled groans and the persistent squeaks of the overwrought couch, a half-block down the street from Russell's home. Bill Burton sat in his wife's nondescript Bonneville and cradled a can of Diet Coke between his knees. Occasionally he would glance at the house that he had observed his partner entering at 12:14 a.m., and where he'd caught a glimpse of the chief of staff in attire that didn't indicate the visit was a business one. With his long-range lens, he had gotten 2 pictures of that particular scene that Russell would have killed to get her hands on. The lights in the house had moved progressively from room to room until they reached the east side of the place, when all lights were dramatically extinguished. Burton looked at the dormant taillights of his partner's car. The kid had made a mistake. Being here, this was a career ender, maybe for both him and Russell. Burton thought back to that night. Colin racing back to the house. Russell white as a sheet. Why? In all the confusion, Burton had forgotten to ask. And then they were smashing through cornfields after someone who shouldn't have been there, but sure as hell had been. But Colin had gone back in that house for a reason, and Burton decided it was time he found out what that reason was. He had a dim feeling of a conspiracy slowly evolving. Since he had been excluded from participating, he naturally concluded that he was probably not intended to benefit from that conspiracy. Not for one moment did he believe that Russell was interested solely in what was behind his partner's zipper. She was not that type. Not by a long shot. Everything she did had a purpose, an important purpose. A good fuck from a young buck was not nearly important enough. Another 2 hours passed. Burton looked at his watch and then stiffened as he saw Colin open the front door, move slowly down the walk, and get in his car. As he drove by, Burton ducked down in his seat, feeling slightly guilty at this surveillance of a fellow agent. He watched the wink of a turn signal as the Ford made its way out of the high-priced area. Burton looked back up at the house. A light came on in what probably was the living room. It was late, but apparently the lady of the house was still going strong. Her stamina was legendary around the White House. Burton briefly wondered if she exhibited that same endurance between the sheets. 2 minutes later, the street was empty. The light in the house remained on Chapter 12. The Thea Lane landed and thundered to a stop on the short strip of tarmac constituting National Airport's main runway, hit an immediate left a few hundred yards from the tiny inlet that accessed the Potomac for the swarms of weekend boat enthusiasts, and taxied to gate number 9. An airport security officer was answering questions from a group of anxious camera-toting tourists and did not observe the man walking rapidly past him. Not that identification was going to be made anyway. Luther's return trip had followed the circuity of his exit, a stopover in Miami, and then Dallas-Fort Worth. He grabbed a cab and watched the south-moving rush-hour traffic on the George Washington Parkway as weary commuters threaded their way home. The skies promised more rain, and the wind whipped through the tree-lined parkway, meandering lazily on its parallel course with the Potomac. Planes periodically rocketed into the air, banking left and rapidly disappearing into the clouds. One more battle beckoned Luther. The image of a righteously indignant President Richmond pounding the lectern in his impassioned speech against violence, his smug chief of staff by his side, was the one constant in Luther's life now. The old, tired, and fearful man who had fled the country was no longer tired, no longer fearful. The overriding guilt at allowing a young woman to die had been replaced with an overriding hate, an anger that surged through every nerve in his body. If he was to be, of sorts, Christine Sullivan's avenging angel, he would perform that task with every ounce of energy and every shred of ingenuity he had left. Luther settled back into his seat, munched on some crackers saved from the plane trip, and wondered if Gloria Russell was any good at playing chicken. Seth, Frank, glanced out the car window. His personal interviews of Walter Sullivan's household staff had revealed 2 things of interest, the first of which was the business enterprise Frank was now parked in front of. The second could keep. Housed in a long, gray concrete building in a heavy commercial area of Springfield just outside the Beltway. Metro Steam Cleaner's sign proclaimed that it had been in business since 1949. That was stability that meant nothing to Frank. A lot of long-standing legitimate businesses were now money-laundering fronts for organized crime, both mafia, Chinese, and America's own homegrown versions. And a carpet cleaner that catered to affluent homeowners was in a perfect position to scope alarm systems, cash and jewelry nests, and patterns of behavior of the intended victims and their households, whether he was dealing with a loner or an entire organization. Frank didn't know. It was more likely that he was headed toward a dead end. But then you never knew. There were 2 patrol cars stationed 3 minutes away, just in case. Frank got out of his car. That would have been Rogers, Budzinski, and Jerome Pettis. Yep, August 30, 9 a.m., 3 floors. Damn house was so big, it took all day even with 3 guys. George Patterson consulted his record book while Frank's eyes took in the grimy office. Can I speak to them? You can to Pettis? The other 2 are gone, permanently. Patterson nodded. How long had they been with you? Patterson's eyes scanned his employment log. Jerome's been with me 5 years. He's one of my best people. Rogers was about 2 months. I think he moved out of the area. Budzinski had been with us about 4 weeks. Pretty short stays. Hell, that's the nature of the business. Spend $1,000 training these guys and wham, they're gone. It's not a career-type job, you know what I mean? It's hot, dirty work. And the pay ain't exactly going to put you on the Riviera. You hear what I'm saying? You got addresses for them? Frank took out his notebook. Well, like I said, Rogers moved. Pettis is in today if you want to talk to him. He's got a job to do out in McLean in about a half hour. He's back loading his truck now. Who decides which crew goes to which house? I do, all the time. Patterson hesitated. Well, I got guys who specialize in different stuff. Who specializes in the high-dollar areas? Jerome? Like I said, he's my best guy. How did the other 2 get assigned to him? I don't know. We juggle stuff like that. Depends on who shows up for work sometimes. You remember any of those 3 being particularly interested in visiting the Sullivan place? Patterson shook his head. What about Budzinski? You got an address on him? Patterson consulted a notebook, crammed with paper, and wrote on a slip of paper. It's over in Arlington. Don't know if he's still there. I'll want their employment file. Social security numbers, birth dates, job history, all that stuff. Sally can get that for you. She's the gal up front. Thanks. You got photos of these guys? Patterson looked at Frank like he was nuts. Are you kidding? This ain't the FBI, for crying out loud. Can you give me a description? Frank asked patiently. I've got 65 employees and a turnover rate of over 60%. I usually don't even see the guy after he's hired. Everybody starts to look the same after a while anyway. Pettis will remember. Anything else you think might help me? Patterson shook his head.
You think one of them might have killed that woman?
Frank stood up and stretched. I don't know. What do you think? Hey, I get all kinds in here. Nothing surprises me anymore. Frank turned to leave, then turned back. Oh, by the way, I want records of all homes and establishments cleaned by your firm in Middleton in the last 2 years. Patterson exploded out of his chair. What the fuck for? You have the records? Yeah, I got 'em. Good. Let me know when they're ready.
Have a good one?
Jerome Pettis was a tall, cadaverous black man in his early 40s, with a perpetual cigarette hanging from his mouth. Frank watched admiringly as the man methodically loaded the heavy cleaning equipment with a practiced hand. His blue jumpsuit announced that he was a senior technician with Metro. He didn't look at Frank, kept his eyes on his work. All around them, in the huge garage, white vans were being similarly loaded. A couple of men stared over at Frank, but quickly returned to their work. Mr. Patterson said you had some questions. Frank parked himself on the van's front bumper. A few. You did a job at Walter Sullivan's home in Middleton on August 30 of this year. Pettis's brow furrowed. August? Hell, I do about 4 homes a day. I don't remember them because they aren't that memorable. This one took you all day. Big house out in Middleton. Rogers and Budzinski were with you. Pettis smiled.
That's right. Biggest goddamned house I'd ever seen, and I've seen some bad places, man.
Frank smiled back. That's the same thing I thought when I saw it. Pettis straightened up, relit his cigarette.
Problem was all that furniture. Had to move every damn piece. And some of that shit was heavy. Heavy like they don't make no more. So you were there all day? Frank hadn't meant the question to come out that way. Pettis stiffened, sucked on his Camel, and leaned against the door of the van.
So how come the cops are interested in how the carpets were cleaned? Woman was murdered in the house. Apparently, she mixed it up with some burglars. Don't you read the papers? Just the sports. And you're wondering if I'm one of them dudes? Not right now. I'm just collecting information. Everybody who was near that house recently interests me. I'll probably talk to the mailman next. You're funny for a cop. You think I killed her?
I think if you did, you're smart enough not to stick around here waiting for me to ring your doorbell. These two men who were with you, what can you tell me about them?
Pettis finished his smoke and looked at Frank without answering. Frank started to close his notebook. You want a lawyer, Jerome? Do I need one? Not as far as I'm concerned, but it's not my call. I don't plan on pulling out my Miranda card if that's what you're worried about. Pettis finally looked at the concrete floor, crushed out his cigarette, looked back at Frank. Look, man, I've been with Mr. Patterson a long time. Come to work every day, do my job, take my paycheck and go home. Then it sounds like you have nothing to worry about. Right, look, I did some stuff a while back. Did some time. You can pull it off your computers in 5 seconds, so I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit you, okay? Okay, I've got 4 kids and no wife. I didn't break into that house and I didn't do anything to that woman. I believe you, Jerome. I'm a lot more interested in Rogers and Budizinski. Pettis eyed the detective for several seconds. Let's take a walk. The two men left the garage and walked over to an ancient Buick as big as a boat that had more rust than metal. Pettis got inside. Frank followed. Big ears in the garage, you know? Frank nodded. Brian Rogers called him Slick, 'cause he was a good worker, picked up things fast. What did he look like? White guy about 50, maybe older, not too tall, 5'8", maybe a $150, talkative, worked hard. And Budizinski? Buddy, everybody here has a nickname. I'm Ton for skeleton, you know? Frank smiled at that one. He was a white guy, too, a little bigger, maybe a little older than Slick. He kept to himself. Did what he was told and nothing more. Which one did the master bedroom? We all did. We had to lift the bed in the bureau. They weighed a couple tons each. Back still hurts. Jerome reached in the rear seat and pulled out a cooler. No time for breakfast this morning, he explained, as he pulled out a banana and an egg biscuit. Frank shifted uncomfortably in the worn seat. A piece of metal jabbed into his back. The car reeked of cigarette smoke. Were either of them ever alone in the master bedroom or the house? Always somebody in the house. Man had a lot of people working there. They could have gone upstairs by themselves. I never kept a watch on them. Wasn't my job, you know? How'd Rogers and Budizinski come to be working with you that day? Jerome thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Come to think of it, I know it was an early job. It might have just been they were the first ones here. Sometimes that's all it takes. So if they knew ahead of time you were going to do a place like that early, and they got here before everyone else, they could hook on with you. Yeah, I guess they could. Man, we just look for bodies, you know what I'm saying? Don't take no brain surgeon to do this shit. When was the last time you saw them? The other man scrunched up his face, bit into his banana. Couple of months ago, maybe longer, Buddy left first. Never said why. Guys come and go all the time. I've been here longer than anybody except Mr. Patterson. Slick moved away, I think. Nowhere? I remember him saying something about Kansas, some construction work. He used to be a carpenter. Got laid off up here when commercial went belly up, good with his hands. Frank wrote this information down while Jerome finished his breakfast. They walked back to the garage together. Frank looked inside the van at all the hoses, power handles, bottles, and heavy cleaning equipment. This? The van you used to do the Sullivan place? This been my van for 3 years. Best one in the place. You keep the same equipment in the van? Damn straight.
Then you better get a new van for a while. What?
Jerome slowly climbed out of the driver's seat.
I'll talk to Patterson. I'm impounding this one.
You're shitting me. No, Jerome, I'm afraid I'm not.
Walter, this is Jack Graham. Jack, Walter Sullivan.
Sandy Lord sat down heavily in his chair. Jack shook hands with Sullivan, and then the men sat around the small table in conference room number 5. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and Jack had been in the office since 6 after pulling 2 all-nighters. He had already consumed 3 cups of coffee and proceeded to pour himself out a 4th from the silver coffee pot. Walter, I've told Jack about the Ukraine deal. We've gone over the structure. The Hill word looks real good. Richmond pushed all the right buttons. The bear's dead. Kiev got the glass slipper. Your boy came through. He's one of my best friends.
I expect that from my friends. But I thought we had enough lawyers on this deal. Padding the bill, Sandy? Sullivan heaved himself up and looked out the window at the pristine early morning sky that promised a beautiful fall day. Jack glanced sideways at the man as he made notes from the crash course on Sullivan's latest deal. Sullivan didn't look all that interested in completing the multi-billion international monolith.
Jack didn't know that the old man's thoughts hung back at a morgue in Virginia, remembering a face. Jack had caught his breath when Lord had ceremoniously appointed him to play second chair to Lord on the biggest transaction currently going on in the firm, leapfrogging over several top partners and a host of associates senior to Jack. Hard feelings had already started to roll through the plush hallways. At this point, Jack didn't care. They didn't have Ransom Baldwin as a client. Regardless of how he had gotten it, he had reign, substantial reign. He was tired of feeling guilty for his position. This was Lord's test case on Jack's abilities. He had as good as said it. Well, if he wanted the deal rammed through, Jack would deliver. Philosophical, politically correct ivory tower, babble didn't cut it here. Only results. Jack is one of our best attorneys. He's also Baldwin's legal eagle. Sullivan looked over at them. Ransom Baldwin?
Yep.
Sullivan appraised Jack in a different light and then turned once more to the window. Our window of opportunity, however, is growing more narrow by the day, Lord continued. We need to firm up the players and make sure Kiev knows what the hell they're supposed to do. Can't you handle it? Lord looked at Jack and then back at Sullivan. Of course I can handle it, Walter, but don't assume you can abdicate right now. You still have a major role to play. You sold this deal. Your continued involvement is absolutely necessary from the point of view of all sides. Sullivan still did not stir. Walter, this is the crowning glory of your career. That's what you said about the last one. Can I help it if you keep topping yourself? Lord shot back. Finally, almost imperceptibly, Sullivan smiled, for the first time since the telephone call from the States had come to shatter his life. Lord relaxed a bit, looked over at Jack. They had rehearsed this next step several times. I'm recommending that you fly over there with Jack. Shake the right hands, pat the right shoulders. Let them see you're still in control of this tiger. They need that. Capitalism is still a new game for them. And Jack's role, Lord motioned to Jack. Jack stood up, went over to the window. Mr. Sullivan, I've spent the last 48 hours learning every aspect of this deal. All the other lawyers here have just been working on a piece of it, except for Sandy. I don't think there's anyone at the firm who knows what you want to accomplish better than I do. Sullivan slowly turned to Jack. That's a pretty big statement. Well, it's a pretty big deal, sir. So you know what I want to accomplish? Yes, sir. Well, why don't you enlighten me as to what you think that is? Sullivan sat down, crossed his arms, and stared expectantly up at Jack. Jack didn't bother to swallow or catch his breath. Ukraine has massive natural resources, all the things that heavy industry around the world use and want. The issue becomes how to get the resources out of Ukraine at minimal cost and minimal risk, considering the political situation over there. Sullivan uncrossed his arms, sat up, and sipped at his coffee. Jack continued. The hook is, you want Kiev to believe that the exports your company will be making will be matched by investments in Ukraine's future. A long-term investment, I gather, you do not want to commit to. I spent the bulk of my adult life being scared to death of the Reds. I have about as much belief in perestroika and glasnost as I do in the tooth fairy. I consider it my patriotic duty to strip the communists of as much as I can, leave them without the means to dominate the world, which is their long-term plan, despite this latest hiccup of democracy. Jack said, Exactly, sir. Strip being the key word. Strip the carcass before it self-destructs or attacks. Jack paused to check both men's reactions. Lord stared at the ceiling, his features unreadable. Sullivan stirred. Go on, you're getting to the interesting part. The interesting part is how to leverage the deal so that Sullivan and Company has little or no downside exposure and the maximum upside potential. You'll either broker the deal or you'll buy direct from Ukraine and you'll sell to the multinationals. You sprinkle a little of those proceeds around in Ukraine. That's right. Eventually the country will be almost cleaned out, and I'll walk away with at least $2 billion net. Jack again looked at Lord, who now sat straight in his chair, listening intently. This was the hook. Jack had thought of it only yesterday. But why not take from Ukraine what really makes them dangerous? Jack paused. And triple your net at the same time. Sullivan stared intently at him. How? Your BMs. Intermediate-range ballistic missiles. Ukraine has a shitload of them. And now that the '94 Non-Proliferation Treaty fell apart, those nukes are a major headache for the West again. So what are you suggesting, that I buy the goddamn things? What the hell would I do with them? Jack watched Lord finally lean forward, then continued. You buy them for bottom dollar, maybe $500 million, using a portion of the proceeds from the raw material sales. You will buy them using dollars, which can then be used by Ukraine to purchase other necessities in the world markets. Why bottom dollar? Every Middle Eastern country will be bidding on them. But Ukraine can't sell to them. The G7 countries would never allow it. If Ukraine did, they'd be cut out of the EU and other Western markets, and if that happens, they're dead. So I buy them and sell them to whom? Jack couldn't help but grin. To us, the United States. $6 billion is a conservative estimate on their worth. Hell, the weapons-grade plutonium those babies contain is priceless. The rest of the G7s would probably pitch in a few billion. It's your relationship with Kiev that makes this whole thing work. They look to you as their savior. Sullivan looked stunned. He started to rise and then thought better of it. Even to him, the amounts of money potentially out there were staggering. But he had enough money, more than enough. But to remove part of the nuclear equation from the collective miseries of the world. And this was whose idea? Sullivan looked at Lord as he asked the question. Lord pointed at Jack. Sullivan leaned back in his chair and looked up at the young man. Then he rose with a swiftness that startled Jack. The billionaire took Jack's hand in an iron grip. You're going places, young man. Mind if I tag along? Lord beamed like a father. Jack couldn't stop smiling. He had started to forget what it was like to hit one out of the park. After Sullivan departed, Jack and Sandy sat at the table. Finally, Sandy said, I recognize it was not an easy assignment. How do you feel? Jack couldn't help but grin, like I just slept with the prettiest girl in high school, kind of tingling all over. Lord laughed and stood up. You'd better go home and get some rest. Sullivan's probably calling his pilot from the car. At least we got his mind off the bitch. Jack didn't hear the last part as he quickly left the room. For now, for once in a long time, he felt good. No worries, just possibilities. Endless possibilities. That night he sat up late, telling a very enthusiastic Jennifer Baldwin all about it. Afterward, over a very chilled bottle of champagne and a platter of oysters specially delivered to her townhouse, the couple had the most gratifying sex of their courtship. For once, the high ceilings and murals did not bother Jack. In fact, he was growing to like them. Chapter 13. The White House receives millions of pieces of non-official mail each year. Each item is carefully screened and appropriately processed. The whole task handled by an in-house staff with assistance and supervision by the Secret Service. The two envelopes were addressed to Gloria Russell, which was somewhat unusual since most of this type of correspondence was addressed to the President or members of the First Family, or frequently the first pet, which currently happened to be a golden retriever named Barney. The handwriting on each was in block letters, the envelopes white and cheap, and thus widely available. Russell got to them about 12 o'clock on a day that had been going pretty well up until then. Inside one was a single sheet of paper, and inside the other was an item she had stared at for some minutes, written on the paper. Again in block letters were the words, Question: What constitutes high crimes and misdemeanors? Answer: I don't think you want to find out.
Valuable item available, more to follow. Chief signed, not a secret admirer. Even though she had expected it, in fact had desperately wanted to receive it. She still could feel her heartbeat increase to where it pounded against the wall of her chest. Her saliva dwindled down to where she reached for and gulped down a glass of water and repeated the procedure until she could hold the letter without shaking. Then she looked at the second item, a photograph.
The sight of the letter opener had brought the nightmare events rushing back to her. She gripped the sides of her chair. Finally, the attack subsided. At least he wants to deal. Colin put down the note and photo and returned to his chair. He noted the extreme pallor of the woman and wondered if she was tough enough to make it through this one. Maybe. It could also be a setup. Colin shook his head. Don't think so. Russell sat back in her chair, rubbed at her temples, downed another Tylenol. Why not? Why set us up this way? In fact, why set us up at all? He's got the stuff to bury us. He wants money. He probably got millions from the Sullivan heist. Maybe, but we don't know how much of it was liquid. Maybe he stashed it and can't get back to it. Maybe he's just an extremely greedy person. World is full of those. I need a drink. Can you come over tonight? The president is having dinner at the Canadian Embassy. Shit, can't you get someone to replace you? Maybe, if you pulled some strings. Consider them pulled. How soon do you think we'll hear from him again? He doesn't seem too anxious, although he might just be acting cautious. I would in his situation. Great, so I can smoke 2 packs of menthols a day until we hear from him. By then I'll be dead of lung cancer. If he wants money, what are you going to do? He asked. Depending on how much he wants, it can be accomplished without too much difficulty. She seemed calmer now. Colin rose to go. You're the boss, Tim. Russell went over to him. Hold me for a minute. He felt her rub against his pistol as he gripped her. Tim, if it comes down to more than money, if we can't get it back. Colin looked down at her. Then I'll take care of it, Gloria. He touched his fingers to her lips, turned and left. Colin found Burton waiting in the hallway.
Burton looked the younger man up and down. So how's she holding up?
All right. Colin continued to walk down the hallway, until Burton grabbed his arm, spun him around. What the fuck's going on, Tim? Colin loosened his partner's grip. This isn't the time or the place, Bill. Well, tell me the time and the place, and I'll be there because we need to talk. What about, you gonna fucking play stupid with me? He roughly pulled Colin to a corner.
I want you to think real clearly about that woman in there. She doesn't give a shit about you or me or anybody else. The only thing she cares about is saving her own little ass. I don't know what kind of story she's spinning on you, and I don't know what you two are cooking up, but I'm telling you to be careful. I don't want to see you throw everything away over her. I appreciate the concern, but I know what I'm doing, Bill. Do you, Tim?
Does fucking the chief of staff come within the purview of a Secret Service agent's responsibilities? Why don't you show me where that is in the manual? I'd like to read it for myself, and while we're talking about it, why don't you enlighten me about what the hell we went back into that house for? Because we ain't got it, and I guess I know who does. My ass is on the line here too. Tim, if I'm going down, I'd like to know why.
An aide passed by in the hallway and stared strangely at the two men. Burton smiled and nodded, and then returned his attention to Colin. Come on, Tim. What the hell would you do if you were me? The young man looked at his friend, and his face slowly relaxed from the hard line he normally wore while on duty. If he were in Burton's position, what would he do? The answer was easy. He'd kick some ass until people started talking. Burton was his friend, had proven it time and again. What the man was saying about Russell was probably true. Colin's reasoning hadn't totally evaporated in the presence of silk lingerie. You got time for a cup of coffee, Bill? Frank walked down the 2 flights of stairs, turned right, and opened the door to the crime lab. Small and in need of paint, the room was surprisingly well organized, due in large measure to the fact that Laura Simon was a very compulsive person.
Frank imagined her home to be every bit as neat and well kept, despite the presence of 2 preschoolers that kept her sufficiently haggard. Around the room were stacked unused evidence kits with their unbroken orange seals, creating a bit of color against the drab, chipping gray walls.
Cardboard boxes, carefully labeled, were piled in another corner. In yet another corner was a small floor safe that held the few physical items requiring additional security measures. Next to it was a refrigerator that housed evidence requiring a temperature-controlled environment. He watched her small back as it curved over a microscope at the far end of the room.
You rang?
Frank leaned over. On the glass slide were small fragments of some substance. He couldn't imagine spending his days looking at microscopic pieces of who knew what, but he was also fully aware that what Laura Simon did was an enormously important contribution to the conviction process.
Look at this.
Simon motioned him over to the lens. Frank removed his eyeglasses, which he had forgotten were still on. He glanced down and then raised his head back up. Laura, you know I never know what I'm looking at. What is it? It's a sample of carpet taken from the Sullivans' bedroom. We didn't get it on the initial search, picked it up later. So, what's significant about it? Frank had learned to listen very attentively to this tech. The carpet in the bedroom is one of those very high-priced models that cost about $200 a square foot. The carpet, just for the bedroom, must have run them almost $250,000. Jesus Christ. Frank popped another piece of gum in his mouth. Trying to quit smoking was rotting his teeth and adding to his waistline. $250 for something you walk on? It's incredibly durable. You could roll a tank across it, and it would just spring back. It's only been there about 2 years.
They did a bunch of renovation back then.
Renovation? The house is only a few years old. That's when the deceased married Walter Sullivan. Oh, women like to make their own statement about those things, Seth. Actually, she had good taste in carpets. Okay, so where does her good taste get us? Look at the fibers again. Frank sighed but obeyed the request. You see at the very tips? Look at the cross-section. They've been cut, presumably with not very sharp scissors.
The cut is pretty ragged, although like I said, these fibers are like iron. He looked at her. Cut? Why would anyone do that? Where'd you find them? These particular samples were found on the bed skirt. Whoever cut them probably wouldn't have noticed a few fibers clinging to his hand. Then he brushed against the skirt, and there you are. You find a corresponding part on the carpet? Yep.
Right under the left side of the bed. If you're looking toward it, about 10 centimeters away at a perpendicular angle. The cut was slight, but verifiable. Frank straightened back up and sat down on one of the stools next to Simon.
That's not all, Seth. On one of the fragments, I also found traces of a solvent, like a stain remover. That might be from the recent carpet cleaning, or maybe the maid spilled something.
Simon shook her head.
The cleaning company uses a steam system?
For spot cleaning, they use a special organic-based solvent. I checked. This one is a petroleum-based, off-the-shelf cleaner, and the maids use the same cleanser as recommended by the manufacturer. It's an organic base, too. They have a whole supply of it at the house, and the carpet is chemically treated to prevent stains from soaking in. Using a petroleum-based solvent probably made it worse. That's probably why they ended up snipping out pieces. So presumably the perp takes the fibers because they show something, do they? Not on the sample I got, but he might have cut around the area just to make sure he didn't miss anything, and we got one of the clean specimens. What would be on the carpet that someone would go to the trouble of cutting 1 centimeter fibers out? It must have been a pain in the ass. Both Simon and Frank had the same thought, and indeed had it for several moments. Blood, Simon said simply.
And not the deceased's either, if I remember correctly. Hers wasn't anywhere near that spot, Frank added. I think you got one more test to run, Laura.
She hooked a kit off the wall. I was just getting ready to go do it. Thought I'd better buzz you first. Smart girl. The drive out took 30 minutes. Frank rolled down his window and let the wind course over his face. It also helped dispel the cigarette smoke. Simon was constantly giving him a hard time about that. The bedroom had remained sealed under Frank's orders. Frank watched from the corner of Walter Sullivan's bedroom as Simon carefully mixed the bottles of chemicals and then poured the result into a plastic sprayer. Frank then helped her stuff towels under the door and tape brown packing paper to the windows. They closed the heavy drapes, cutting out virtually all traces of natural light. Frank surveyed the room once again. He looked at the mirror, the bed, the window, the closets, and then his eyes rested on the nightstand and at the gaping hole behind where the plaster had been removed. Then his eyes moved back to the picture. He picked it up. He was reminded again that Christine Sullivan had been a very beautiful woman, as far removed as one could get from the destroyed hulk he had viewed. In the photograph, she was sitting in the chair beside the bed. The nightstand was clearly visible to her left. The corner of the bed made its way into the right side of the picture, ironically so, considering all the use she had probably made of that particular vehicle. The springs were probably due for their 60,000-mile checkup. After that, they probably wouldn't have much to do. He remembered the look on Walter Sullivan's face. Not much left there. He put the photo down and continued to observe Simon's fluid movements. He glanced back at the photo, something bothering him, but whatever it was popped out of his head as quickly as it had sprung into it. What's that stuff called again, Laura? Luminol. It's sold under a variety of names, but it's the same reagent stuff. I'm ready. She positioned the bottle over the section of carpet where the fibers had been cut from. Good thing you don't have to pay for this carpet. The detective smiled at her. Simon turned to look at him. Wouldn't matter to me?
I'd just declare bankruptcy. They could garnish my wages from here until eternity. It's the poor person's great equalizer.
Frank hit the light, plunging the room into pitch-black darkness. Swishes of air were heard as Simon squeezed the trigger on the spray bottle. Almost immediately, like a mass of lightning bugs, a very small portion of the carpet started to glow a pale blue and then disappeared. Frank turned on the overhead light and looked at Simon.
So we got somebody else's blood.
Haluva pickup? Laura, any way you can scrape up enough to analyze, get a blood type, DNA typing?
Simon looked dubious. We'll pull the carpet to see if any leak through, but I doubt it. Not much soaks into a treated carpet, and any residue has been mixed with a lot of stuff, so don't count on it. Frank thought out loud. Okay, one perp wounded, not a lot of blood, but some. He looked for confirmation from Simon on that point and received an affirmative nod of the head. Wounded, but with what? She had nothing in her hand when we found her. Simon read his mind, and as sudden as her death was, we're probably talking cadaveric spasm. To get it out of her hand, they would have almost had to break her fingers. Frank finished the thought, and there was no sign of that on the autopsy. Unless the impact of the slugs caused her hand to fly open, how often does that happen? Once is enough for this case.
Okay, let's assume she had a weapon, and now that weapon is missing. What kind of weapon might it have been?
Simon considered this as she repacked her kit.
You probably could rule out a gun. She should have been able to get a round off, and there were no powder burns on her hands. They couldn't have scraped those off without leaving a trail.
Good. Plus, there's no evidence she ever had a gun registered to her. And we've already confirmed that there are no guns in the house. So, no gun. Maybe a knife, then. Can't tell what kind of wound it made, but maybe a slash, probably superficial. The number of fibers that were snipped out was small, so we're not talking life-threatening. So she stabbed one of the perps, maybe in the arm or leg. Then they backed up and shot her? Or she stabbed as she was dying? Frank corrected himself. No, she died instantly. She stabs one of them in another room, runs in here, and then gets shot. Standing over her, the wounded perp drips some blood.
Except the vault's in here. The more likely scenario is that she surprised them in the act. Right, except remember the shots came from the doorway into the room and fired down. Who surprised who? That's what keeps bugging the ever-loving shit out of me. So why take the knife, if that's what it was? 'Cause it IDs somebody, somehow. Prince? Simon's nostrils quivered as she thought of the physical evidence lurking out there. Frank nodded. That's how I read it. Was the last Mrs.
Sullivan in the habit of keeping a knife with her? Frank responded by slapping his hand to his forehead so hard it made Simon wince. She watched as he rushed over to the nightstand and picked up the photo. He shook his head and handed it to her. There's your goddamned knife. Simon looked at the photo. In it, resting on the nightstand, was a long, leather-handled letter opener. The leather also explains the oily residue on the palms. Frank paused at the front door on the way out. He looked at the security control panel, which had been restored to its operating condition. Then he broke into a smile as an elusive thought finally trickled to the surface. Laura, you got the fluorescent lamp in the trunk? Yeah? Why? You mind getting it? Puzzled, Simon did so. She returned to the foyer and plugged it in. Shine it right on the number keys. What was revealed under the fluorescent light made Frank smile again. Goddamn, that's good. What does it mean? Simon looked at him, her brow furrowed. It means two things. First, we definitely got us somebody on the inside, and second, our perps are real creative. Frank sat in the small interrogation room and decided against another cigarette and opted instead for a cherry Tums. He looked at the cinder block walls, cheap metal table, and beat-up chairs and decided this was a very depressing place to be interrogated in, which was good. Depressed people were vulnerable people, and vulnerable people, given the appropriate prodding, tended to want to talk. And Frank wanted to listen. He would listen all day. The case was still extremely muddled, but certain elements were becoming clearer. Buddy Budizinski still lived in Arlington and now worked at a car wash in Falls Church. He had admitted being in the Sullivan house, had read about the murder, but beyond that knew nothing. Frank tended to believe him. The man was not particularly bright, had no previous police record, and had spent his adult life performing menial tasks for a living, no doubt compelled by his having finished only the 5th grade. His apartment was modest to the point of near poverty. Budizinski was a dead end. Rogers, on the other hand, had produced a treasure trove. The Social Security number he had given on his employment application was real enough. Only it belonged to a female State Department employee who had been assigned to Thailand for the last 2 years. He must have known the carpet cleaning company wouldn't have checked. What did they care? The address on the application was a motel in Beltsville, Maryland. No one by that name had registered at the motel in the last year, and no one fitting Rogers's description had been seen there. The state of Kansas had no record of him. On top of that, he had never cashed any of the payroll checks given to him by Metro. That in itself spoke volumes. An artist's sketch based on Pettis's recollection was being made up down the hallway and would be distributed throughout the area. Rogers was the guy. Frank could feel it. He had been in the house, and he had disappeared, leaving behind a trail of false information. Simon was right this minute, painstakingly examining Pettis's van in the hopes that Rogers's prints were still lurking somewhere within. They had no prints to match at the crime scene, but if they could ident Rogers, then dollars to donuts he had priors, and Frank's case would finally be forming. It would take a great leap forward if the person he was waiting for would decide to cooperate, and Walter Sullivan had confirmed that an antique letter opener from his bedroom was indeed missing. Frank feverishly hoped to be able to lay his hands on the potential evidentiary gold mine. Frank had imparted his theory to Sullivan about his wife stabbing her attacker with that instrument. The old man hadn't seemed to register the information. Frank had briefly wondered if Sullivan was losing it. The detective checked his list of employees at Sullivan's residence once more, although by now he knew them all by heart. There was only one he was really interested in. The security company rep's statement kept coming back to him. The variations generated by 15 digits to get a 5-digit code in the correct sequence was impossible for a portable computer to crunch in the very brief time allowed, particularly if you factored in a less than blazing fast response from the security system's computer. In order to do it, you had to eliminate some of the possibles. How did you do that? An examination of the keypad showed that a chemical, Frank couldn't remember the exact name, although Simon had recognized it, which was revealed only under fluorescent light, had been applied to each of the number keys. Frank leaned back and envisioned Walter Sullivan, or the butler, or whoever's job it was, to set the alarm going down and entering the code. The finger would hit the proper keys, 5 of them, and the alarm would be set. The person would walk away, completely unaware that he or she now had a small tracing of chemical, invisible to the naked eye and odorless, on their finger. And, more important, they would be totally ignorant of the fact that they had just revealed the numbers comprising the security code. Under fluorescent light, the perps would be able to tell which numbers had been entered because the chemical would be smeared on those keys. With that information, it was up to the computer to deliver the correct sequence, which the security rep was certain it could do in the allotted time, once given the elimination of 99.9% of the possible combos. Now the question remained, who had applied the chemical? Frank at first had considered that Rogers, or whatever his real name was, might have done it while at the house, but the facts against that conclusion were overwhelming. First, the house was always filled with people, and to even the most unobservant, a stranger lurking around an alarm panel would arouse suspicion. Second, the entry foyer was large and open and the most unsecluded spot in the house. Lastly, the application would take some time and care, and Rogers didn't have that luxury. Even the slightest suspicion, the most fleeting glance, and his whole plan could be mined. The person who had thought this one up was not the type to take that sort of risk. Rogers hadn't done it. Frank was pretty sure he knew who did. Upon first glance, the woman appeared so thin as to convey the impression of emaciation, perhaps, due to cancer. On second glance, the good color in the cheeks, the light bone structure, and the graceful way she moved led to the conclusion that she was very lean, but otherwise healthy. "Please sit down, Miss Broom. I appreciate your coming down." The woman nodded and slid into one of the seats. She wore a flowery skirt that ended mid-calf. A single strand of large fake pearls encircled her neck. Her hair was tied in a neat bun. Some of the strands at the top of her forehead were beginning to turn a silvery gray, like ink leaching onto paper. Going on the smooth skin and absence of wrinkles, Frank would have put her age at about 39. Actually, she was some years older. "I thought you were already done with me, Mr. Frank." "Please call me Seth. You smoke?" She shook her head.
"I've just got a few follow-up questions, routine. You're not the only one. I understand you're leaving Mr. Sullivan's employment."
She noticeably swallowed, looked down, and then back up.
"I was close, so to speak, to Mrs. Sullivan. It's hard now, you know." Her voice trailed off. I know it is. It was terrible, awful." Frank paused for a moment. "You've been with the Sullivans how long now?" "A little over a year. You do the cleaning, and I help do the cleaning."
"There's 4 of us, Sally, Rebecca, and me. Karen Taylor. She does the cooking. I also looked after Mrs. Sullivan's things for her, too. her clothes and whatnot. I was sort of her assistant, I guess you could say. Mr. Sullivan had his own person, Richard. Would you like some coffee? Frank didn't wait for her to answer. He got up and opened the door to the interrogation room. Hey, Molly, can you bing me a couple of Javas? He turned to Ms. Broom. Black cream?
Black. Make it 2 pures, Molly, thanks.
He shut the door and sat back down. Damn chill in the air. I can't seem to stay warm. He tapped the rough wall. This cinder block doesn't help much, so you were saying about Mrs. Sullivan.
She was really nice to me.
I mean, she would talk to me about things. She wasn't, you know, from that class of people, the upper class, I guess you could say. She went to high school, where I did right here in Middleton, and not too far apart in years, I'm thinking. His remark brought a smile to Wanda Broom's lips, and a hand unconsciously moved to cajole back into place an invisible strand of hair. Further than I'd like to admit. The door opened and their coffee was delivered. It was gratefully hot and fresh. Frank had not been lying about the chill. I won't say she fit in real well with all those types of people, but she seemed to hold her own. She didn't take anything from anybody, if you know what I mean. Frank had reason to believe that was true. From all accounts, the late Mrs. Sullivan had been hellion in many respects. Would you say the relationship between the Sullivans was good, bad, in between? She didn't hesitate.
Very good. Oh, I know what people say about the age difference and all, but she was good for him, and he was good for her. I truly believe that. He loved her. I can tell you that.
Maybe more like a father loves his daughter, but it was still love. And she, him? Now there was perceptible hesitation. You've got to understand that Christy Sullivan was a very young woman, maybe younger in a lot of ways than other women her age. Mr. Sullivan opened up a whole new world for her, and she broke off, clearly unsure of how to continue. Frank changed gears.
What about the vault in the bedroom?
Who knew about it? I don't know. I certainly didn't. I assumed that Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan knew. Mr. Sullivan's valet, Richard. He may have known, but I'm not sure about that. So Christine Sullivan or her husband never indicated to you that there was a safe behind the mirror? My goodness, no. I was her friend of sorts, but I was still just an employee, and only with them a year. Mr. Sullivan never really spoke to me. I mean, that's not the sort of thing you would tell someone like me, is it? No, I guess not. Frank was certain she was lying, but he had been unable to unearth any evidence to the contrary. Christine Sullivan was the very type to show off her wealth to someone she could identify with, if only to show how far she had suddenly risen in the world. So you didn't know the mirror was a one-way looking into the bedroom. This time the woman showed visible surprise. Frank noticed a blush under the light application of makeup. Wanda, can I call you Wanda?
Wanda, you understand, don't you? That the alarm system in the house was deactivated by the person who broke in? It was deactivated by the appropriate code being put in. Now, who set the alarm at night?
Richard did, she replied promptly. Or sometimes Mr. Sullivan did it himself. So everyone in the house knew the code? Oh no, of course not. Richard did. He's been with Mr. Sullivan for almost 40 years. He was the only one other than the Sullivans who knew the code that I know of.
Did you ever see him set the alarm?
I was usually already in bed when the system was set. Frank stared at her. I'll bet you were, Wanda. I'll bet you were, Wanda. Broom's eyes widened. You're not suspecting that Richard had anything to do with it? Well, Wanda, somehow somebody who wasn't supposed to be able to disarm that alarm system, and naturally suspicion falls on anyone who had access to that code. Wanda Broom looked like she might start to cry, then composed herself. Richard is almost 70 years old. Then he's probably in need of a nice little nest egg. You understand what I'm telling you is to be held in the strictest confidence, of course?
She nodded, and at the same time wiped her nose. The coffee, untouched, was now sipped in quick little bursts. Frank continued, and until someone can explain to me how that security system was accessed, then I'm going to have to explore the avenues that make the most sense to me. He continued to look at her.
He had spent the past day finding out everything he could about Wanda Broom. It was a fairly average story except for one twist. She was 44 years old, twice divorced with 2 grown children. She lived in the servants' wing with the rest of the in-house staff. About 4 miles away, her mother, aged 81, lived in a modest, somewhat run-down home, existing comfortably on Social Security and her husband's railroad pension. Broom had been employed by the Sullivans, as she said, for about a year, which was what initially had drawn Frank's attention. She was by far the newest member of the house's staff. That in itself didn't mean much, but by all accounts, Sullivan treated his help very well. And there was something to be said for the loyalty of long-standing, well-paid employees. Wanda Broom looked like she could be very loyal too. The question was to whom? The twist was that Wanda Broom had spent some time in prison, more than 20 years ago, for embezzlement when she had worked as a bookkeeper for a doctor in Pittsburgh. The other servants were squeaky clean, so she was capable of breaking the law, and she had spent time on the inside. Her name back then had been Wanda Jackson. She had divorced Jackson when she got out, or rather, he had dropped her. There was no record of arrest since then, with the name change and the conviction far in the past. If the Sullivans had done a background check, they might not have turned up anything, or maybe they didn't care. From all sources, Wanda Broom had been an honest, hard-working citizen these last 20 years. Frank wondered what had changed that. "Is there anything you can remember or think of that might help me, Wanda?" Frank tried to look as innocent as possible, opening his notebook and pretending to jot down some notes. If she were the inside person, the one thing he didn't want was Wanda running back to Rogers, which would result in his going even further underground. On the other hand, if he could get her to crumble, then she just might jump sides. He envisioned her dusting the entrance hall. It would have been so easy to apply that chemical to the cloth, then casually brush it against the security panel. It would all look so natural. No one, even staring directly at her while she did it, would have given it a thought, just a conscientious servant doing her job. Then sneaking down when everyone was asleep, a quick sweep of the light and her part was done. Technically, she would probably be an accomplice to murder, since homicide was a reasonably likely result when you burglarize someone's home. But Frank was far less interested in sending Wanda Broom away for a large portion of the rest of her life than he was in bagging the trigger man. The woman sitting across from him had not concocted this plan, he believed. She had played a role, a small, albeit important role. Frank wanted the master of ceremonies. He would get the Commonwealth's attorney to cut a deal with Wanda to accomplish that goal. Wanda? Frank leaned across the table and earnestly took one of her hands. "Can you think of anything else? Anything that will help me catch the person who murdered your friend?" Frank finally received a small shake of the head in return, and he leaned back. He hadn't expected much on this go-round, but he had made his point. The wall was beginning to crumble. She wouldn't warn the guy. Frank was certain of that. He was getting to Wanda Broom little by little. As he would discover, he had already gone too far. Chapter 14. Jack threw his carry-on into the corner, tossed his overcoat on the sofa, and fought the impulse to pass out right there on the carpet. Ukraine and back in 5 days had been a killer. The 7-hour time difference had been bad enough, but for someone closing in on octogenarian status, Walter Sullivan had been indefatigable. They had been whisked through the security checkpoints with the alacrity and respect Sullivan's wealth and reputation commanded. From that point forward, a series of endless meetings had commenced. They toured manufacturing facilities, mining operations, office buildings, hospitals, and then had been taken to dinner and gotten drunk with the mayor of Kiev. The president of Ukraine had received them on the second day, and Sullivan had him eating out of his hand within the hour. Capitalism and entrepreneurship were respected above all else in the liberated republic, and Sullivan was a capitalist with a capital C. Everyone wanted to talk to him, shake his hand, as if some of his money-making magic would rub off on them, producing untold wealth in a very short time. The result had been more than they could have hoped for, as the Ukrainians fell in line on the business deal with glowing praise for its vision. The pitch for dollars for nukes would come later at the appropriate time. Such an asset, an unnecessary asset that could be turned into liquidity. Sullivan's retrofitted 747 had flown nonstop from Kiev to BWI, and his limo had just dropped Jack off. He made his way into the kitchen. The only thing in the fridge was soured milk. The Ukrainian food had been good, but was heavy, and after the first couple of days he only picked at his meals. And there had been way too much booze. Apparently business could not be conducted without it. He rubbed his head, tussling with sleep deprivation of massive proportion. In fact, he was too tired to sleep. But he was hungry. He checked his watch. His internal clock said it was almost 8 a.m. His watch proclaimed that it was well after midnight. While D.C. was not the Big Apple in its ability to cater to any appetite or interest, no matter the time of day or night, there were a few places where Jack could get some decent food on a weeknight, despite the lateness of the hour. As he struggled into his overcoat, the phone rang. The machine was on. Jack started to go out, then hesitated. He listened to the perfunctory message, followed by the beep. Jack? A voice swarmed up on him, from out of the past, like a ball held under water until it's free and explodes to the surface. He snatched up the phone. Luther, the restaurant, was hardly more than a hole in the wall, which made it one of Jack's favorites. Any reasonable concoction of food could be gotten there at any time, day or night. It was a place that Jennifer Baldwin would never set foot inside, and one that he and Kate had frequented. A short time ago, the results of that comparison would have disturbed him, but he had made up his mind, and he didn't intend on revisiting the question. Life was not perfect, and you could spend your entire life waiting for that perfection. He was not going to do that. Jack wolfed down scrambled eggs, bacon, and 4 pieces of toast. The fresh coffee burned his throat going down. After 5 days of instant Java and bottled water, it tasted wonderful. Jack looked across at Luther, who sipped on his coffee and alternated between looking out the dirty plate glass window onto the dark street and passing his eye around the small, grimy interior. Jack put his coffee down. "You look tired. So do you, Jack? I've been out of the country." "Me too." That explained the condition of the yard and the mail. A needless worry. Jack pushed the plate away and waved for a refill on his coffee. "I went by your place the other day. Why was that?" Jack had expected the question. Luther Whitney had never taken anything other than the direct approach. But anticipation was one thing, having a ready answer another. Jack shrugged. "I don't know. Just wanted to see you, I guess. It's been a while." Luther nodded agreement. "You seen Kate again?" Jack swallowed a mouthful of coffee before answering. His temples started to throb. "No. Why? I thought I saw you two together a while back." "We sort of ran into each other, that's all." Jack couldn't tell exactly, but Luther looked upset with that answer. He noticed Jack watching him closely, then smiled. "Used to be, you were the only way I could find out if my little girl was doing okay. You were my pipeline of information, Jack. You ever consider just talking to her directly, Luther? You know, that might be worth a shot. The years are going by." Luther waved the suggestion off and stared out the window again. Jack looked him over. The face was leaner than usual, the eyes puffy. There were more wrinkles on the forehead and around the eyes than Jack remembered. But it had been 4 years. Luther was at the age now where the onslaught of age hit you quickly. Deterioration was more and more evident every day. He caught himself staring into Luther's eyes. Those eyes had always fascinated Jack. Deep green and large like a woman's. They were supremely confident eyes, like you see on pilots, an infinite calmness about life in general. Nothing rattled them. Jack had seen happiness in those eyes when he and Kate announced their engagement, but more often he had seen sadness, and yet right beneath the surface, Jack saw 2 things he had never seen in Luther Whitney's eyes before. He saw fear, and he saw hatred, and he wasn't sure which one bothered him the most. "Luther, are you in trouble?" Luther took out his wallet, and despite Jack's protests, paid for the food. "Let's take a walk." A taxi-cab ride took them to the mall, and they walked in silence to a bench across from the Smithsonian Castle. The chilly night air settled in on them, and Jack pulled up the collar of his coat. Jack sat while Luther stood and lit a cigarette. "That's new." Jack looked at the smoke curving up slowly in the clear night air. "At my age, who gives a shit?" Luther flung the match down and buried it in the dirt with his foot. He sat down. "Jack, I want you to do me a favor." "Okay. You haven't heard the favor yet." Luther suddenly stood up. "You mind walking? My joints are getting stiff." They had passed the Washington Monument and were headed toward the Capitol when Luther broke the silence. "I'm in kind of a jam, Jack. It's not so bad now, but I got a feeling it's going to get worse, and that might happen sooner rather than later." Luther didn't look at him. He seemed to be staring ahead at the massive dome of the Capitol. "I'm not sure how things are going to play out right now, but if it goes the way I think it's going to go, then I'm going to need a lawyer. And I want you, Jack. I don't want no bullshitter, and I don't want no baby lawyer. You're the best defense lawyer I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of them up close and personal. I don't do that anymore, Luther. I push paper, do deals." It struck Jack at that moment that he was more a businessman than a lawyer. That thought was not an especially pleasing one. Luther did not seem to hear him. "It won't be a freebie, I'll pay you." But I want someone I can trust, and you're the only one I trust, Jack. Luther stopped walking and turned to the younger man, waiting for an answer.
Luther, you want to tell me what's going on?
Luther shook his head vigorously. Not unless I have to. That wouldn't do you or anybody else any good. He stared at Jack intently until it made him uncomfortable. I gotta tell you, Jack, if you're my lawyer on this, it's gonna get kinda hairy. What do you mean? I mean, people could get hurt on this one, Jack. Really hurt, like not coming back hurt. Jack stopped walking. If you've got some guys like that on your butt, it might be better to cut a deal now, get immunity, and disappear in a witness protection program. Lots of people do. It's not an original idea. Luther laughed out loud. Laughed until he choked and ended up doubled over, coughing up the little that was in his stomach. Jack helped him back up. He could feel the older man's limbs trembling. He did not realize they were trembling with rage. This outburst was so out of character for the man that Jack felt his flesh crawl. He realized he was perspiring despite watching his breath produce small clouds in the late-night chill. Luther composed himself. He took a deep breath and looked almost embarrassed.
Thanks for the advice. Send me a bill. I gotta go. Where the hell are you going? I want to know what's going on, Luther. If something should happen to me, goddammit, Luther, I'm growing real tired of this cloak and dagger shit.
Luther's eyes became slits. The confidence suddenly returned with a touch of ferocity. Everything I do is for a reason, Jack. If I'm not telling you the whole scoop now, you better believe it's for a goddamned good reason. You may not understand it now, but the way I'm doing it is to keep you as safe as I can. I wouldn't be involving you at all, except I needed to know if you'd go to bat for me when and if I needed you. Because if you won't, forget this conversation ever happened and forget you ever knew me. You can't be serious. Serious as shit, Jack. The men stood looking at each other. The trees behind Luther's head had shed most of their leaves. Their bare branches reached to the skies, like bursts of dark lightning frozen in place. I'll be there, Luther! Luther's hand swiftly settled into Jack's, and the next minute Luther Whitney disappeared into the shadows. The cab dropped Jack off in front of the apartment building. The payphone was right across the street. He paused for a moment, gathering energy and the nerve he would need for what he was about to do. Hello, the voice was full of sleep. Kate? Jack counted the seconds until her mind cleared and identified the voice. Jesus Christ, Jack, do you know what time it is? Can I come over? No, you cannot come over. I thought we had settled all of this. He paused, steeled himself. It's not about that. He paused again. It's about your father. The extended silence was difficult to interpret. What about him? The tone was not as cold as he would have thought. He's in trouble. Now the familiar tone returned. So?
Why the hell does that still surprise you? I mean, he's in serious trouble. He just proceeded to scare the living shit out of me without really telling me anything.
Jack, it's late and whatever my father is involved in. Kate, he was scared. I mean, really scared. So scared he threw up. Again there was a long pause. Jack tracked her mental processes as she thought about the man they both knew so well. Luther Whitney scared? That didn't make sense. His line of work necessarily demanded someone with steel nerves. Not a violent person, his entire adult life had been spent right on the edge of danger. She was terse. Where are you? Right across the street. Jack looked up as he saw a slender figure move to a window of the building and look out. He waved. The door opened to Jack's knock, and he saw her retreating into the kitchen, where he heard a pot clattering, water being poured, and the gas on the stove being lit. He looked around the room and then stood just inside the front door, feeling a little foolish. A minute later, she walked back in. She had on a thick bathrobe that ended at her ankles. She was barefoot. Jack found himself staring at her feet. She followed his gaze and then looked at him. He jolted back. How's the ankle? Looks fine. He smiled. She frowned and said tersely, It's late, Jack. What about him? He moved into the tiny living room and sat down. She sat across from him. He called me up a couple hours ago. We grabbed some food at that little dive next to Eastern Market and then started walking. He told me he needed a favor, that he was in trouble, serious trouble with some people who could do some permanent damage to him. Real permanent. The tea kettle started whistling. She jumped up. He watched her go. The sight of her perfectly shaped derriere outlined against the bathrobe, bringing back a flood of memories he wished would just leave him the hell alone. She came back with 2 cups of tea. What was the favor? She sipped her tea. Jack left his where it was. He said he needed a lawyer. He might need a lawyer, although things might turn out so he wouldn't. He wanted me to be that lawyer. She put her tea down. Is that it? Isn't that enough? Maybe for an honest, respectable person, but not for him. My God, Kate, the man was scared. I've never seen him scared before, have you? I've seen all I need to see of him. He chose his lifestyle, and now, apparently, it's catching up to him. He's your father, for Chris' sakes. Jack, I don't want to have this conversation. She started to get up. What if something happens to him? Then what? She looked at him coldly. Then it happens. That's not my problem. Jack got up and started to leave. Then he turned back, his face red with anger. I'll tell you how the funeral service goes. On second thought, what the hell would you care? I'll just make sure you get a copy of the death certificate for your scrapbook. He didn't know she could move that quickly, but he would feel the slap for about a week, like someone had poured acid across his cheek. A truer description than he realized at the moment. How dare you? Her eyes blazed at him as he slowly rubbed his face. Then the tears erupted from her with so much force that they spilled onto the front of the robe. He said quietly, as calmly as he could, Don't shoot the messenger, Kate. I told Luther, and I'm telling you, life is way too short for this crap. I lost both my parents a long time ago. Okay, you have reasons for not liking the guy. Fine, that's up to you. But the old man loves you and cares about you, and regardless of how you think he's screwed up your life, you have to respect that love. That's my advice to you. Take it or leave it. He moved toward the door, but she again got there before him. You don't know anything about it. Fine. I don't know anything about it. Go back to bed. I'm sure you'll fall right asleep. Nothing important on your mind. She grabbed his coat with such force that she jerked him around, even though he outweighed her by 80 pounds. I was 2 years old when he went to prison for the last time. I was 9 when he got out. Do you understand the incredible shame of a little girl whose dad is in prison, whose dad steals other people's property for a living? When you had show and tell at school, and the one kid's dad is a doctor, and another's is a truck driver, and it comes to your turn, and the teacher looks down and tells the class that Katie's dad had to go away because he did something bad, and then she'd skip to the next kid. He was never there for us. Never. Mom worried sick about him all the time. But she always kept the faith, right up until the end. She made it easy for him. She finally divorced him, Kate, Jack gently reminded her, only because that was the only choice she had left. And right when she was just getting her life turned around, she finds a lump in her breast, and in 6 months she's gone. Kate leaned back against the wall. She looked so tired, it was painful to witness. And you know what the really crazy thing is? She never once stopped loving him, after all the incredible shit he put her through. Kate shook her head, having a hard time believing the words she had just spoken. She looked up at Jack, her chin trembling slightly. But that's okay. I have enough hate for both of us. She stared at him, a mixture of pride and righteousness on her features. Jack didn't know if it was the complete exhaustion he was feeling, or the fact that for so many years what he was about to say had been pent up inside him. Years of watching the charade, and brushing it aside in favor of the beauty and vivaciousness of the woman across from him. His vision of perfection.
Is that your idea of justice, Kate?
Enough hate balanced against enough love, and everything equals out. She stepped back. What are you talking about? He moved forward as she continued to retreat into the small room. I've listened to this goddamned martyrdom of yours until I'm sick of it. You think you're some perfect defender of the hurt and victimized. Nothing comes above that. Not you, not me, not your father. The only reason you're out there prosecuting every sonophobist that comes into your sights is because your father hurt you. Every time you convict somebody, that's another nail in your old man's heart. Her hand flew to his face. He caught it, gripped it. Your whole adult life has been spent getting back at him for all the wrongs, for all the hurt, for never being there for you. He squeezed her hand until he heard her gasp. Did you ever once stop to think that maybe you were never there for him? He let go of her hand as she stood there staring at him, a look on her face he had never seen before. Do you understand that Luther loves you so much that he's never tried to contact you? Never tried to be a part of your life, because he knows that's how you want it. His only child living a few miles away from him, and he's completely cut out of her life. Did you ever think about how he feels? Did your hate ever let you do that? She didn't answer. Don't you ever wonder why your mother loved him? Is your picture of Luther Whitney so goddamn distorted that you can't see why she loved him? He grabbed her shoulders, shook her. Does your goddamned hatred ever let you be compassionate? Does it ever let you love anything, Kate? He pushed her away. She stumbled backward, her eyes locked on his face. He hesitated for a moment. The fact is, lady, you don't deserve him.
He paused and then decided to finish. You don't deserve to be loved. In one furious instant, her teeth gnashed, her face contorted into rage. She screamed and flew at him, hammering her fists into his chest, slapping his face. He felt none of her blows as the tears slid down her cheeks. Her assault stopped as quickly as it started. Her arms like lid, they clutched at his coat, holding on. That's when the heaves started, and she sank to the floor, the tears bursting from her, the sobs echoing through the tiny space. He lifted her up and placed her gently on the couch. He knelt beside her, letting her cry, and she did so for a long time, her body repeatedly tensing and then going limp until he felt himself growing weak, his hands clammy. He finally wrapped his arms around her, laid his chest against her side. Her thin fingers clutched tightly to his coat as both their bodies shook together for a long time. When it was over, she sat up slowly, her face red, splotchy. Jack stepped back. She refused to look at him. "Get out, Jack! Kate, get out!" Despite her scream, the voice was fragile, battered. She covered her face in her hands. He turned and walked out the door. As he headed down the street, he turned to look at her building. Her silhouette was framed in the window, looking out, but she wasn't looking at him. She was looking for something. He wasn't sure what. Probably she didn't even know. As he continued to watch, she turned from the window. A few moments later, the light in her apartment went out. Jack wiped at his eyes, turned and walked slowly down the street, heading home after one of the longest days he could ever remember. God damn it, how long? Seth Frank stood next to the car. It was not quite 8 in the morning. The young Fairfax County patrolman didn't know the significance of the event and was startled by the detective's outburst. "We found her about an hour ago. An early morning jogger saw the car, called it in." Frank walked around the car and peered in from the passenger side. The face was peaceful, much different from the last corpse he had viewed. The long hair was undone, streamed down the sides of the car seat and flowed across the floorboard. Wanda Broom looked like she was asleep. 3 hours later, the crime scene investigation was completed. 4 pills had been found on the car seat. The autopsy would confirm that Wanda Broom had died from a massive overdose of digitalis, from a prescription she had filled for her mother, but obviously had never delivered. She had been dead for about 2 hours when her body was discovered on the secluded dirt path that ran around a 5-acre pond about 8 miles from the Sullivan place just over the county line. The only other piece of tangible evidence was in a plastic bag that Frank was carrying back to headquarters after getting the okay from his sister jurisdiction. The note was on a piece of paper, torn from a spiral ring notepad. The handwriting was a woman's, flowing and embellished. Wanda's last words had been a desperate plea for redemption. A shriek of guilt and 4 words, "I'm so sorry." Frank drove on past the rapidly fading foliage and misty swamp that paralleled the winding back road. He had fucked that one up royally. He never would have figured the woman for a suicide candidate. Wanda Broom's history pegged her as a survivor. Frank couldn't help but feel sorry for the woman, but also raged at her stupidity. He could have gotten her a deal, a sweetheart deal. Then he reflected on the fact that his instincts had been right on one count. Wanda Broom had been a very loyal person. She had been loyal to Christine Sullivan and could not live with the guilt that she had contributed, however unintentionally, to her death. An understandable, if regrettable, reaction. But with her gone, Frank's best and perhaps only opportunity to land the big fish had just died too. The memory of Wanda Broom faded into the background as he focused on how to bring to justice a man who had now caused the death of 2 women. Damn, tar, was it today? Jack looked at his client in the reception area of Patton, Shaw. The man looked as out of place as a junkyard mutt at a dog show, 10:30. It's 11:15 now. Does that mean I get 45 minutes free? By the way, you look like hell. Jack looked down at his rumpled suit and put a hand through his unkempt hair. His internal clock was still on Ukraine time, and a sleepless night had not helped his appearance. Believe me, I look much better than I feel. The 2 men shook hands.
Tar had dressed up for the meeting, which meant his jeans didn't have holes in them, and he wore socks with his tennis shoes. The corduroy jacket was a relic from the early 1970s, and the hair was its usual tangle of curls and mats. Hey, we can do it another day, Jack, me. I understand hangovers. Not when you got all dressed up. Come on back. All I need is some grub. I'll take you to lunch and won't even bill you for the tab. As the men walked down the hallway, Lucinda, prim and proper in keeping with the firm's image, breathed a sigh of relief. More than one Patton Shaw partner had walked through her turf with absolute horror on their face at the sight of Tar Crimson. Memos would fly this week. I'm sorry, Tar. I'm running on about 12 cylinders lately. Jack tossed his overcoat over a chair and settled down miserably behind a stack of pink message slips about 6 inches high on his desk. Out of the country, so I heard, hope it was someplace fun. It wasn't. How's business? Booming. Pretty soon you might be able to call me a legitimate client, make your partner's stomachs feel a lot better when they see me sitting in the lobby. Screw 'em, Tar. You pay your bills.
Better to be a big client and pay some of your bills than a teeny client who pays all of his, Jack smiled. You got us all figured out, don't you?
Hey man, you've seen one algorithm. You've seen 'em all. Jack opened Tar's file and perused it quickly. We'll have your new S-Corp set up by tomorrow. Delaware Incorporation with a qualification in the district, right? Tar nodded. How are you planning on capitalizing it? Tar pulled out a legal pad. I've got the list of potentials. Same as the last deal. Do I get a reduced rate? Tar smiled. He liked Jack, but business was business. Yeah, this time you won't pay for the learning curve of an overpriced and underinformed associate. Both men smiled. I'll cut the bill to the bone, Tar, just like always. What's the new company for, by the way? Got the inside track on some new technology for surveillance work. Jack looked up from his notes. Surveillance? That's a little off the mark for you, isn't it?
Hey, you gotta go with the flow. Corporate business is down. But when one market dries up, being the good entrepreneur that I am, I look around for other opportunities. Surveillance for the private sector has always been hot. Now the new twist is Big Brother in the law enforcement arena. That's ironic for somebody who got thrown in jail in every major city in the country during the 1960s. Hey, those causes were good ones, but we all grow up. How does it work? 2 ways.
First, low-level orbit satellites are downlinked to Metropolitan Police tracking stations. The birds have pre-programmed sweep sectors. They spot trouble, and they send an almost instantaneous signal to the tracking station, giving precise incident information. It's real time for the cops. The second method involves placing military-style surveillance equipment, sensors, and tracking devices on top of telephone poles or underground with surface sensors on the outside of buildings. Their exact locations will be classified, of course, but they'll be deployed in the worst crime areas. If something starts to go down, they'll call in the cavalry. Jack shook his head. I can think of a few civil rights that might be trampled. Tell me about it, but it's effective until the bad guys move. Kinda hard to outrun a satellite, Jack. Jack shook his head and turned back to his file. Hey, how are the wedding plans coming? Jack looked up.
I don't know. I try to keep out of the way.
Tar laughed. Shit, Julie and I had a total of $20 to get married on, including the honeymoon. We got a justice of the peace for $10, bought a case of Michelob with the rest, and rode the Harley down to Miami and slept on the beach. Had a hell of a good time. Jack smiled, shook his head. I think the Baldwins have something a little more formal in mind, although your way sounds like a lot more fun to me. Tar looked at him quizzically, remembering something. Hey, whatever happened to that gal you were dating when you were defending the criminal elements of this fair city? Kate, right? Jack looked down at his desk. We decided to go our separate ways, he said quietly. Huh, I always thought you two made a nice-looking couple. Jack looked across at him, licked his lips, and then closed his eyes for a moment before answering. Well, sometimes looks can be deceiving. Tar studied his face.
You sure?
I'm sure. After lunch and finishing up some overdue work, Jack returned half of his phone messages and decided to leave the rest until the following day. Looking out the window, he turned his thoughts fully to Luther Whitney. What he could be involved in, Jack could only guess. The most puzzling aspect was that Luther was a loner in private life and with his work. Back when he was with the PD, Jack had checked on some of Luther's priors. He worked alone, even on the cases where he hadn't been arrested, but had been questioned. There was never an issue of more than one person involved. Then, who could these other people be? A fence Luther had somehow ripped off, but Luther had been in the business much too long to do something like that. It wasn't worth it. His victim, perhaps? Maybe they couldn't prove Luther had committed the crime, but nevertheless held a vendetta against him. But who held that sort of grudge for getting burglarized? Jack could understand if someone had been hurt or killed, but Luther was not capable of that. He sat down at a small conference table and thought back for a moment to the night before with Kate. It had been the most painful experience of his life, even more so than when Kate had left him, but he had said what needed to be said. He rubbed his eyes. At this moment in his life, the Whitneys weren't especially welcome, but he had promised Luther. Why had he done that? He loosened his tie. At some point he would have to draw the line, or cut the cord, if only for his own mental well-being. Now he was hoping that his promised favor would never come due. He went down and got a soda from the kitchen, sat back down at his desk, and finished up the bills for last month. The firm was invoicing Boycing Baldwin Enterprises, roughly $300,000 a month, and the work was accelerating. While Jack had been gone, Jennifer had sent over 2 new matters that would occupy a regiment of associates for about 6 months. Jack quickly calculated his profit sharing for the quarter and whistled under his breath when he got an approximate. It was almost too easy. Things were really improving between Jennifer and him. His brain told him not to screw that up. The organ in the center of his chest wasn't so sure, but he was thinking that his brain should start taking command of his life. It wasn't that their relationship had changed. It was only that his expectation of that relationship had. Was that a compromise on his part? Probably. But who said you could manage to get through life without compromise? Kate Whitney had tried, and look what it had gotten her. He phoned Jennifer's office, but she wasn't there, gone for the day. He checked his watch, 5:30. When she wasn't traveling, Jennifer Baldwin rarely left the office before 8. Jack looked at his calendar. She was in town the whole week. When he had tried her from the airport last night, there had been no answer either. He hoped nothing was wrong. As he was contemplating leaving and heading over to her house, Dan Kirkson popped his head in. "Could I trouble you for a minute, Jack?" Jack hesitated. The little man and his bow ties irritated Jack, and he knew exactly why. Deferential as hell, Kirkson would have treated Jack like a piece of manure had he not controlled millions in business. On top of that, Jack knew that Kirkson desperately wanted to treat him like a piece of shit anyway, and he hoped to accomplish that goal one day. "I was thinking about heading out. I've been hitting it pretty heavy lately." "I know." Kirkson smiled. "The whole firm's been talking about it. Sandy, better watch out. By all accounts, Walter Sullivan is very enamored with you." Jack smiled to himself. Lord was the only person whom Kirkson wanted to kick in the ass more than Jack. Lord without Sullivan would be vulnerable. Jack could read all those thoughts as they passed behind the spectacles of the firm's managing partner. "I don't think Sandy has anything to worry about." "Of course not. It'll just take a few minutes." Conference room number 1. Kirkson disappeared as quickly as he had appeared. What the hell was all this about, Jack wondered. He grabbed his coat and walked down the hallway. As he passed a couple of fellow associates in the hallway, they gave him sidelong glances that only increased his puzzlement. The sliding doors to the conference room were closed, which was unusual unless something was going on inside. Jack slid back one of the thick doors. The dark room confronting him exploded into bright light, and Jack looked on in amazement as the party came into focus. The banner on the far wall said it all. "Congratulations, partner." Lord presided over the lavish affair of drinks and an expensive catered spread. Jennifer was there, along with her father and mother. "I am so proud of you, sweetie." She had already consumed several drinks, and her soft eyes and gentle caresses told Jack things would only get better later that night. "Well, we can thank your dad for this partnership." Lover. If you weren't doing a good job, Daddy would cut you loose in a New York minute. Give yourself some credit. "You think Sandy Lord and Walter Sullivan are easy to please, honey? You pleased Walter Sullivan, stunned him even, and there's only a handful of attorneys who have ever done that." Jack swallowed the rest of his drink and contemplated that statement. It sounded plausible. He had scored big with Sullivan, and who was to say Ransom Baldwin wouldn't have taken his business elsewhere if Jack hadn't been up to the task. "Maybe you're right. Of course I'm right, Jack. If this firm were a football team, you'd be MVP or Rookie of the Year. Maybe both." Jennifer took another drink and slid her arm around Jack's waist. "And on top of that, you can now afford to support me in the lifestyle I've grown accustomed to." She pinched his arm. Grown accustomed to. Right? Try from birth. They stole a quick kiss. You'd better mingle, superstar. She pushed him away and went in search of her parents. Jack looked around. Every person in this room was a millionaire. He was easily the poorest of them all, but his prospects probably surpassed all of theirs. His base income had just quadrupled. His profit sharing for the year would easily be double that. It occurred to him that he too was now, technically, a millionaire. Who would have thought it? When 4 years ago, $1 million seemed to be more money than existed on the planet. He had not entered law to become rich. He had spent years working as hard as he ever had for what amounted to pennies. But he was entitled now, wasn't he? This was the typical American dream, wasn't it? But what was it about that dream that made you feel guilty when you finally attained it? He felt a big arm around his shoulder. He turned to look at Sandy Lord, red eyes and all staring at him. Surprised the hell out of you, didn't we? Jack had to agree with that. Sandy's breath was a mixture of hard liquor and roast beef. It reminded Jack of their very first encounter at Fillmore's, not a pleasant memory. He subtly distanced himself from his intoxicated partner. Look around this room, Jack. There's not a person here, with the possible exception of yours truly, who wouldn't love to be in your shoes. It seems a little overwhelming. It happened so fast. Jack was more talking to himself than to Lord. Hell, these things always do. For the fortunate few, wham, 0 to the top in seconds. Improbable success is just that, improbable. But that's what makes it so damn satisfying. By the way, let me shake your hand for taking such good care of Walter. Pleasure, Sandy. I like the man. By the way, I'm having a little get-together at my place on Saturday. Some people are going to be there you should meet. See if you can persuade your extremely attractive significant other to attend. She might find some marketing opportunities. Girl's a natural hustler, just like her daddy. Jack shook the hand of every partner in the place, some more than once. By 9 o'clock, he and Jennifer were headed home in her company limo. By 1 o'clock, they had already made love twice. By 1:30, Jennifer was sound asleep. Jack wasn't. He stood by the window looking out at the few stray snowflakes that had started to fall. An early winter storm system had settled in over the area, although accumulations were not supposed to be significant. Jack's thoughts were not on the weather, however. He looked over at Jennifer. She was dressed in a silk nightgown, nestled between satin sheets in a bed the size of his apartment's bedroom. He looked up at his old friends, the Murals. Their new place was supposed to be ready by Christmas, although the very proper Baldwin family would never allow patent cohabitation until the vows were exchanged. The interiors were being redone under the sharp eye of his fiancée to suit their individual tastes and to boldly cast their own personal statement, whatever the hell that meant. As he studied the medieval faces on the ceiling, it occurred to Jack that they were probably laughing at him. He had just made partner in the most prestigious firm in town, was the toast of some of the most influential people you could imagine. Every one of them eager to advance his already meteoric career even further. He had it all, from the beautiful princess to the rich, old father-in-law to the how-load, if utterly ruthless mentor, to serious bucks in the bank. With an army of the powerful right behind him, and a truly limitless future, Jack never felt more alone than he did that night. And despite all his willpower, his thoughts continually turned to an old, frightened, and angry man, and his emotionally spent daughter. With those twin beauties swirling in his head, he silently watched the gentle fall of snowflakes until the softened edges of daybreak greeted him. The old woman watched through the dusty Venetian blinds that covered the living room window as the dark sedan pulled into her driveway. The arthritis in both grossly swollen knees made getting up difficult, much less trying to move herself around. Her back was permanently bent, and the lungs were dense and unforgiving after 50 years of tar and nicotine bombardment. She was counting down to the end. Her body had carried her about as far as it could, longer than her daughters had. She fingered a letter that she kept in the pocket of her old pink dressing gown that failed to completely cover the red, blistered ankles. She figured they would show up sooner or later. After Wanda had come back from the police station, she knew it was a matter of time before something like this happened. The tears welled up in her eyes as she thought back to the last few weeks. It was my fault, Mama. Her daughter had sat in the tiny kitchen where, as a little girl, she had helped her mother bake cookies and can tomatoes and string beans harvested from the strip of garden out back. She had repeated those words over and over as she slumped forward on the table, her body convulsing with every word. Edwina had tried to reason with her daughter, but she was not eloquent enough to dent the shroud of guilt that surrounded the slender woman who had started life as a roly-poly baby with thick dark hair and horseshoe legs. She had shown Wanda the letter, but it had done no good. It was beyond the old woman to make her child understand. Now she was gone, and the police had come, and now Edwina had to do the right thing. And at 81 and God-fearing, Edwina was going to lie to the police, which was to her the only thing she could do.
I'm sorry about your daughter, Mrs. Broom.
Frank's words rang sincere to the old woman's ears. A trickle of a tear slipped down the deep crevices of her aged face. The note Wanda had left behind was given to Edwina Broom, and she looked at it through a thick magnifying glass that lay on the table within easy reach. She looked at the earnest face of the detective. I can't imagine what she was thinking when she wrote this. You understand that a robbery took place at the Sullivan home? That Christine Sullivan was murdered by whoever it was that broke in? I heard that on the television right after it happened. That was terrible, terrible. Did your daughter ever talk to you about the incident? Well, of course she did. She was so upset by it all. She and Mrs. Sullivan got along real well it broke her up.
Why do you think she took her own life?
If I could tell you, I would. She let that ambiguous statement hang in front of Frank's face until he folded the paper back up.
Did your daughter tell you anything about her work that might shed some light on the murder?
No, she liked her job pretty much. They treated her real well from what she said. Living in that big house, that's real nice.
Mrs. Broom, I understand that Wanda was in trouble with the law a while back.
A long while back, Detective. A long while back. And she lived a good life since then. Edwina Broom's eyes had narrowed, her lips set in a firm line, as she stared down Seth Frank. I'm sure she did, Frank added quickly. Did Wanda bring anyone by to see you in the last few months? Someone you didn't know, perhaps? Edwina shook her head. That much was the truth. Frank eyed her for a long moment. The cataract-filled eyes stared straight back at him.
I understand your daughter was out of the country when the incident happened. Went down to that island with the Sullivans. They go every year, I'm told, but Mrs. Sullivan didn't go. I suppose not, since she was murdered up here while they were down there, Detective. Frank almost smiled. This old lady wasn't nearly as dumb as she was making out to be. You wouldn't have any idea why Mrs. Sullivan didn't go, something Wanda might have told you?
Edwina shook her head, stroked a silver and white cat that jumped up on her lap. Well, thank you for talking to me. Again, I'm sorry about your daughter. Thank you, I am too. Very sorry. As she wrenched herself up to see him to the door, the letter fell out of her pocket. Her weary heart skipped a beat as Frank bent down, picked it up without glancing at it, and handed it to her. She watched him pull out of the driveway. She slowly eased herself back down in the chair by the fireplace and unfolded the letter. It was in a man's hand, she knew well. I didn't do it, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you who did for Edwina Broom. That was all she needed to know. Luther Whitney had been a friend for a long time, and had only broken into that house because of Wanda. If the police caught up to him, it would not be with her assistance, and what her friend had asked her to do, she would.
God help her! It was the only decent thing she could do. Seth, Frank, and Bill Burton shook hands and sat down. They were in Frank's office and the sun was barely up. I appreciate your seeing me, Seth. It is a little unusual. Damn unusual, if you ask me. Burton grinned.
Mind if I light one up? How about I join you? Both men pulled out their packs. Burton bent his match forward as he settled back in his chair. I've been with the service a long time, and this is a first for me.
But I can understand it. Old Man Sullivan is one of the president's best friends, helped get him started in politics, a real mentor. They both go way back. Just between you and me, I don't think the president actually wants us to do much more than give an impression of involvement. We are in no way looking to step on your toes. Not that you have jurisdiction to do that anyway. Exactly, Seth. Exactly. Hell, I was a state trooper for 8 years. I know how police investigations go. The last thing you need is somebody else looking over your goddamn shoulder. The worriness started to fade from Frank's eyes. An ex-state trooper turned Secret Service agent. This guy was really a career law enforcement person. In Frank's book, you didn't get much better than that. So what's your proposal? I see my role as an information pipeline to the president. Something breaks, you give me a call, and I'll fill in the president. Then when he sees Walter Sullivan, he can speak intelligently about the case. Believe me, it's not all smoke and mirrors. The president is genuinely concerned about the case. Burton smiled inwardly. And no interference from the feds. No second guessing? Hell, I'm not the FBI. It's not a federal case. Look at me as the civilian emissary of a VIP. Not much more than a professional courtesy, really. Frank looked around his office as he slowly absorbed the situation. Burton followed that gaze and tried to size up Frank as precisely as possible. Burton had known many detectives. Most had average capabilities, which coupled with an exponentially increasing caseload resulted in a very low arrest and much lower conviction rate. But he had checked out Seth Frank. The guy was former NYPD with a string of citations a mile long. Since his coming to Middleton County, there had not been one unsolved homicide. Not one. It was a rural county, to be sure, but a 100% solve rate was still pretty impressive. All those facts made Burton very comfortable. For although the president had requested that Burton keep in contact with the police in order to fulfill his pledge to Sullivan, Burton had his own reason for wanting access to the investigation. If something breaks really fast, I might not be able to apprise you right away.
I'm not asking for miracles, Seth. Just a little info when you get a chance, that's all. Burton stood up, crushing out his cigarette. We got a deal? I'll do my best, Bill. A man can't ask for more than that. So you got any leads? Seth Frank shrugged. Maybe, might peter out. You never know. You know how that goes? Tell me about it. Burton started to leave and then looked back.
Hey, as some quid pro quo, if you need any red tape cut during your investigation, access to databases, stuff like that, you let me know, and your request gets a top priority. Here's my number. Frank took the offered card. I appreciate that, Bill. 2 hours. Later, Seth Frank lifted up his phone and nothing happened. No dial tone, no outside line. The phone company was called. An hour later, Seth Frank again picked up his phone and the dial tone was there. The system was fixed. The phone closet was kept locked at all times, but even if someone had been able to look inside, the massive lines and other equipment would have been indecipherable to the layperson. Not that the police force ordinarily worried about someone tapping their lines. Bill Burton's lines of communication were open now, a lot wider than Seth Frank had ever dreamed they would be. Chapter 15, I think it's a mistake, Allen. I think we should be distancing ourselves, not trying to take over the investigation. Russell stood next to the president's desk in the Oval Office. Richmond was seated at the desk, going over some recent healthcare legislation, a quagmire to say the least, and not one he planned to expend much political capital on before the election. Gloria, get with the program, will you? Richmond was preoccupied. Well ahead in the polls, he thought the gap should be even greater. His anticipated opponent, Henry Jacobs, was short and not particularly good-looking or a great speaker. His sole claim to fame was 30 years of toiling on behalf of the country's indigent and less fortunate. Consequently, he was a walking media disaster. In the age of sound bites and photo ops, being able to look and talk a big game was an absolute necessity. Jacobs was not even the best among a very weak group that had seen its two leading candidates knocked out over assorted scandals, sexually based and otherwise, all of which made Richmond wonder why his 32-point lead in the polls wasn't 50. He finally turned to look at his chief of staff. Look, I promised Sullivan I'd keep on top of it. I said that to a goddamn national audience that got me a dozen points in the polls that apparently your well-oiled re-election team can't improve upon. Do I need to go out and start a war to get the polls where they should be? Alan, the election's in the bag. We both know that. But we have to play not to lose. We have to be careful. That person is still out there. What if he's caught? Exasperated, Richmond stood up. Will you forget him? If you'd stop to think about it for a second, the fact that I have closely associated myself with the case takes away the only possible shred of credibility the guy might have had. If I hadn't publicly proclaimed my interests, some nosy reporter might have pricked up his ears at an allegation that the president was somehow involved in the death of Christine Sullivan. But now that I've told the nation that I'm mad and determined to bring the perpetrator to justice, if the allegation is made, people will think the guy saw me on TV and he's a wacko. Russell sat down in a chair. The problem was Richmond didn't have all the facts. If he knew about the letter opener, would he have taken these same steps? If he knew about the note and photo Russell had received? She was withholding information from her boss, information that could ruin both of them, absolutely and completely. A.S. Russell walked down the hallway back to her office. She didn't notice Bill Burton staring at her from a passageway. The look was not one of affection, not anywhere close, stupid bitch. From where he was standing, he could have popped 3 slugs into the back of her head. No sweat. His talk with Colin had cleared up the picture completely. If he had called the police that night, there would have been trouble, but not for him and Colin. The president and his skirted sidekick would have taken all the heat. The woman had snookered him, and now he was barely hanging on the edge of all that he had worked for, sweated for, taken bullets for. He knew far better than Russell what they were all confronted with, and it was because of that knowledge that he had made his decision. It had not been an easy one, but it was the only one he could make. It was the reason he had visited Seth Frank, and it was also the reason he had had the detective's phone line tapped. Burton knew his course of action was probably a long shot, but they were all well outside the range of guarantees of any kind. Now, you just had to go with the cards you had and hope Lady Luck would smile on you at some point. Again, Burton shook with anger at the position the woman had put him in. The decision her stupidity had caused him to make. It was all he could do not to run down the stairs and break her neck. But he promised himself one thing. If he lived to do nothing else, he would ensure that this woman would suffer. He would rip her from the safe confines of her power career and hurl her right into the shit of reality, and he would enjoy every minute of it. Gloria Roussel checked her hair and lipstick in the mirror. She knew she was acting like a damned love-struck teenager. But there was something so naive and yet so masculine about Tim Collin that it was actually starting to distract her attention from her work, something that had never happened before, but it was a historical fact that men in power positions usually got some action on the side. Not an ardent feminist, Russell saw nothing wrong with emulating her male counterparts. As she saw it, it was just another perk of the position. As she slipped out of her dress and underwear and into her most transparent nightgown, she kept reminding herself of why she was seducing the younger man. She needed him for 2 reasons. One, he knew about her blunder with the letter opener, and she needed absolute assurance that he'd keep quiet about that. And, second, she needed his help to get that piece of evidence back. Compelling, rational reasons, and yet tonight, like all the nights before, they were the furthest things from her mind. At that moment, she felt she could fuck Tim Collin every night for the rest of her life, and never tire of the feelings that flooded through her body after each encounter. Her brain could rationalize 1,000 reasons why she should stop, but the remainder of her body was, for once, not listening. The knock on the door came a little early. She finished primping her hair, quickly checked her makeup again, and then awkwardly slipped into her heels as she hurried down the hallway. She opened the front door, and it felt like someone had plunged a knife between her breasts.
What the hell are you doing here?
Burton put one foot inside the half-open door and one massive hand against the door itself.
We need to talk.
Russell unconsciously checked behind him for the man she had expected to make love to her tonight. Burton noted the glance. Sorry, lover boy ain't coming, Chief. She tried to slam the door closed, but couldn't budge the 240-pound Burton an inch. With maddening ease, he pushed open the door and went inside, shutting the door behind him. He stood in the entranceway, looking at the Chief of Staff, who was now desperately trying to understand what he was doing there. At the same time, she was trying to cover up strategic parts of her anatomy. She was not succeeding with either. Get out, Burton! How dare you come barging in here?
You're through. Burton moved past her into the living room, barely brushing against her as he walked by. Either we talk here, or we talk someplace else. It's up to you. She followed him into the living room. What the hell are you talking about? I told you to get out. You're forgetting your place in the official hierarchy, aren't you? He turned to face her. You always answer the door dressed like that. He could understand Colin's interest. The nightgown did nothing to hide the Chief of Staff's voluptuous figure. Who would have thought? He might have been aroused despite 24 years with the same woman and 4 children spawned from that marriage, except for the fact that he was absolutely repulsed by the half-naked woman standing across from him. Go to hell. Go straight to hell, Burton. That's probably where we're all going to end up. So why don't you go get on some clothes and then we're going to talk and then I'll leave.
But until then, I ain't going anywhere. Do you realize what you're doing? I can crush you.
Right. He pulled out the photos from his jacket pocket and tossed them down on the table. Russell tried to ignore them, but finally picked them up. She steadied her trembling legs by placing a hand on top of a table.
You and Colin make a beautiful couple. You really do. I don't think the media will lose sight of that fact. Might make for an interesting movie of the week. What do you think?
Chief of Staff gets brains screwed out by young Secret Service agent. You could call it the fuck herd round the world. That's catchy, don't you think? She slapped him as hard as she had ever slapped anyone. Pain shot through her arm. It had been like hitting a piece of wood. Burton took her hand and twisted it sideways until she screamed. Listen, lady, I know every fucking thing that's going on here. Everything. The letter opener. Who's got it? Most importantly, how he got it. And now this recent correspondence from our little larcenous voyeur. Now, any way you cut it, we got us a big problem. And seeing that you've screwed everything up from the get-go, I think a change of command is in order. Now go get out of the hooker clothes and come back in here. If you want me to save your horny little ass, you'll do exactly what I tell you to do. Do you understand? Because if you don't, then I suggest we go have a little chat with the president. It's up to you, Chief. Burton spat out the last word, communicating unequivocally his absolute disgust with her. Burton slowly let go of her arm but still towered over her like a mountain. His massive bulk seemed to block out her ability to think. Russell gingerly rubbed her arm and almost timidly looked up at him as the hopelessness of her situation started to sink in. She went immediately to the bathroom and threw up. It seemed like she was spending an increasing amount of her time doing that. The cold water on her face finally started to work through the throes of nausea until she was able to sit up and then walk slowly to her bedroom. Her head spinning, she changed into long pants and a thick sweater, dropping the negligee on the bed, too ashamed to even look at it as the garment floated down. Her dreams for a night of pleasure shattered with terrifying abruptness. She replaced her red stilettos with a pair of brown flats. Patting her cheeks down as she sensed the rush of blood there, she felt like she had just been caught by her father with a boy's hands far up her dress. That event had actually occurred in her life and probably contributed to her absolute focus on her career to the detriment of everything else. So embarrassed had she been by the entire episode. Her father had called her a whore and beaten her so badly that she had missed a week of school. She had prayed her entire life that she would never feel such embarrassment again. Until tonight, that prayer had been answered. She forced herself to breathe regularly, and when she went back into the living room, she noted that Burton had taken his jacket off and a pot of coffee sat on the table. She eyed the thick holster with its deadly occupant. Cream and sugar, right? She managed to meet his gaze. Yes. He poured out the coffee, and she sat down across from him. She looked down at her cup.
How much did T.I. Colin tell you? About the two of you?
Nothing, really. He's not the kind of guy who would. I think he's fallen for you pretty hard. You fucked with his head and his heart.
Nice going.
You don't understand anything, do you? She almost exploded out of her chair. Burton was maddeningly calm. I understand this much. We're about 1 inch from the edge of the cliff and where we're headed. I can't even see the bottom. Frankly, I don't give a shit who you're sleeping with. That's not why I'm here. Russell sat back down and forced herself to drink the coffee. Her stomach started to finally settle down. Burton leaned across and held her arm as gently as he could. Look, Ms. Russell, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit and tell you I'm here because I think the world of you and I want to get you out of a jam, and you don't have to pretend to love me either. But the way I look at it, like it or not, we're in this thing together. And the only way I see us making it through is to work as a team. That's the deal I'm offering. Burton sat back and watched her. Russell put down her coffee and dabbed a napkin against her lips. All right. Burton immediately leaned forward. Just to recount, the letter opener still has both the president's and Christine Sullivan's prints on it. And their blood, correct? Yes. Any prosecutor would be salivating for that thing. We've got to get it back. We'll buy it. He wants to sell it. The next communication will tell us how much. Burton shocked her for the second time. He tossed the envelope across. The guy's savvy, but at some point he has to tell us a drop point. Russell took out the letter and read it. The writing was block print as before. The message was brief. Coordinate is coming soon. Recommend advanced steps be taken for financial backing. For such prime property suggest mid-7 figures. Would suggest consequences of default be considered thoroughly. Respond via post-personals if interested. He's got quite a writing style, doesn't he? Succinct, but he gets his point across. Burton poured another cup of coffee. Then he tossed across another photograph of what Russell was desperately hoping to retrieve. He sure likes to tease, doesn't he, Ms. Russell? At least it sounds like he's ready to deal. We're talking some big bucks. You prepared for that? Let me worry about that piece, Burton. Money won't be the problem. Her arrogance was returning just in time. Probably not, he agreed. By the way, why the hell didn't you let Colin wipe that thing clean? I don't have to answer that. No, actually you don't, Madam President. Russell and Burton actually smiled at each other. Maybe she had been wrong. Burton was a pain in her ass, but he was cunning and careful. She realized now that she needed those qualities more than Colin's gallant naivete, even if it was accompanied by a fresh, hard body.
There's one more piece to the puzzle, Chief, and that is, when it comes time to kill this guy, are you going to get squeamish on me?
Russell choked on her coffee, and Burton had to literally pound her on the back until she started breathing normally again. I guess that answers that. What the hell are you talking about? Burton killing him. You still don't understand what's going on here, do you? I thought you were some brilliant professor somewhere.
Ivory towers ain't what they used to be, I guess. Or maybe you need a little dose of common sense. Let me explain this real simply for you. This guy was an eyewitness to the president trying to murder Christine Sullivan. Sullivan trying to return the favor, and me and Colin doing our job and taking her out before the president gets stuck like a side of beef. An eyewitness, remember that term?
Before I found out about this little piece of evidence you left behind, I figured our asses were cooked anyway. Guy leaks the story somehow, some way, and it snowballs from there. Some things we just can't explain, right? But nothing happens, and I figure maybe we all got lucky, and this guy is too afraid to come forward. Now I find out about this blackmail shit, and I ask myself, what does that mean? Burton looked questioningly at Russell. She answered, "It means he wants money in exchange for the letter opener. It's his lottery." What else could it mean, Burton? Burton shook his head. No, it means this guy is fucking with us, playing mind games. It means we got an eyewitness out there who's getting a little daring, a little adventurous. On top of that, it took a real professional to crack the Sullivan nest, so this guy is not the type who's going to scare too easily. So, if we get back the letter opener, aren't we home free? Russell was dimly beginning to see what Burton was getting at, but it still wasn't clear. If he doesn't keep photos of it, which might end up on the front page of the Post any day now, an enlarged photo of the president's palm print on a letter opener that came from Christine Sullivan's bedroom on page 1. Probably make for an interesting series of articles, grounds enough for the papers to start digging around. Even the slightest hint of a connection between the president and Sullivan's murder, and it's over. Sure, we can argue the guy's a wacko, and the picture's a clever forgery, and maybe we'll succeed, but one of those photos showing up at the Post doesn't concern me half as much as our other problem.
Which is?
Russell sat forward now, her voice low, almost husky, as something terrible was beginning to dawn on her. You seem to have forgotten that this guy saw everything we did that night. Everything what we were wearing. Everybody's name, how we wiped the place clean, which I'm sure the police are still scratching their heads over. He can tell them how we arrived and how we left. He can tell them to check the president's arm for traces of a knife wound. He can tell them how we dug one slug out of the wall and where we were standing when we fired. He can tell them everything they want to know. And when he does, they'll at first think he knows all about the crime scene because he was there and was actually the trigger man. But then the cops will start to realize that this was more than a one-man show. They'll wonder how he knows all this other stuff, some of which he couldn't have made up and which they can verify. They'll begin to wonder about all those little details that just don't make sense but that this guy can explain. Russell stood up and went over to the bar and poured herself a scotch. She poured one for Burton, too. She thought about what Burton had said. The man had seen everything, including her and an unconscious president having sex. Miserable. She pushed the thought from her mind. Why would he come forward after he'd been paid off? Who says he actually has to come forward? Remember, like you said that night, he could do it from a distance. Loaf all the way to the bank and take down an administration. Hell, he can write it all down and fax it to the cops. They'll have to investigate it, and who's to say they won't find something? If they got any physical evidence from that bedroom, hair root, saliva, seminal fluid, all they need is a body to match it against. Before there was no reason for them to look our way, but now, who the hell knows? You get a DNA match against Richmond. We're dead. Dead. And so what if the guy never comes forward voluntarily? The detective on the case is no bonehead, and my gut tells me that, given time, he's going to find the son of a bitch. And a guy looking at life in prison, or maybe the ultimate penalty, will talk his head off. Believe me, I've seen it happen too many times. Russell felt a sudden chill. What Burton said made absolute sense. The president had sounded so convincing. Neither of them had even considered this line. Besides, I don't know about you, but I don't plan on spending the rest of my life looking over my shoulder waiting for that shoe to drop. But how can we find him? It amused Burton that the chief of staff had fallen in with his plans without much argument. The value of life apparently did not mean much to this woman when her personal well-being was threatened. He hadn't expected less. Before I knew about the letters, I thought we had no chance. But with blackmail, at some point, you gotta have the payoff, and then he's vulnerable. But he'll just ask for a wire transfer. If what you say is true, this guy's too smart to be looking for a bag of money in a dumpster, and we won't know where the letter opener will be until long after he's gone. Maybe, maybe not. You let me worry about that. What is imperative is that you string the guy along just a bit. If he wants the deal done in 2 days, you make it 4. Whatever you put in the personals, make it sincere. I'll leave that up to you, Professor, but you've got to buy me some time. Burton got up. She grabbed his arm. What are you going to do? The less you know about it, the better, but you do understand that if the whole thing blows up, we all go down, including the president? There's nothing at this point I could or would do to prevent that. As far as I'm concerned, you both deserve it. You don't sugarcoat things, do you?
Never found it useful.
He put on his coat. By the way, you realize that Richmond beat Christine Sullivan up bad, don't you? From the autopsy report, it looks like he tried to turn her neck into a spaghetti loop. So I understand. Is that important to know? You don't have any children, do you? Russell shook her head.
I've got 4. 2 daughters, not much younger than Christine Sullivan. As a parent, you think about things like that, loved ones getting messed up by some asshole like that.
Just wanted you to know the kind of guy our boss is. That is, if he ever gets frisky, you might want to think twice.
He left her sitting in the living room, contemplating her wrecked life. As he climbed into his car, he took a moment to light a cigarette. Burton had spent the last few days reviewing the preceding 20 years of his life. The price being paid to preserve those years was heading into the stratosphere. Was it worth it? Was he prepared to pay it? He could go to the cops. Tell them everything. His career would be over, of course. The police could get him on obstruction of justice, conspiracy to commit murder, maybe some bullshit manslaughter charge for popping Christine Sullivan, and other assorted nickel and dime stuff. It would all add up, though. Even cutting a deal, he was going to do some serious time. But he could do the time. He could also endure the scandal. All the shit the papers would write, he'd go down in history as a criminal. He'd be inextricably linked to the notoriously corrupt Richmond administration, and yet he could take that if it came to it. What the hard-as-rock Bill Burton could not take was the look in his children's eyes. He would never again see pride and love, and the absolute and complete trust that their daddy, this big hulk of a man, was indisputably one of the good guys. That was something that was too tough even for him. Those were the thoughts that had been racing through Burton's head ever since his talk with Colin. A part of him wished he hadn't asked, that he had never found out about the blackmail attempt, because that had given him an opportunity. And opportunities were always accompanied by choices. Burton had finally made his. He wasn't proud of it. If things worked out according to plan, he would do his best to forget it had ever happened. If things didn't work out, well, that was just too bad. But if he went down, so would everyone else. That thought triggered another idea. Burton reached across and popped open the car's glove compartment. He pulled out a mini-cassette recorder and a handful of tapes. He looked back up at the house as he puffed on his cigarette. He put the car in gear. As he passed Gloria Russell's house, he figured the lights there would remain on for a long time. Chapter 16. Laura Simon had just about given up hope of finding it. The exterior and interior of the van had been minutely dusted and then fumed for prints. A special laser from the state police headquarters in Richmond had even been brought up, but every time they found a match, it was someone else's prints, someone they could account for. She knew Pettis's prints by heart now. He was unfortunate enough to have all arches, one of the rarest of fingerprint compositions, as well as a tiny scar on his thumb that had in fact led to his arrest years earlier for grand theft auto. Perps with scars across their fingertips were an ident tech's best friend. Budzinski's prints had shown up once because he'd stuck his finger in a solvent and then pressed it against a piece of plywood kept in the back of the van. A print as perfect as if she had fingerprinted him herself. All told, she had found 53 prints, but none were of any use to her. She sat in the middle of the van and glumly looked around its interior. She had gone over every spot where a print could reasonably be expected to exist. She had hit every nook and cranny of the vehicle with the handheld laser and was running out of ideas where else to look. For the 20th time, she went through the motions of men loading the truck, driving it. The rearview mirror was an ideal spot for Prince, moving the equipment, lifting the bottles of cleaners, dragging the hoses, opening and closing the doors. The difficulty of her task was increased by the fact that Prince tended to disappear over time, depending on the surface containing them and the surrounding climate. Wet and warm were the best preservatives, dry and cool, the worst. She opened the glove compartment and went through the contents again. Every item had already been inventoried and dusted. She idly flipped through the van's maintenance log. Purplish stains on the paper reminded her that the lab's stock of ninhydrin was low. The pages were well worn, although the van had had very few breakdowns the 3 years it had been in commission. Apparently, the company believed in a rigorous maintenance program. Each entry was carefully noted, initialed and dated. The company had its own in-house maintenance crew. As she scanned the pages, one entry caught her eye. All the other entries had been initialed by either a G. Henry or an H. Thomas, both mechanics employed by Metro. This entry had J.P. initialed beside it. Jerome Pettis, the entry indicated that the van had run low on oil and a couple of quarts had been added. All that was terribly unexciting, except that the date was the day the Sullivan place had been cleaned. Simon's breathing accelerated slightly as she crossed her fingers and got out of the van. She popped the hood and began looking at the engine. She shone her light around, and within a minute she found it. An oily thumbprint that preened back at her from the side of the windshield washer fluid reservoir, where someone would naturally rest their hand when they were applying leverage to open or close the oil cap. And a glance told her it wasn't Pettis's. Nor was it either of the two mechanics. She grabbed a file card with Budizinski's prints on it. She was 99% sure they weren't his, and she turned out to be right. She carefully dusted and lifted the print, filled out a card, and nearly ran the entire way to Frank's office. She found him with his hat and overcoat on, which he quickly removed. "You're shitting me, Laura. You want to check with Pettis to see if he remembers Rogers adding the oil that day?" Frank called the cleaning company, but Pettis had already gone for the night. Calls to his home went unanswered. Simon looked at the lift card like it was the most precious jewel in the world. "Forget it. I'll run it through our files. Stay all night if I have to. We can get Fairfax to access the state police AFIS. Our damn terminal's still down." Simon was referring to the automated fingerprint tens of millions of criminal print cards on file. Frank's chances of a hit were measurably increased. After depositing the print with FBI technicians who had clear instructions that this assignment was to be moved to as near the top of the pile as possible, Burton and Frank stood outside in the hallway, nervously sipping coffee. "This is going to take a little while, Seth. The computer's going to kick out a bunch of probables. The techs will still have to make the ident manually. I'll hang out and let you know as soon as a match comes back." Frank checked his watch. His youngest was in a school play that started in 40 minutes. Her role was only that of a vegetable, but was right now the most important thing on earth to his little girl. "You sure? Just leave me a number where I can reach you." Frank did so and hurried out. The print could turn out to be nothing, a gas station attendant, but something told Frank that was not the case. Christine Sullivan had been dead a while now. Trails that cold usually stayed as cold as the victim resting 6 feet under, the longest 6 feet any of them would ever have to face. But a cold trail had suddenly turned blazing hot. Whether it would flicker out remained to be seen. For now, Frank was going to enjoy the warmth. He smiled, and not just at the thought of his 6-year-old running around dressed as a cucumber. Burton stared after him, smiling for a very different reason. The FBI used a sensitivity and reliability factor in excess of 90% when processing latents through the AFIS. That meant that no more than 2 probables, and most likely only one, would be kicked out of the system. In addition, Burton had obtained a higher priority for the search than he had told Frank, all of which gained Burton time, precious time. Later that night, Burton stared down at a name that was totally unfamiliar to him. Luther Albert Whitney, DOB 8/5/29. His social security number was also listed. The first 3 digits were 179, indicating it had been issued in Pennsylvania. Whitney's physical description was given as 5'8", $160, with a 2-inch scar on his left forearm that comported with Pettis's description of Rogers. Using NCIC's III, Interstate Identification Index database, Burton had also gotten a good snapshot of the man's past. The report listed 3 prior felony convictions for burglary. Whitney had records in 3 different states. He had done lengthy time, last coming out of prison in the mid-1970s. Nothing since then, at least nothing the authorities knew about. Burton had known men like that before. They were career guys who just kept getting better and better at their chosen profession. He was betting Whitney was one of those types. One hitch. The last known address was in New York and was almost 20 years old. Taking the point of least resistance, Burton walked down the hallway to a phone cubicle and grabbed up all the phone books for the area. He tried D.C. first. Surprisingly, it was a blank. Northern Virginia was next. There were 3 Luther Whitneys listed. His next phone call went to the Virginia State Police, where he had a longtime contact. Division of Motor Vehicles records were accessed by computer. 2 of the Luther Whitneys were 23 and 85 years old, respectively. However, Luther Whitney of 1645 East Washington Avenue, Arlington, had been born on August 5, 1929, and his Social Security number used in Virginia as the driver's license number confirmed that he was the man. But was he Rogers? There was one way to find out. Burton pulled out his notebook. Frank had been very courteous in letting Burton go through the investigation file. The phone rang 3 times, and then Jerome Pettis answered, vaguely identifying himself as being with Frank's office. Burton asked the question. 5 long seconds followed while Burton tried to keep his nerves intact as he listened to the shallow breathing of the man on the other end of the line. The response was worth the short wait. Damn, that's right. Engine almost locked up. Somebody had left the oil cap loose, got Rogers to do it because he was sitting on the case of oil we carry in the back. Burton thanked him and hung up. He checked his watch. He still had time before he would have to leave Frank the message. Despite the mounting evidence, Burton still couldn't be absolutely certain Whitney had been the guy in the vault. But Burton's gut told him Whitney was the man, and although there was no way in hell Luther Whitney would have gone anywhere near his house after the murder, Burton wanted to get a better feel for the guy and maybe get some indication of where he'd gone. And the best way to do that was to check out where he lived before the cops did. He walked as quickly as he could to his car. The weather had turned wet and cold again as Mother Nature toyed with the most powerful city on Earth. The wipers flapped relentlessly across the windshield. Kate didn't exactly know why she was there. She had visited the place exactly once in all these years, and on that occasion she had sat out in the car while Jack had gone in to see him. To tell him that he and Luther's only child were getting married. Jack had insisted, despite her maintaining that the man wouldn't care. Apparently he had. He had come out on the front porch and looked at her, smiling, an awkward thrust to his body that proclaimed his hesitation in approaching her. Wanting to congratulate but not knowing exactly how, given their peculiar circumstances. He had shaken Jack's hand, pounded him on the back, then looked over at her as if for approval. She had resolutely looked away, arms folded, until Jack had climbed back in and they had driven off. She had caught the reflection of the small figure in the side mirror as they pulled away. He looked much smaller than she remembered, almost tiny. In her mind, her father would forever represent an enormous monolith of all that she resented and feared in the world, that filled all space around it and dragged one's breath away with its sheer, overpowering bulk. That creature obviously never existed, but she refused to admit that fact. But while she had not wanted to deal with that image ever again, she could not look away. For more than a minute, as the car gathered speed, her eyes dipped into the reflection of the man who had given her life, and then taken it and her mother's away with brutal finality. As the car pulled away, he had continued to look at her, a mixture of sadness and resignation on his features that had surprised her. But she had rationalized it away as another of his tricks to make her feel guilty. She could not attribute benign qualities to any of his actions. He was a thief. He had no regard for the law. A barbarian in a civilized society. There was no possible room in his shell for sincerity. Then they had turned the corner and his image had disappeared, like it had been on a string and was suddenly pulled away. Kate pulled into the driveway. The house was pitch dark. As she sat there, her headlights reflected off the rear of the car parked in front of her, and the glare hurt her eyes. She switched off the lights, took a deep breath to steady her nerves, and climbed out into the cold and wetness. The previous snowfall had been light, and what little residue there was crunched under her feet as she made her way up to the front door. The temperature promised icy conditions developing overnight. She placed one hand against the side of his car to balance herself as she walked. Despite not expecting to find her father home, she had washed and styled her hair, was encased in one of her suits normally reserved for court, and had actually applied more than a dab of makeup. She was successful in her own way, and if chance brought them face to face, she wanted him to realize that despite his maltreatment, she had not only survived, she had flourished. The key was still where Jack had told her it was so many years ago. It had always seemed ironic to her that a consummate burglar should leave his own property so accessible. As she unlocked the door and slowly went inside, she did not notice the car that had pulled to a stop on the other side of the street, or the driver who watched her intently, and who was already writing down her license plate number. The house had the built-up, musty odor of a long-abandoned place. She had occasionally imagined what the place would look like on the inside. She had figured it to be neat and orderly, and she was not disappointed. In the darkness, she sat down in a chair in the living room, not realizing it was her father's favorite, and totally unaware that Luther had unconsciously done the same thing when he had visited her apartment. The photo was on the mantel. It must have been almost 30 years old. Kate, held in her mother's arms, was swaddled from head to toe, a few wisps of tar-colored hair visible from under the pink bonnet. She had been born with a remarkably thick head of hair. Her father, calm-faced and wearing a snap brim, was standing next to mother and daughter, his muscular hand touching Kate's tiny outstretched fingers. Kate's mother had kept that same photo on her dressing table until her death. Kate had thrown it away the day of the funeral, cursing the intimacy between father and daughter that the image displayed. She had hurled it away right after her father had come by the house where she had exploded at him with a fury. An outburst that became more and more out of control since its target did not respond, did not fight back, but stood there and accepted the barrage. And the quieter he had become, the more angry she became, until she had slapped him with both hands, until others had pulled her away and held her down. And only then did her father put his hat back on, lay the flowers he had brought down on the table, and, with an inflamed face from her pounding and water-filled eyes, he had walked out the door, closing it quietly behind him. And it occurred to Kate, as she sat in her father's chair, that he too had been grieving that day. Grieving for a woman he had presumably loved for a good portion of his life, and who certainly had loved him. She felt a catch in her throat, and rushed to forestall it with pressure from her fingers. She got up and moved through the house, peering cautiously into each room and then backing away, growing more and more nervous as she penetrated further and further into her father's domain. The bedroom door was ajar, and she finally decided to push it open all the way. As she moved into the room, she risked turning on a light, and as her eyes adjusted to the exit from darkness, they fell upon the nightstand, and she drew nearer, finally sitting down on the bed. The collection of photographs was, in essence, a small shrine to her. From the earliest age upward, her life was retold here. Each night as her father went to sleep, the last thing he saw was her. But what shocked her the most were the photos from later in life. Her graduation from college and law school. Her father had certainly not been invited to these events, but they were recorded here. None of the photos were posed. She was either walking or waving to someone, or just standing there, obviously unaware of the camera's presence. She moved on to the last photo. She was walking down the steps of the Alexandria courthouse. Her first day in court, nervous as hell. A petty misdemeanor case, General District Court, Mickey Mouse stuff, but the big smile on her face proclaimed nothing less than absolute victory. And she wondered how in the world she had never seen him, and then she wondered if she had but just would not admit it. Her immediate reaction was anger. Her father had been spying on her all these years, all those special moments of her life. He had violated them, violated her with his uninvited presence. Her second reaction was more subtle, and as she felt it rising through her, she abruptly jumped up from the bed and turned to flee the room. That's when she thudded right into the big man standing there. "Again, I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to startle." "You startle me? You scared the living hell out of me?" Kate sat on the side of the bed, trying to regain her nerves, to stop shaking, but the chill in the house didn't help. "Excuse me, but why is the Secret Service interested in my father?" She looked at Bill Burton with something akin to fear in her eyes. At least he read it as fear. He had watched her in the bedroom, swiftly gauging her motives, her intent from her subtle body movements, a skill he had spent years developing, scanning endless crowds for the one or two true dangers that might be lurking there. His conclusions, estranged daughter and father, she had finally come looking for him. Things started to add up, and maybe in a very positive way for his purposes. "We're not really, Miss Whitney, but the police in Middleton County sure as hell are." "Middleton? Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you've read about the Christine Sullivan homicide." He let that statement hang out there to test her reaction. He got the expected one, complete disbelief. You think my father had something to do with that? It was a legitimately asked question, and not one framed particularly defensively. Burton deemed that significant, and another positive for his plan, which had been forming the minute he'd laid eyes on her. The detective in charge of the case does. Apparently, your father, as part of a carpet cleaning crew, and using a false name, was in the Sullivans' house a short time before the murder. Kate caught her breath. Her father cleaning carpets? Of course he had been casing the place, figuring its weaknesses just like before. Nothing had changed. But murder? I can't believe he killed that woman. Right. But you can believe he was trying to burgle that house, can't you, Miss Whitney? I mean, this isn't the first time, is it? Or the second? Kate looked down at her hands. Finally, she shook her head. People change, ma'am. I don't know how close you've been to your father lately. Burton noted the small but discernible jerk in her expression. But the evidence is pretty strong that he was involved somehow, and the woman is dead.
You've probably gotten a conviction on less evidence than that.
Kate looked at him suspiciously. How do you know about me?
I see a woman sneaking into the house of a man the police are looking for. I do what any law enforcement officer would do. I ran your license plate. Your reputation precedes you, Miss Whitney. The state police think the world of you. She looked around the room. He's not here. It doesn't look like he's been here for a while. Yes, ma'am, I know.
You wouldn't happen to know where he is, would you? He hasn't tried to contact you or anything. Kate thought of Jack and his late-night visitor. No, the answer was quick, a little too quick for Burton's taste. It'll be better if he turns himself in, Miss Whitney. You get some trigger-happy beat cop out there. Burton expressively raised his eyebrows. I don't know where he is, Mr. Burton. My father and we haven't been close. For a long time. But you're here now, and you knew where he kept the spare key. Her voice rose an octave. This is the first time I've stepped foot in this house. Burton scrutinized her expression and decided she was telling the truth. Her unfamiliarity with the house had already led him pretty much to that conclusion, and also that she and her father were estranged. Is there any way you can get in touch with him? Why, I really don't want to get involved in this, Mr. Burton.
Well, I'm afraid you already are to a degree. It'd be better if you'd cooperate.
Kate slung her purse over her arm and stood up. Listen, Agent Burton, you can't bluff me. I've been in the business too long. If the police want to waste their time questioning me, I'm in the phone book. The government phone book under Commonwealth's attorney. See you around. She headed for the door. Miss Whitney? She whirled round, ready for some verbal sparring. Secret Service or not, she wasn't going to take any crap from this guy. If your father committed a crime, then he should be tried by a jury of his peers and convicted. If he's innocent, he goes free. That's how the system's supposed to work. You know that better than I do. Kate was about to respond when her eye caught the photos. Her first day in court, it seemed a century ago, and was, in a lot more ways than she could ever admit to herself. That smile, the pie in the sky dreams everybody starts with, nothing less than perfection, the only goal. She had dropped back to earth a long time ago. Whatever barbed remark she was going to come back with had just escaped her, lost in the smile of a pretty young woman with a lot she wanted to do with her life. Bill Burton watched her turn and leave. He looked over at the photos and then back at the empty doorway. Chapter 17, How Sheldon'd Have Fucking Vooned That, Bill. You said you were not going to interfere in the investigation. Hell, I ought to throw your keister right in jail. That'd go over real well with your boss. Seth Frank slammed his desk drawer and stood up, eyes blazing at the big man. Bill Burton stopped pacing and sat down. He had expected to take some lumps over this one. You're right, Seth, but Jesus, I was a cop for a long time. You were unavailable. I go over there just to reconnoiter the place. I see some skirts slipping in.
What would you have done?
Frank didn't answer. Look, Seth, you can kick me in the ass, but I'm telling you, friend, this woman is our ace up the sleeve. With her, we can nail this guy. Frank's tensed face relaxed, his anger subsiding.
What are you talking about? The girl is his daughter, his friggin' daughter, in fact, his only child. Luther Whitney is a 3-time loser, a career crim, who's apparently gotten better with age. His wife finally divorced him, right? Couldn't take it anymore.
Then, when she starts to get her life in order, she dies from breast cancer. He paused. Seth Frank was all attention now. Go on. Kate Whitney is devastated by her mother's death, her father's betrayal as she sees it, so devastated that she totally breaks off from him. Not only that, she goes to law school and then goes to work as an assistant Commonwealth's attorney, where she has the reputation of being one hard-ass prosecutor, especially for property-related crimes. Burglary, theft, robbery. She goes for the max on all those guys, and usually gets it, I might add. Where the hell did you get all that info? A few well-placed phone calls. People like to talk about other people's misery. It makes them feel their own life is somehow better when it usually isn't. So where does all this family turmoil get us? Seth, look at the possibilities here. This girl hates her old man. Hates with a capital H underscored. So you want to use her to get to him. If they're estranged that badly, how do we do it? That's the twist. By all accounts, all the hate and misery is on her side. Not his. He loves her. Loves her more than anything else. He's got a goddamned shrine to her in his bedroom. I'm telling you, the guy is ripe for this. If, and it's still a big if in my mind, if she's willing to cooperate, how does she get in touch with him? He sure as hell isn't going to be hanging around his phone at home. No, but I bet he checks in for messages. You should see his house. This guy is very orderly, everything in its place, bills probably paid ahead of time, and he's got no idea we're on his ass. Not yet anyway. He probably checks his machine once or twice a day, just in case. So she leaves him a message, arranges a meeting, and we nail him. Burton stood back up, flushed 2 cigarettes from his pack, and flipped one over to Frank. They both took a moment to light up. Personally, that's how I see it going down, Seth. Unless you got a better idea. We still have to convince her to do it. From what you said, she didn't seem too willing. I think you need to talk to her. Without me there. Maybe I came down a little too hard on her. I have a tendency to do that. I'll hit it first thing in the morning. Frank put on his hat and coat and then paused. Look, I didn't mean to jump all over your butt, Bill. Burton grinned. Sure you did. I would have done the same thing if I were you. I appreciate the assistance anytime. Seth started to walk out. Hey, Seth, little favor to an old fart ex-cop. What's that? Let me in on the kill. I wouldn't mind seeing his face when the hammer comes down. You got it. I'll call you after I talk to her. This cop's going home to his family. You should do the same, Bill. After I finish this smoke, I'm out of here. Frank left. Burton sat down, slowly finished his cigarette, then drowned it out in a half cup of coffee. He could have withheld Whitney's name from Seth Frank, told him there had been no match by the FBI, but that was too dangerous a game to play. If Frank ever found out, and the detective could, through a myriad of independent channels, Burton would be stone cold dead. Nothing could explain that deception other than the truth, which wasn't an option. Besides, Burton needed Frank to know Whitney's identity. The Secret Service agent's plan all along was to have the detective hunt the ex-con down. Find him, yes. Arrest him, no. Burton stood up, put on his coat. Luther Whitney. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong people. Well, if it were any solace, he wouldn't see it coming. He'd never even hear the shot. He'd be dead before the synapses could fire the impulse to his brain. Those were the brakes. Sometimes they went for you and sometimes against you. Now, if he could only think of a way to leave the president and his chief of staff high and dry, he would have done a good day's work. But that one, he was afraid, was beyond even him. Colin parked his car down the street. The few remaining multicolored leaves gently cascaded down on him, nudged along by the breeze that lazily made its way past. He was dressed casually, jeans, cotton pullover, and leather jacket. There was no bulge under his jacket. His hair was still damp from a hasty shower. His bare ankles protruded from his loafers. He looked like he should be heading to the college library for a late-night study session or hitting the party circuit after playing in the Saturday afternoon football game. As he made his way up to the house, he started getting nervous. It had surprised him, her phone call. She had sounded normal. There was no strain, no anger in her voice. Burton said she had taken it pretty well, considering. But he knew how abrasive Burton could be, and that was why he was worried. Letting him keep Colin's appointment with the lady probably was not the smartest thing Colin had ever done. But the stakes were high. Burton had made him see that. The door opened to his knock, and he walked in. As he turned, the door closed, and she was standing there, smiling, dressed in a sheer white negligee that was too short and too tight everywhere that counted. She stood tiptoe in her bare feet to kiss him gently on the lips. Then she took his hand and led him into the bedroom. She motioned for him to lie down on the bed. Standing in front of him, she undid the straps holding up the flimsy garment and let it drop to the floor. Next, her underwear slid down her legs. He started to rise up, but she gently pushed him back down. She slowly climbed on top of him, running her fingers through his hair. She slid a hand down to his erection and nicked at it through his jeans with the tip of her fingernail. He almost screamed as the confines of his pants became too painful. Again he tried to touch her, but she held him down. She slid his belt off and then undid his pants. They dropped to the floor. Next, she freed his explosion of flesh. It sprung up at her, and she cradled it between her legs, squeezing it tightly between her thighs. She dipped her mouth down to his and then nestled her lips against his ear. "Tim, you want me, don't you? You want to fuck me so bad, don't you?" He groaned and clutched at her buttocks, but she quickly moved his hands away. "Don't you? Yes, I wanted you so bad too the other night." And then he showed up.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
We talked, and I know, he told me, that you didn't say anything about us, that you were a gentleman. That part was none of his business. That's right, Tim. It was none of his business, and now you want to fuck me, don't you? Jesus Christ. Yes, Gloria, of course I do. So bad it hurts. It's killing me. It's goddamn killing me. You feel so good, Tim. God, you feel so good? Just wait, baby, just wait. You don't know what good is. I know, Tim. All I seem to think about is making love to you. You know that, don't you?
Yes. Colin was in so much pain. Now his eyes watered. She licked at the drops, amused. And you're sure you want me? You're absolutely sure? Yes. Colin felt it before his mind actually registered the fact like a blast of cold air. Get out. The words were spoken slowly, deliberately, as though practiced a number of times to get just the right tone, the correct inflection, the speaker savoring each syllable.
She climbed off him, taking care to apply enough force to his erection that he gasped for breath. Gloria, his jeans hit him in the face as he lay there. When he pulled them away and sat up, her body was covered in a thick, full-length robe. "Get out of my house, Colin, now!" He dressed quickly, embarrassed as she stood there watching him. She followed him to the front door, and as it opened and he stepped across the portal, she abruptly pushed him through and then slammed it behind him. He looked back for a moment, wondering if she were laughing or crying behind the door, or maybe displaying any emotion at all. He hadn't meant to hurt her. He had clearly embarrassed her. He shouldn't have done it that way. She had certainly paid him back for that embarrassment, bringing him to the threshold like that, manipulating him like some laboratory experiment, and then bringing the curtain crashing down on top of him. But as he walked to his car, the memory of that look on her face made him relieve their brief relationship had ended. For the first time since joining the Commonwealth's attorney's office, Kate called in sick. Bed covers pulled up to her chin, she sat propped up on pillows, staring out at a bleak morning. Every time she had tried to get out of bed, the image of Bill Burton loomed up in front of her like a mass of sharp-edged granite, threatening to crush or impale her. She slid down lower in the bed, sinking into the soft mat tress like immersing herself in warm water, just below the surface where she could neither hear nor see anything that transpired around her. They would be coming soon, just like with her mother, all those years ago. People pushing their way in and firing off questions Kate's mother couldn't possibly answer. Looking for Luther. She thought of Jack's outburst from the other night and tightly closed her eyes, trying to hurl those words away.
God damn him.
She was tired, more tired than any trial had ever made her, and he had done it to her just like he had to her mother, drawn her into the web even though she wanted no part of it, detested it, would destroy it if she could. She sat up again, unable to breathe. She held her throat with her fingers tightly, trying to prevent another attack. When it subsided, she turned over on her side and stared at the photo of her mother. He was all she had left. She almost laughed. Luther Whitney was all the family she had left. God help her. She lay on her back and waited for the knock at the door. From mother to daughter, it was her turn now. At that moment, barely 10 minutes away, Luther stared again at the old newspaper article. A cup of coffee sat near his elbow, forgotten. The small refrigerator hummed in the background. In the corner, CNN droned on. Otherwise, the room was absolutely quiet. Wanda Broom had been a friend. A good friend. Ever since their accidental meeting in a Philadelphia halfway house after Luther's last prison term and Wanda's first and only. And now she was dead too. Had taken her own life. The newspaper article said, slumped over in the front seat of her car, with a bunch of pills stuffed down her throat. Luther had never operated in the mainstream, and yet, even to him, this was all a little much to take. It could have been some continuing nightmare, except that every time he awoke and stared in the mirror, cold water dripping from features that grew more and more grizzled, more and more sunken with each passing day. He knew he was not going to wake up from this one. What was ironic, in the shadow of Wanda's tragic death, was that the Sullivan job had been her idea. A miserable, terrible idea looking back, but one that had leapt from her surprisingly fertile mind. And an idea to which she had held doggedly, despite warnings from both Luther and her mother. And they had planned it, and he had done it. It was really that simple, and in the cold face of retrospection, he had wanted to do it. It was a challenge, and a challenge combined with a huge payoff was too tough to resist. How Wanda must have felt when Christine Sullivan hadn't gotten on that plane, and no way for her to let Luther know that the coast was not nearly so clear as they thought it would be. She had been Christine Sullivan's friend. That part had been absolutely sincere, a last reminder of real people in the midst of the sybaritic life Walter Sullivan lived. Where everyone was not only beautiful like Christine Sullivan was, but educated, well-connected, and sophisticated, all things Christine Sullivan was not and never would be. And because of that burgeoning friendship, Christine Sullivan had begun to tell Wanda things she shouldn't have, including, finally, the location and contents of the vault constructed behind a mirrored door. Wanda was convinced that the Sullivans had so much they couldn't possibly miss so little. The world did not work that way, Luther knew, and Wanda probably did too. But that didn't matter now. After a lifetime of hardship, where money was always too scarce, Wanda had gone for her lottery win, just like Christine Sullivan had, neither of them realizing just how high the price for such things really was. Luther had flown to Barbados, would have gotten a message to Wanda there if she hadn't already left. He had sent the letter to her mother. Edwina would have shown it to her. But had she believed him? Even if she had, Christine Sullivan's life had still been sacrificed, as Wanda would have seen it, to Wanda's greed and desire to have things she had no right to. Luther could almost see those thoughts running through his friend's mind as she drove out alone to that deserted spot, as she unscrewed the cap to get at those pills, as she drifted into permanent unconsciousness. And he had not even been able to attend the funeral. He could not tell Edwina Broom how sorry he was without risking getting her pulled into this nightmare. He had been as close to Edwina as he had to Wanda, in some ways even closer. He and Edwina had spent many nights trying to dissuade Wanda from her plan to no avail. And only when it dawned on them that she would do it with or without Luther did Edwina ask Luther to take care of her daughter, not let her go to prison again. His eyes finally turned to the personals in the newspaper, and it took him only a few seconds to find the one he was looking for. He did not smile when he read it. Like Bill Burton, Luther did not believe Gloria Russell had any redeeming qualities. He hoped they believed this was only about money. He pulled out a piece of paper and began to write. Trace the account. Burton sat across. From the chief of staff in her office. He sipped on a Diet Coke, but wished for something stronger. I'm already doing that, Burton. Russell put her earring back on as she replaced the phone in its cradle. Colin sat quietly in a corner. The chief of staff had not yet acknowledged his presence, although he had walked in with Burton 20 minutes ago. When does he want the money again? Burton looked at her. If a wire transfer does not reach the designated account by close of business, there will be no tomorrow for any of us. She swept her eyes across to Colin and then returned them to Burton. Shit. Burton stood up. Russell glowered at him. I thought you were taking care of this, Burton. He ignored the stare. How does he say he's going to work the drop? As soon as the money is received, he'll provide the location where the item will be. So we gotta trust him? So it would seem? How does he know you've even gotten the letter yet? Burton started to pace. It was in my mailbox this morning. My mail is delivered in the afternoon. Burton collapsed in a chair. Your fucking mailbox, you mean he was right outside your house? I doubt if he would have allowed someone else to deliver this particular message. How'd you know to check the mailbox? The flag was up. Russell almost smiled. This guy has got balls. I'll give him that, Chief. Apparently bigger ones than either of you. She concluded the statement by staring at Colin for a full minute. He cringed under the gaze, finally looking down at the floor. Burton smiled to himself at the exchange. That was okay. The kid would thank him in a few weeks for pulling him out of this black widow's web. Nothing really surprises me, Chief. Not anymore. How about you? He looked at her and then at Colin. Russell ignored the remark. If the money is not transferred out, then we can expect him to go public somehow soon thereafter. What exactly are we going to do about it? The Chief of Staff's calm demeanor was no sham. She had decided that she was through crying, through vomiting every time she turned around, and that she had been hurt and embarrassed enough to last the rest of her life.
Come what may.
She felt almost numb to anything else.
It felt surprisingly good. How much does he want?
Burton asked. $5 million, she replied simply. Burton went wide-eyed.
And you got that kind of money? Where?
That doesn't concern you.
Does the president know? Burton asked the question, knowing full well the answer.
Again, that doesn't concern you. Burton didn't push it.
What did he care anyway?
Fair enough.
Well, in answer to your question, we are doing something about it.
If I were you, I'd find a way to pull that money back somehow. $5 million isn't going to do much to someone not among the living. You can't kill what you can't find, Russell shot back. That's true. That's so true, Chief. Burton sat back and recounted his conversation with Seth Frank. Kate was fully dressed when she answered the door, thinking, somehow that if she were in her bathrobe, the interview would endure longer, that she would appear more and more vulnerable as each question came her way. The last thing she wanted to appear was vulnerable, which was exactly how she felt. I'm not sure what you want from me. Some information, that's all, Miss Whitney. I realize you're an officer of the court, and believe me, I hate to put you through this, but right now your father is my #1 suspect in a very high-profile case. Frank looked at her with a pair of earnest eyes. They were sitting in the tiny living room. Frank had his notebook out. Kate sat erect on the edge of the couch, trying to remain calm, although her fingers kept fluttering to her small chain necklace, twisting and turning it into small knots, tiny centers of bedlam.
From what you've told me, Lieutenant, you don't have much. If I were the ACA on that case, I don't think I'd even have enough to get an arrest warrant issued, much less a bill of indictment returned. Maybe, maybe not.
Frank eyed the way she played with the chain. He wasn't really there to gather information. He probably knew more about her father than she did, but he had to ease her into the trap. Because as he thought about it, that's what it was, a trap for someone else. Besides, what did she care? It made his conscience feel better anyway to think that she didn't really care at all. Frank continued, but I'll tell you some interesting coincidences. We have your father's print on a cleaning van that we know is at the Sullivan place a short time before the murder. The fact that we know he was in the house, and in the very bedroom where the crime was committed a short time before, we have 2 eyewitnesses to that. And the fact that he used an alias and a false address and social security number when applying for the job, and the fact that he seems to have disappeared. She looked at him. He had priors. He probably didn't use his real info because he didn't think he'd get the job otherwise. You say he's disappeared. Did you ever think he just may have taken a trip? Even ex-cons go on vacation. Her instincts as a trial lawyer found her defending her father, an unbelievable thought. A sharp pain shot through her head. She rubbed at it distractedly. Another interesting discovery is that your father was good friends with Wanda Broom, Christine Sullivan's personal maid and confidante. I checked. Your father and Wanda Broom had the same parole officer back in Philly. According to certain sources, they've apparently kept in touch all these years. My bet is Wanda knew about the safe in the bedroom. So I talked with Wanda Broom. It was obvious she knew more about the matter than she was letting on. So why aren't you talking to her instead of sitting here with me? Maybe she committed the crime herself. She was out of the country at the time, 100 witnesses to that effect. Frank took a moment to clear his throat, and I can't talk to her anymore because she committed suicide, left behind a note that said she was sorry. Kate stood up and looked blankly out the window. Bands of cold seemed to close around her. Frank waited for some minutes, staring at her, wondering how she must feel, listening to the growing evidence against the man who had helped create her and then apparently abandoned her. Was there love left there? The detective hoped not. At least his professional side did. As a father of 3, he wondered if that feeling could ever really be killed despite the worst. Ms. Whitney, are you all right? Kate slowly turned away from the window. Can we go out somewhere? I haven't eaten for a while, and there's no food here." They ended up at the same place Jack and Luther had met Frank. Started to devour his food, but Kate touched nothing. He looked across at her plate. "You picked the place. I figured you must like the food. You know, nothing personal, but you could stand to put on some weight." Kate finally looked at him, a half-smile breaking through. "So you're a health consultant on the side?" "I've got 3 daughters. My oldest is 16 going on 40, and she swears she's obese. I mean, she probably goes 110, and she's almost as tall as me. If she didn't have such rosy cheeks, I'd think she was anorexic. And my wife, Jesus, she's always on some diet or another. I mean, I think she looks great, but there must be some perfect shape out there that every woman strives for. Every woman except me, eat your food. That's what I tell my daughters every day, eat." Kate picked up her fork and managed to consume half her meal. As she sipped her tea and Frank fingered a big trough of coffee, they both settled themselves in as the discussion wound its way back to Luther Whitney. "If you think you have enough to pick him up, why don't you?" Frank shook his head, put down his coffee. "You were at his house. He's been gone for a while, probably blew out right after it happened. If he did it, your party bag is all circumstantial. That doesn't come close to being beyond a reasonable doubt, Lieutenant. Can I play straight with you, Kate? Can I call you Kate, by the way?" She nodded. Frank put his elbows on the table, stared across at her. "All bullshit outside? Why do you find it so hard to believe that your old man popped this woman? He's been convicted of 3 prior felonies. The guy's apparently lived on the edge his whole life. He's been questioned in about a dozen other burglaries, but they couldn't pin anything on him. He's a career crim, you know the animal. Human life doesn't mean shit to them." Kate finished sipping her tea before answering. A career criminal? Of course her father was that. She had no doubt he had continued to commit crimes all these years. It was in his damn blood, apparently, like a coke addict, incurable. "He doesn't kill people," she said quietly. "He may steal from them, but he's never hurt anyone. It's not the way he does things." What had Jack said specifically? Her father was scared, terrified so badly he was sick to his stomach. The police had never scared her father. But if he had killed the woman, perhaps just a reflex, the gun fired and the bullet ended Christine Sullivan's life. All that would have transpired in a matter of seconds. No time to think, just to act, to prevent him from going to prison for good. It was all possible. If her father had killed the woman, he would be scared, he would be terrified, he would be sick. Through all the pain, the most vivid memory she held of her father was his gentleness. His big hands encircling hers. He was quiet to the point of rudeness with most people. But with her he talked to her, not above her or below her as most adults manage to do. He would speak to her about things a little girl was interested in, flowers and birds, and the way the sky changed color all of a sudden. And about dresses and hair ribbons and wobbly teeth that she constantly fiddled with. They were brief but sincere moments, between a father and daughter, smashed between the sudden violence of convictions, of prison. But as she had grown up, those talks somehow became gibberish, as the occupation of the man behind the funny faces and the big but gentle fingers came to dominate her life. Her perspective of Luther Whitney. How could she say that this man could not kill? Frank watched the eyes as they blinked rapidly. There was a crack there. He could feel it. Frank fingered his spoon as he scooped more sugar into his coffee. "So you're saying it's inconceivable that your father killed this woman? I thought you said the 2 of you hadn't really kept in touch?" Kate jolted back from her musings. "I'm not saying it's inconceivable. I'm just saying she was really blowing this. She had interviewed hundreds of witnesses, and she couldn't remember one who had performed as badly as she was right now. She hurriedly rummaged through her purse for a pack of Benson and Hedges. The sight of the cigarette made Frank reach for his pack of juicy fruit. She blew the smoke away from him, eyed the gum, trying to quit too. A flicker of amusement crossed her face. "Trying and failing, you were saying?" She slowly exhaled the smoke, willed her nerves to cease their cartwheels. "Like I told you, I haven't seen my father in years. We aren't close. It's possible that he could have killed the woman. Anything's possible, but that doesn't work in court. Evidence works in court, period. And we're attempting to build a case against him. You have no tangible physical evidence tying him to the actual crime scene? No prints? No witnesses? Nothing like that?" Frank hesitated, then decided to answer. "No? Have you been able to trace any of the stuff from the burglary to him?" "Nothing's turned up." Ballistics? Negative. One unusable slug and no gun. Kate sat back in her chair, more comfortable as the conversation centered on a legal analysis of the case. That's all you've got? Her eyes squinted at him. He hesitated again, then shrugged. That's it. Then you got nothing, Detective. Nothing. I've got my instincts, and my instincts tell me Luther Whitney was in the house that night, and he was in that bedroom. Where he is now is what I want to know.
I can't help you there. That's the same thing I told your buddy the other night.
But you did go to his house that night. Why? Kate shrugged. She was determined not to mention her conversation with Jack. Was she withholding evidence, maybe? I don't know. That, in part, was true. You strike me, Kate, as someone who always knows why she does something. Jack's face flashed across her mind. She angrily pushed it out. You'd be surprised, Lieutenant. Frank ceremoniously closed his notebook and hunched forward. I really need your help. For what? This is off the record, unofficial, whatever you want to call it. I'm more interested in results than in legal niceties. Funny thing to tell a state prosecutor. I'm not saying I don't play by the rules. Frank finally caved in and pulled out his cigarettes. All I'm saying is I go for the point of least resistance when I can get it. Okay? Okay.
My information is that while you may not be wild about your father, he is still out there pining for you. Who told you that? Jesus, I'm a detective. True or not? I don't know. Goddamn Kate, don't play fucking games with me. True or not? She angrily stabbed out her cigarette. True? Satisfied? Not yet, but I'm getting there. I've got a plan to flush him out, and I'm looking for you to help me. I don't see that I'm in any position to help you. Kate knew what was coming next.
She could see it in Frank's eyes. It took him 10 minutes to lay out his plan. She refused 3 times. A half hour later, they were still sitting at the table. Frank leaned back in his chair and then abruptly lurched forward. Look, Kate, if you don't do it, then we don't have a chance in hell of laying our hands on him. If it's like you say and we don't have a case, he goes free. But if he did do it, and we can prove it, then you've got to be the last goddamn person in the world that should tell me he should get away with it. Now, if you think I'm wrong about that, I'll drive you back to your place and forget I ever saw you, and your old man can go right on stealing and maybe killing. He stared directly at her. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Her eyes drifted over his shoulder where a misty image from the past beckoned to her, but then suddenly faded away. At almost 30 years of age, Kate Whitney was far removed from the toddler who giggled as her father twirled her through the air, or the little girl who divulged important secrets to her father she would tell no other. She was all grown up, a mature adult, out on her own for a long time now. On top of that, she was an officer of the court, a state prosecutor sworn to uphold the law and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was her job to ensure that persons who broke those laws were appropriately punished, regardless of who they were, and regardless of to whom they were related. And then another image invaded her mind. Her mother watching the door, waiting for him to come home, wondering if he were okay. Visiting him in prison, making up lists of things to talk to him about. Making Kate dress up for those encounters, getting all excited as his release date came closer, as if he were some goddamned hero out saving the world instead of a thief. Jack's words came back to her, biting hard. He had called her entire life a lie. He expected her to have sympathy for a man who had abandoned her, as if Luther Whitney had been wronged instead of Kate. Well, Jack could go straight to hell. She thanked God she had decided against marrying him. A man who could say those awful things to her did not deserve her. But Luther Whitney deserved everything coming to him. Maybe he hadn't killed that woman, but maybe he had. It wasn't her job to make that decision. It was her job to make sure that decision had an opportunity to be made by men and women in a jury box. Her father belonged in prison anyway. At least there he could hurt no one else. There he could ruin no more lives. And it was with that last thought that she agreed to help deliver her father into the hands of the police. Frank felt a twinge of guilt as they got up to leave. He had not been entirely truthful with Kate Whitney. In fact, he had downright lied to her about the most critical piece of the case, other than the million-dollar question of where Luther Whitney happened to be. He wasn't pleased with himself right now. Law enforcement people had to occasionally lie just like everybody else. It didn't make it any easier to swallow, especially considering the recipient was someone the detective had instantly respected and now heavily pitied. Chapter 18. Kate had placed the call. That night, Frank had wanted to waste no time. The voice on the machine stunned her. It was the first time in years she had heard those tones. Calm, efficient, measured like the practiced stride of an infantryman. She actually began to tremble as the tone sounded, and it took all her will to summon the simple words that were designed to trap him. She kept reminding herself how cunning he could be. She wanted to see him, wanted to talk to him as soon as possible. She wondered if the wily old mind would smell a trap, and then she recalled their last face-to-face meeting, and she realized that he would never see it coming. He would never attribute deceit to the little girl who confided in him her most precious information. Even she had to give him that. It was barely an hour later when the phone rang. As she reached out for it, she wished to God she had never agreed to Frank's request. Sitting in a restaurant, hatching a plan to catch a suspected murderer was quite different from actually participating in a charade designed solely to deliver your father to the authorities, Katie. She sensed the slight break in the voice, a tinge of disbelief blended in.
Hello, Dad.
She was grateful that the words had come out on their own. At that moment she seemed incapable of articulating the simplest thought. Her apartment was not good. He could understand that. Too close, too personal. His place, she knew, would be unworkable for obvious reasons. They could meet on neutral grounds, he suggested. Of course they could. She wanted to talk, he certainly wanted to listen. Desperately wanted to listen. A time was reached, tomorrow, 4 o'clock, at a small cafe near her office. At that time of day, it would be empty, quiet. They could take their time. He would be there. She was sure nothing short of death would keep him away. She hung up and called Frank. She gave him the time and the place. Listening to herself, it finally dawned on her what she had just done. She could feel everything suddenly giving way, and she could not stop it. She flung down the phone and burst into tears. So hard did her body convulse that she slumped to the floor, every muscle twitching, her moans filling the tiny apartment like helium into a balloon. It all threatened to violently explode. Frank had stayed on the phone a second longer and wished he hadn't. He yelled into the phone, but she could not hear him. Not that it would have made a difference if she had. She was doing the right thing. She had nothing to be ashamed about, nothing to feel guilty about. When he finally gave up and cradled the receiver, his moment of euphoria at growing ever close to his quarry was over like a flamed-out match, so his question had been answered. She loved him still. That thought for Lieutenant Seth Frank was troubling but controllable. For Seth Frank, father of 3, it made his eyes water, and he suddenly didn't like his job very much anymore. Burton hung up the phone. Detective Frank had been true to his promise to let the agent in on the kill. Minutes later, Burton was in Russell's office. I don't want to know how you're going to do it. Russell looked worried. Burton smiled to himself, getting squeamish, just like he predicted. Wanted the job done, just didn't want to get her pretty nails dirty. All you have to make sure you do is tell the president where it's going down, and then you make damn sure he tells Sullivan before the fact. He has got to do that. Russell looked puzzled. Why? Let me worry about that. Just remember, do what I tell you. He was gone before Russell had a chance to explode at him. Are the police sure he's the one? There was a hint of anxiousness in the president's voice as he looked up from his desk. Russell, pacing the room, stopped to look at him. Well, Alan, I'm assuming that if he weren't, they wouldn't be going to all the trouble to arrest him. They've made mistakes before, Gloria. No argument there. Just like us all. The president closed the binder he had been examining and stood up, surveyed the White House grounds from the window. So the men will shortly be in custody? He turned to look at Russell. So it would seem, what's that supposed to mean? Only that the best-laid plans sometimes go awry. Does Burton know? Burton seems to have orchestrated the entire thing. The president walked over to Russell, put his hand on her arm. What are you talking about? Russell relayed the events of the last few days to her boss. The president rubbed his jaw. What is Burton up to? The question was said more to himself than to Russell. Why don't you buzz him and ask him yourself? The only point he was absolutely insistent on was your relaying the message to Sullivan. Sullivan, why the hell would the president did not finish his thought? He rang for Burton, but was told he had suddenly become ill and gone to the hospital. The president's eyes bored into his chief of staff.
Is Burton going to do what I think he's going to do? Depends on what you're thinking. Cut the games, Gloria. You know exactly what I mean.
If you mean does Burton intend on making sure that this individual is never taken into custody?
Yes,
That thought had crossed my mind.
The president fingered a heavy letter opener on his desk, sat down in his chair, and faced out the window. Russell shuddered when she looked at it. She had thrown the one on her desk away. "Alan, what do you want me to do?" She stared at the back of his head. He was the president, and you had to sit and wait patiently, even if you wanted to reach across and throttle him. Finally, he swiveled around. The eyes were dark, cold, and commanding. "Nothing. I want you to do nothing. I better get in touch with Sullivan. Give me the location and time again." Russell thought the same thing she had earlier as she recounted the information, some friend. The president picked up his phone. Russell reached across and put her hand on top of his. Alan, the report said Christine Sullivan had bruises on her jaw and had been partially strangled. The president didn't look up. "Oh, really? What exactly happened in that bedroom, Alan?" "Well, from the small pieces I can remember, she wanted to play a bit rougher than I did. The marks on her neck." He paused and put down the phone. "Let's just put it this way. Christy was into a lot of kinky things, Gloria, including sexual asphyxiation. You know, people get off when they're gasping for air and climaxing at the same time." "I've heard of it, Alan. I just didn't think you'd be into something like that." Her tone was harsh. The president snapped back. "Remember your place, Russell? I do not answer to you or anyone else for my actions." She stepped back and quickly said, "Of course I'm sorry, Mr. President." Richmond's face relaxed. He stood up and spread his arms resignedly. "I did it for Christy. Gloria, what can I say? Women sometimes have strange effects on men. I'm certainly not immune to it. So why did she try to kill you? Like I said, she wanted to play rougher than I did. She was drunk and she just went out of control. Unfortunate, but those things happen." Gloria looked past him out the window. The encounter with Christine Sullivan did not just happen. The time and planning that had gone into that rendezvous had eventually taken on the elements of a full-blown election campaign. She shook her head as the images from that night poured back to her. The president came up behind her, gripped her shoulders, turned her to him. "It was an awful experience for everyone, Gloria. I certainly didn't want Christy to die. It was the last thing in the world I wanted. I went there to have a quiet, romantic evening with a very beautiful woman. My God, I'm no monster." A disarming smile emerged across his face. "I know that, Alan. It's just, all those women, all those times something bad was bound to happen." The president shrugged. "Well, as I told you before, I'm not the first man to hold this office to engage in those types of extracurricular activities, nor will I be the last." He cupped her chin in his hand. "You know the demands of the office I hold, Gloria, better than most? There's no other job like it in the world."
I know the pressures are enormous. I realize that, Alan.
"That's right. It's a job that really requires more than is humanly possible to deliver. Sometimes you have to deal with that reality by relieving some of that pressure, from pulling yourself out from between the vice occasionally. How I deal with that pressure is important, because it dictates how well I can serve the people who have elected me, who have placed their trust in me." He turned back to his desk. "And besides, enjoying the company of beautiful women is a relatively innocuous way of combating that stress." Gloria stared angrily at his back, as if he expected her, of all people, to be swayed by the rhetoric, by a bullshit patriotic speech. "It certainly wasn't innocuous for Christine Sullivan," she blurted out. Richmond turned back to her. He was no longer smiling. "I really don't want to talk about this anymore, Gloria. What's past is past. Start thinking about the future, understand?" She bowed her head in formal assent and stalked from the room. The president again picked up the phone. He would deliver all the necessary details about the police sting to his good friend Walter Sullivan. The president smiled to himself as the call was being placed. It sounded like it wouldn't be long now. They were almost there. He could count on Burton. Count on him to do the right thing for all of them. Luther checked his watch. 1:00. H. showered, brushed his teeth, and then trimmed his newly grown beard. He lingered over his hair until it met with his satisfaction. His face looked better today. The phone call from Kate had worked wonders. He had cradled the phone in his ear, playing the message over and over again, just to hear the voice, the words he had never expected to hear again. He had risked going to a men's store downtown where he bought a new pair of slacks, sports coat, and patent leathers. He had considered and then discarded the notion of a tie. He tried on his new coat. It felt good. The pants were a little loose on him. He had lost weight. He would have to eat more. He might even start with buying his daughter an early dinner. If she'd let him, he'd have to think about that one. He didn't want to push it. Jack. It must have been Jack. He had told her of their meeting, that her father had been in trouble. That was the connection, of course. He had been stupid not to see it right away. But what did that mean, that she cared? He felt a tremble start in his neck, and it ended at his knees. After all these years, he swore under his breath at the timing.
The fucking timing. But he had made up his mind and nothing could change that decision now. Not even his little girl. Something terribly wrong had to be set right.
Luther was certain. Richmond knew nothing about his correspondence with the chief of staff. Her only hope was to quietly buy back what Luther had, and then make sure no one ever laid eyes on it again. Buy him off, hoping he'd disappear forever, and the world would never know. He had verified that the money had arrived in the designated account. What happened to that money would be their first surprise. The second surprise, though, would make them forget all about the first. And the best part was that Richmond would never see it coming. He seriously doubted that the president would actually do any time. But if this didn't meet the criteria for impeachment, he didn't know what did. This made Watergate look like a third-grade prank. He wondered what impeached ex-presidents did. Withered in the flames of their own destruction, he hoped. Luther pulled the letter out of his pocket. He would arrange for her to receive it right about the time she'd be expecting the last set of instructions. The payoff. She would get her payoff. They all would. It was worth it, letting her squirm, like he knew she had all this time. No matter how often he tried, he couldn't erase the memory of the woman's leisurely sexual encounter in the presence of a still warm body, as though the dead woman was a pile of trash, not to be bothered with. And then Richmond. The drunken, slobbering bastard again. The visions made Luther seethe. He clenched his teeth, then abruptly smiled. Whatever deal Jack could cut him, he would take. 20 years? 10 years? 10 days? He didn't care anymore. Fuck the president and everybody around him. Fuck the whole town. He was taking them down. But first he was going to spend some time with his daughter. After that, he really didn't care anymore. As he walked over to the bed, Luther's body took a jolt. Something else had just occurred to him. Something that hurt, but which he could understand. He sat on the bed and sipped a glass of water. If it were true, could he really blame her? And besides, he could just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As he lay back on the bed, it occurred to him that things that looked too good to be true usually were. Did he deserve any better from her? The answer was absolutely clear. He did not. When the money transfer had reached District Bank, automatic pre-wire instructions kicked in, and the funds were immediately transferred out of the account to 5 different area banks, each in the amount of $1 million. From there, the funds followed a circuitous route until the total sum was once again assembled in one place. Russell, who had put a tracer on the flow of money from her end, would find out soon enough what had happened. She would not be particularly pleased about it. She would be far less pleased about the next message she received. Café Alonzo had been open about a year. IT had the usual array of outdoor tables with colorful umbrellas in a small space on the sidewalk enclosed by a waist-high black iron railing. The coffee was varied and strong. The on-premises bakery was popular among the morning and lunch crowds. At 5 minutes to 4, only one person sat at the outdoor table. In the chilly air, the umbrellas were collapsed down, resembling a column of giant drinking straws. The cafe was located in the ground floor of a modern office building. 2 stories up hung a scaffolding. 3 workers were replacing a glass panel that had cracked. The entire facade of the building consisted of mirrored panels that gave a complete image of the area directly opposite it. The panel was heavy, and even the burly men struggled with the weight and bulk. Kate bundled her coat around her and sipped her coffee. The afternoon sun was warming in spite of the chill, but it was fading rapidly. Long shadows had commenced to creep over the tables. She felt the rawness in her eyes as she squinted at the sun, suspended directly over the tops of a number of dilapidated row houses that sat diagonally across the street from the cafe. They were destined for demolition to make room for the continued renovation of the area. She did not notice that the upper-story window on one of the row houses was now open. The row house next door had 2 windows smashed out. The front door on another was partially caved in. Kate looked at her watch. She had been sitting there for approximately 20 minutes. Used to the frenetic pace of the prosecutor's office, the day had dragged interminably. She had no doubt there were dozens of police officers in the vicinity waiting to pounce once he walked up to her. Then she thought about it. Would they even have a chance to say anything to each other? What the hell could she say anyway? "Hi, Dad, you're busted." She rubbed her raw cheeks and waited. He would be there right at 4. And it was too late for her to change any of it. Too damned late for anything. But she was doing the right thing, despite the guilt she was feeling, despite breaking down like that after calling the detective. She angrily squeezed her hands together. She was about to hand her father over to the police, and he deserved it. She was through debating it. She now just wanted it to be over. McCarty did not like it. Not at all. His usual routine was to follow his target, sometimes for weeks, until the assassin understood the victim's patterns of behavior better than the victim did. It made the killing so much easier. The additional time also allowed McCarty to plan his escape, to allow for worst-case scenarios. He had none of those luxuries on this job. Sullivan's message had been terse. The man had already paid him an enormous sum on his per diem, with another $2 million to follow upon completion. Under any yardstick, he had been compensated. Now he had to deliver. Except for his first hit many years ago, McCarty could not remember being this nervous. It didn't help matters that the place was crawling with cops, but he kept telling himself things would be okay in the time he had. He had planned well. He had reconnoitered the area right after Sullivan's phone call. The row house idea had hit him immediately. It was really the only logical place. He had been here since 4 in the morning. The back door to the house opened into an alleyway. His rental car was parked at the curb. It would take him exactly 15 seconds from the moment the shot was fired to drop his rifle, make his way down the stairs, out the door, and into his car. He would be 2 miles away before the police even fully understood what had happened. A plane was leaving in 45 minutes from a private airstrip 10 miles north of Washington. Its destination was New York City. It would carry 1 passenger, and in a little over 5 hours McCarty would be a pampered passenger on board the Concorde as it descended into London. He checked his rifle and scope for the 10th time, automatically flicking away a grain of dust on the barrel. A suppressor would have been nice, but he had yet to find one that worked on a rifle, especially one that was chambered with supersonic ammo as his weapon was. He would count on the confusion to mask the shot and his subsequent departure. He looked across the street and checked his watch. Almost time. McCarty, while being a very accomplished killer, could not have possibly known that another rifle would be trained on his target's head. And behind that rifle would be a pair of eyes as sharp, if not sharper, than his own. Tim Collin had qualified as an expert marksman in the Marine Corps, and his master sergeant had written in his evaluation that he had never seen a better shot. The focus of that accolade was now sighting through his scope. Then he relaxed. Collin looked around the confines of the van he was in. Parked down the street on the curb opposite from the cafe, he had a straight shot to the target. He sighted through his rifle again, Kate Whitney appearing fleetingly in the crosshairs. Collin slid open the side window of the van. He was under shadow of the buildings behind him. No one could notice what he was doing. He also had the added advantage of knowing that Seth Frank and a contingent of county police were stationed to the right of the cafe, while others were in the office building lobby where the cafe was located. Unmarked cars were stationed at various locations up and down the street. If Whitney ran, he wouldn't get far, but then Collin knew the man wasn't going to run anywhere. After the shot, Collin would quickly disassemble the rifle and, secreted in the van, emerge with his sidearm and badge and join the other authorities in pondering what the hell had happened. No one would think to check a Secret Service van for the firearm or shooter who had just wasted their target. Burton's plan made a lot of sense to the young agent. Collin had nothing against Luther Whitney, but there was a lot more at stake than a 66-year-old career criminal's life. A helluva lot more. Killing the old man was not something Collin was going to enjoy. In fact, he would do his best to forget it once done. But that was life. He was paid to do a job, had in fact sworn to do that job above all else. Was he breaking the law? Technically, he was committing murder. Realistically, he was just doing what had to be done. He assumed the president knew about it, Gloria Russell knew about it, and Bill Burton, a man he respected more than anyone else, had instructed him to do it. Collin's training simply did not permit him to ignore those instructions. Besides, the old guy had broken into the place. He was going to do 20 years. He'd never make 20 years. Who wanted to be in prison at 80 years old? Collin was just saving him a lot of misery. Given those choices, Colin would have taken the round too. Colin glanced up at the workmen on the scaffolding above the cafe as they struggled to right the replacement panel. One man grabbed the end of a rope connected to a block and tackle. Slowly, the piece began to rise. Kate looked up from studying her hands, and her eyes locked on him. He moved gracefully along the sidewalk. The fedora and muffler hid most of his features, but the walk was unmistakable. Growing up, she had always wanted to be able to glide along the ground like her father, so effortlessly, so confidently. She started to rise and thought better of it. Frank had not said at what point he would move in, but Kate didn't expect him to wait very long. Luther stopped in front of the cafe and looked at her. He had not been this close to his daughter for over a decade, and he was a little unsure how to proceed. She felt his uncertainty and forced a smile to her lips. He immediately went to her table and sat down, his back to the street. Despite the chill, he took off his hat and put his sunglasses away in his pocket. McCarty sighted through his rifle scope. The iron-gray hair came into focus, and his finger flipped off the safety and then floated to the trigger. Barely 100 yards away, Colin was mirroring those actions. He was not as hurried as McCarty, since he had the advantage of knowing when the police were going to move in. McCarty's trigger finger crooked back. Earlier he had noticed the workmen on the scaffolding once or twice, but then had put them out of his mind. It was only the second mistake he had ever committed in his line of work. The mirrored panel suddenly jerked upward as the rope was pulled down and the panel cocked in McCarty's direction, catching the falling sun directly on its surface. The panel threw the reflection, red and glimmering, full in McCarty's eyes. Momentary pain shot through his pupils, and his hand jerked involuntarily as the rifle fired. He cursed and flung down the gun. He made it to the back door 5 seconds ahead of schedule. The bullet struck the umbrella pole and severed it before ricocheting off and embedding into the concrete pavement. Both Kate and Luther went down. Father instinctively shielding daughter. A few seconds later, Seth, Frank, and a dozen uniforms, guns drawn, formed a semicircle around the pair facing out, their eyes scanning every nook and cranny of the street.
Shut this whole fucking area down!
Frank screamed to the sergeant, who barked orders into his radio. Uniforms spread out. Unmarked cars moved in. The workmen stared down at the street, completely oblivious to the unwitting role they had played in the events unfolding below. Luther was pulled up and handcuffed, and the entire party hustled into the lobby of the office building. An excited Seth Frank stared at the man for one satisfying moment and then read him his rights. Luther looked across at his daughter Kate. At first could not meet his gaze, but then decided he at least deserved that. His words hurt her more than anything she had prepared for. "Are you all right, Katie?" She nodded, and the tears started to pour. And this time, despite squeezing her throat in an iron grip, she could not stop them as she crumpled to the floor. Bill Burton stood just inside the lobby doorway. When an astonished Colin came in, Burton's look threatened to disintegrate the younger man. That is, until Colin whispered in his ear. To his credit, Burton assimilated the information rapidly and hit upon the truth a few seconds later. Sullivan had hired a hitman. The old man had actually done what Burton had intended to falsely set him up for. The wily billionaire rose a notch in Burton's estimation. Burton walked over to Frank. Frank looked at him. Any idea what the fuck that was all about? Maybe, Burton answered back. Burton turned around. For the first time, he and Luther Whitney actually looked at each other. For Luther, memories of that night again came hurtling back to him. But he was calm, unruffled. Burton had to admire that. But it also was a great source of concern for him. Whitney was obviously not overly distressed at being arrested. His eyes told Burton, a man who had participated in literally thousands of arrests, which normally involved adults blubbering like babies, all he needed to know. The guy was planning to go to the cops all along. For what reason, Burton was unsure, and he really didn't care. Burton continued to look at Luther while Frank checked in with his men. Then Burton looked over at the huddled mass in the corner. Luther had already struggled with his captors in an attempt to go to her, but they were having no part of it. A policewoman was making awkward efforts to console Kate, but with little success. Traces of tears worked their way down the thick wrinkles in the old man's cheeks as he watched each sob rack his little girl. When he noticed Burton right at his elbow, Luther finally flashed fire at the man until Burton led the old man's eyes back over to Kate. The men's eyes locked again. Burton raised his eyebrows a notch and then settled them back down with the finality of a round being fired into Kate's head. Burton had stared down some of the worst criminals the area had to offer, and his features could be menacing, but it was the absolute sincerity in those features that turned hardened men cold. Luther Whitney was no punk. That was easy enough to see. He was not one of the blubberers. But the wall of concrete that made up Luther Whitney's nerves had already started to crumble. It swiftly finished dissolving, and the remnants trickled toward the sobbing woman in the corner. Burton turned and walked out the door. Chapter 19. Gloria Russell sat in her living room and held the epistle in her quavering hand. She looked at the clock. It had come right on time, via messenger. A turbaned older man in a beat-up Subaru. A Metro Rush Courier's logo on the passenger door.
Thank you, ma'am. Say goodbye to your life.
She had expected to finally have in her hand the key to wiping away all the nightmares she had suffered, all the risks she had taken. The wind was starting to howl in the chimney. A cozy fire burned in the fireplace. The house was scrupulously clean thanks to the efforts of Mary, her part-time maid who had just left. Russell was expected at Senator Richard Miles's home for dinner at 8. Miles was very important to her own personal political aspirations, and he had started making all the right noises. Things had finally started to go right again. The momentum had shifted back to her, after all those torturous, humiliating moments. But now, she looked at the message again. The disbelief continued to sweep over her like an enormous fishing net, dragging her to the bottom where she would remain. Thanks for the charitable contribution. It will be greatly appreciated. Also appreciate the extra rope you just gave me to hang you. About that item we had discussed, it's no longer for sale. Now that I think about it, the cops will probably need it for the trial. Oh, by the way, fuck you. It was all she could do to stagger up. Extra rope? She couldn't think. She couldn't function. She first thought to call Burton, but then realized he would not be at the White House. Then it hit her. She raced to the TV. The 6 o'clock news was just recounting a late-breaking story. A daring police operation conducted jointly by the Middleton County Police Department and Alexandria City Police had netted a suspect in the Christine Sullivan murder case. A shot had been fired by an unknown gunman. The target was assumed to be the suspect. Russell watched as footage from the Middleton police station was run. She saw Luther Whitney staring straight ahead, not in any way attempting to hide his face, walk up the steps. He was far older than she had imagined he would be. He looked like a school principal. That was the man who had watched her. It never even occurred to her that Luther had been arrested for a crime she knew he had not committed. Not that that revelation would have prompted her to do anything. As the cameraman swung around, she glimpsed Bill Burton with Colin behind him as they stood listening to Detective Seth Frank make a statement to the press. The goddamn incompetent bastards, he was in custody. He was in fucking custody, and she had a message right there in her hand that guaranteed the guy was going to make sure they were all brought down. She had trusted Burton and Colin. The president had trusted them, and they had failed miserably. She could hardly believe how Burton could be standing there so calmly, while their entire world was about to flame out like a suddenly used-up star. Her next thought surprised even her. She raced to the bathroom, tore open the medicine cabinet, and grabbed the first bottle she saw. How many pills would be enough? 10, 100. She twisted at the cap, but her shaking hands couldn't get it off. She continued to struggle. Finally, the pills spilled into the sink. She scooped up a handful and then stopped. In the mirror, her reflection stared back. For the first time, she realized how much she had aged. The eyes were gaunt, her cheeks had caved in, and her hair looked as if it were graying before her eyes. She looked at the mass of green in her hand. She couldn't do it. Despite her world shattering in front of her, she could not do it. She flushed the pills, turned out the light. She telephoned the senator's office. Sickness would prevent her from attending. She had just lain down on the bed when the knock came. At first, it seemed like the distant beating of drums. Would they have a warrant? What did she have that could incriminate her? The note. She tore it out of her pocket and tossed it in the fireplace. As it ignited and a burst of flame sailed up the chimney, she smoothed down her dress, put on her pumps, and walked out of the room. For the second time, a stab of pain seared her chest as her eyes fell upon Bill Burton at the front door. Without a word, he walked in, threw off his coat, and went straight to the liquor. She slammed the door. "Great job, Burton. Brilliant. You took care of everything beautifully. Where's your sidekick?" Getting his damned eyes examined, Burton sat down with his drink. "Shut up and listen. Ordinarily, such a remark would have sent her off, but his tone stopped her dead. She noted the holstered weapon. She suddenly realized she was surrounded by people carrying guns. They seemed to be everywhere. Shots were now being fired. She had thrown in her lot with some very dangerous people. She sat down and stared at him. Colin never fired his weapon, but somebody did. I know that. He swallowed most of his drink. Russell thought about mixing herself one, but decided against it. He looked at her. Walter Sullivan. That's son of Fabbage. Richmond told him, right. Russell nodded. You think Sullivan was behind this? Who the fuck else could it be? He thinks the guy killed his wife. He has the money to hire the best shooters in the world. He was the only other person who knew exactly where it was going down. He looked at her and shook his head in disgust. Don't be stupid, lady. We don't have time for stupid. Burton stood up and paced. Russell's thoughts went back to the TV. But the man's in custody. He'll tell the police everything.
I thought it was them at the door. Burton stopped pacing. The guy's going to say nothing to the police, at least for now. What are you talking about? I'm talking about a man who will do anything so his little girl can keep on living. You threatened him? I got my message across real clear. How do you know? Eyes don't lie, lady. He knows the game. Talk and his daughter goes bye-bye.
You wouldn't really.
Burton reached down and grabbed the chief of staff, effortlessly lifting her off the floor and holding her in midair so she was eye level.
I will kill any fucking person who is in a position to fuck with me. Do you understand that?
His tone was chilling. He threw her back into the chair. She stared up at him, the blood gone from her face, her eyes filled with terror. Burton's face was crimson with fury. You were the one who got me into this? I wanted to call the cops right from the get-go. I did my job. Maybe I killed the woman, but there ain't a jury in the world that would have found me guilty. But you sucker-punched me, lady, with all your global disaster talk and bullshit concern for the president, and stupid me, I fell for it. And right now, I'm about one step away from pissing away 20 years of my life, and I'm not happy about it. If you can't understand that, tough. They sat without speaking for several minutes. Burton cradled his glass and studied the carpet, thinking intently. Russell kept one eye on him as she tried to stop shaking. She could not bring herself to tell Burton about the note she had received. What good would it do? For all she knew, Bill Burton would pull out his gun and shoot her on the spot. The thought of violent death so close to her made her blood turn to ice. Russell managed to sit back in her chair. A clock ticked in the background. It seemed to be counting down the last remaining moments of her life. You're sure he won't say anything? She looked at Burton. I'm not sure of anything, but you said, I said the guy will do anything to make sure his little girl doesn't get herself killed. If he takes that threat away, then we'll be waking up the next few years staring at the bottom of a bunk bed. But how can he take that threat away? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be so worried. But I can guarantee you that Luther Whitney is sitting in his cell block right now thinking of precisely how to do that. What can we do? He grabbed his coat and pulled her up roughly. Come on, it's time to talk to Richmond. Jack shuffled through his notes and then looked around the conference table. His transaction team consisted of 4 associates, 3 paralegals, and 2 partners. Jack's coup with Sullivan had spread throughout the firm. Each of them looked at Jack with a mixture of awe, respect, and a little fear. Sam, you'll coordinate the raw materials sales through Kiev. Our guy over there is a real hustler. Plays close to the edge, keep an eye on him, but let him run with things. Sam, a 10-year partner, snapped his briefcase shut. You got it, Ben. I checked your report on the lobbying efforts.
I agree. I think we should push hard on foreign relations. Can't hurt to have them on our side.
Jack flipped open another file. We've got approximately a month to get this operation up and running. Of chief concern is Ukraine's tenuous political status. If we're going to hit the brass ring, we have to do it pretty quickly. The last thing we need is Russia annexing our client. Now I'd like to take a few minutes to go over. The door opened and Jack's secretary leaned in. She looked edgy. I'm terribly sorry to bother you. It's okay, Martha. What's up? There's someone on the phone for you. I told Lucinda to hold my calls except for an emergency. I'll get back to everybody tomorrow. I think this might be an emergency. Jack swiveled around in his chair. Who is it? She said her name was Kate Whitney. 5 minutes later, Jack was in his car, a brand-new copper-colored Lexus 300. His thoughts raced. Kate had been near hysterical. All he managed to understand was that Luther had been arrested for what he didn't know. Kate opened the door on the first knock and nearly collapsed into his arms. It was several minutes before she started breathing regularly. "Kate, what is it? Where's Luther? What's he charged with?" She looked at him, her cheeks so puffy and raw it looked like she'd been mugged. When she finally managed to breathe the word out, Jack sat back, stunned. "Murder?" He looked around the room, his mind going too fast for him to register. "That's impossible. Who the hell is he supposed to have murdered?" Kate sat up straight and pushed the hair out of her face. She looked directly at him. This time the words were clear, direct, and cut into him like chunks of jagged glass. Christine Sullivan frozen for a long moment. Jack exploded out of the chair. He looked down at her, tried to speak and found he couldn't. He staggered over to the window, threw it open, and let the cold beat into him. His stomach churned pure acid. It reached up into his throat until he was barely able to push it back. His legs slowly regained their rigidity. He closed the window and sat back down next to her. "What happened, Kate?" She dabbed raw eyes with a ragged tissue. Her hair was a mass of tangles. She had not taken off her overcoat. Her shoes lay next to the chair where she had kicked them off. She collected herself as best she could. She wiped a strand of hair from her mouth and finally looked at him. The words rolled out of her mouth in quiet bursts.
The police have him in custody. They think he broke into the Sullivans' home. No one was supposed to be there. But Christine Sullivan was. She paused and took a deep breath. They think Luther shot her.
As soon as she uttered those last words, her eyes closed, the eyelids seemed to ram down by themselves under a terrible weight. She slowly shook her head, her forehead a stack of wrinkles as the throbbing pain clicked up a notch. "That's crazy, Kate. Luther would never kill anybody." "I don't know, Jack. I don't know what to think." Jack stood up and took off his coat. He put a hand through his hair as he struggled to think. He looked down at her. "How did you find out? How the hell did they catch him?" In response, Kate's body shook. The pain seemed to be so strong as to be visible, hovering above before it plunged repeatedly into her lean frame. She took a moment to wipe her face with another tissue. It took her so long to turn to him, 1 inch at a time, that she seemed like an ancient grandmother. Her eyes were still closed, her breathing interrupted by gasps, as if the air was being trapped and was having to struggle mightily before escaping. Finally her eyes opened. The lips moved, but no words came out at first. Then she managed to say them, slowly, distinctly, as though she were forcing herself to absorb every blow that accompanied them as long as possible. "I set him up. Luther, dressed in an orange jail suit, sat in the same cinder-block interrogation room that Wanda Broom had occupied. Seth Frank sat across from him, watching him closely. Luther stared directly ahead. He wasn't zoned out. The guy was thinking about something. 2 other men came in. One carried a recorder that he placed in the middle of the table. He turned it on. "You smoke?" Frank extended a cigarette. Luther accepted it, and both men exhaled tiny clouds. For the record, Frank repeated, verbatim, Luther's Miranda warning. "There would be no procedural miscues on this one. So you understand your rights?" Luther vaguely waved his cigarette in the air. The guy was not what Frank had been expecting. His record was certainly a felonious one. 3 priors. But the last 20 years were clean. That didn't mean much. But no assaults, no violent acts. That also didn't mean much. But there was something about the guy. "I need a yes or no to that question." "Yes."
Okay. You understand that you've been arrested in connection with the murder of Christine Sullivan? Yes. And you're sure you want to waive your right to have counsel present on your behalf? We can get a lawyer for you, or you can call your own. I'm sure.
"And you understand you do not have to make any statement to the police, that any statement you make now can be used in evidence against you?" I understand. Years of experience had taught Frank that confessions early on in the game could spell disaster for the prosecution. Even a confession given voluntarily could be shredded by the defense, with the result often being that all evidence obtained through that confession was thrown out as tainted. The perp could have led you right to the goddamned body, and the next day he walks free with his attorney smiling at you and hoping to God his client never shows up in his neighborhood. But Frank had his case. Whatever Whitney added to it was just gravy. He focused intently on the prisoner. "Then I'd like to ask you some questions, okay?" "Fine." Frank stated the month, day, and year and time of day for the record, and then asked Luther to state his full name. That was as far as they got. The door opened. A uniform leaned in. "We got his lawyer outside." Frank looked at Luther, turned off the recorder. "What lawyer?" Before Luther could answer, Jack burst past the officer and entered the room. "Jack Graham, I'm the accused attorney. Get that recorder out of here. I want to talk to my client alone right now, gentlemen." Luther stared at him. "Jack," he began sharply, "shut up, Luther." Jack looked at the men. "Right now." The men began to clear the room. Frank and Jack did an eye-to-eye, and then the door was closed. Jack put his briefcase down on the table, but didn't sit. "You want to tell me what the hell's going on, Jack? You got to keep out of this. I mean it. You came to me. You made me promise I'd be there for you. Well, God damn it, here I am. Great. You did your part. Now you can go." "Okay, I go. Then what the hell do you do?" "That doesn't concern you." Jack leaned into his face. "What are you going to do?" Luther's voice rose for the first time.
"I'm pleading guilty. I did it. You killed her."
Luther looked away. "Did you kill Christine Sullivan?" Luther didn't answer. Jack grabbed him by the shoulder. "Did you kill her?" "Yes." Jack scrutinized the face, then grabbed his briefcase. "I'm your lawyer whether you want me anymore or not, and until I figure out why you're lying to me, don't even think about talking to the cops. If you do, I'll have you declared insane." "Jack, I appreciate what you're doing, but look, Luther, Kate told me what happened, what she did, and why she did it. But let me tell it to you straight. If you go down for this, your little girl is never going to recover. You hear me?" Luther never finished what he was about to say. Suddenly the tiny room seemed about the size of a test tube. He never heard Jack leave. He sat there and stared straight ahead. For one of the few times in his life, he had no idea what he should do. Jack approached the men standing in the hallway. "Who's in charge?" Frank looked at him. "Lieutenant Seth Frank." "Fine, Lieutenant. Just for the record, my client doesn't waive his Miranda rights, and you're not to attempt to talk to him outside of my presence. Understood?" Frank folded his arms across his chest. "Okay. Who's the AKA handling this?" "Assistant Commonwealth's Attorney George Gorelick. I'm assuming you got an indictment." Frank leaned forward. "Grand jury returned to True Hill last week." Jack put his coat on. "I'm sure they did. You can forget about bail. I guess you know that. Well, from what I've heard, I think he might be safer hanging with you guys. Keep an eye on him for me, will you?" Jack handed his card to Frank and then walked purposefully down the hallway. At the parting remark, the smile faded from Frank's lips. He looked at the card and then toward the interrogation room and back at the rapidly disappearing defense counsel. Chapter 2. 3 blocks from the broad, white bulk of the United States Capitol. Jack Graham opened the front door of his apartment, threw his overcoat on the floor, and went straight to the fridge. Beer in hand, he flopped down on the threadbare couch in his living room. His eyes quickly perused the tiny room as he took a drink. Quite a difference from where he'd just been. He let the beer stand in his mouth and then swallowed. The muscles of his square jaw tensed and then relaxed. The nagging prickles of doubt slowly drained away, but they would reappear. They always did. Another important dinner party with Jennifer, his soon-to-be wife, and her family and circle of social and business acquaintances. People at that level of sophistication apparently didn't have mere friends they hung with. Everyone served a particular function, the whole being greater than the sum of the parts. Or at least that was the intent, although Jack had his own opinion on the matter. Industry and finance had been well represented, brandishing names Jack read about in the Wall Street Journal before he chucked it for the sports pages to see how the Skins or Bullets were doing. The politicos had been out in full force, scrounging future votes and current dollars. The group was rounded out by the ubiquitous lawyers of which Jack was one. The occasional doctor to show ties to the old ways, and a couple of public interest types to demonstrate that the powers that be had sympathy for the plight of the ordinary. He finished the beer and flipped on the TV. His shoes came off, and the $40 patterned socks his fiancée had bought for him were carelessly flung over the back of the lampshade. Given time, she'd have him in $200 braces with matching hand-painted ties. Shit, rubbing his toes, he seriously considered a second beer. The TV tried, but failed to hold his interest. He pushed his thick, dark hair out of his eyes and focused for the 1,000th time on where his life was hurtling, seemingly with the speed of the space shuttle. Jennifer's company limo had driven the two of them to her Northwest Washington townhouse, where Jack would probably move after the wedding. She detested his place. The wedding was barely 6 months off, apparently no time at all by a bride's standards, and he was sitting here having severe second thoughts. Jennifer Rice Baldwin possessed instant head-turning beauty to such a degree that the women stared as often as the men. She was also smart and accomplished, came from serious money, and was intent on marrying Jack. Her father ran one of the largest development companies in the country. Shopping centers, office buildings, radio stations, entire subdivisions, you name it. He was in it and doing better than just about anyone else. Her paternal great-grandfather was one of the original Midwest manufacturing tycoons, and her mother's family had once owned a large chunk of downtown Boston. The gods had smiled early and often on Jennifer Baldwin. There wasn't one guy Jack knew who wasn't jealous as hell of him. He squirmed in his chair and tried to rub a kink out of his shoulder. He hadn't worked out in a week. His 6'1" body, even at 32, had the same hard edge it had enjoyed all through high school, where he was a man among boys, in virtually every sport offered, and in college, where the competition was a lot rougher, but where he still managed to make first-string varsity as a heavyweight wrestler and first-team all-academic. That combination had gotten him into the University of Virginia School of Law, where he made law review, graduated near the top of his class, and promptly settled down as a public defender in the District of Columbia's criminal justice system. His classmates had all grabbed the big firm option out of law school. They had routinely called with phone numbers of psychiatrists who could help coax him out of his insanity. He smiled and then went and grabbed that second beer. The fridge was now empty. Jack's first year as a PD had been rough as he learned the ropes, losing more than he won. As time went on, he graduated to the more serious crimes. And as he poured every ounce of youthful energy, raw talent, and common sense he had into each of those cases, the tide began to turn, and then he started kicking some serious ass in court. He discovered he was a natural at the role, as talented at cross-examination as he had been at throwing men much bigger than he across a 2-inch thick mat. He was respected, liked as an attorney, if you could believe that. Then he had met Jennifer at a bar function. She was vice president of development and marketing at Baldwin Enterprises. Dynamic in presence, she had the added skill of making whomever she was talking to feel important. Their opinions were listened to, if not necessarily followed. She was a beauty who had no need to rely solely on that asset. When you got past the eye-catching looks, there was a lot more there, or seemed to be.
Jack would have been less than human had he not been attracted to her, and she had made it clear early on that the attraction was mutual, while being ostensibly impressed at his dedication in defending the rights of those accused of crimes in the capital city. Little by little, Jennifer had convinced Jack that he had done his bit for the poor, dumb, and unfortunate, and that maybe he should start thinking about himself and his future, and that maybe she wanted to be a part of that future.
When he finally left PD, the U.S. Attorney's Office had given him quite a send-off party, and good riddance. That should have told him then and there that there were a lot more of the poor, dumb, and unfortunate who needed his help. He didn't expect to ever top the thrill he had felt being a PD. He figured times like that came around once in life, and then they were gone. It was time to move on. Even little boys like Jack Graham had to grow up someday. Maybe it was just his time. He turned off the TV, grabbed a bag of corn chips, and went to his bedroom, stepping over the piles of dirty laundry strewn in front of the doorway. He couldn't blame Jennifer for not liking his place. He was a slob. But what bothered him was the dead certainty that even spotless, Jennifer would not consent to live here. For one thing, it was in the wrong neighborhood. Capitol Hill, to be sure, but not a gentrified part of Capitol Hill. Actually, not even close. Then there was the size. Her townhouse must have run 5,000 square feet, not counting the live-in maid's quarters and the 2-car garage that housed her Jag and brand-new Range Rover, as if anybody living in D.C., with its traffic-strangled roads, needed a vehicle capable of driving up the vertical side of a 20,000-foot-high mountain. He had 4 rooms if you counted the bathroom. He reached his bedroom, stripped off his clothes, and dropped into bed. Across the room, on a small plaque that had once hung in his office at work until he had grown embarrassed looking at it, was the announcement of his joining Patton, Shaw & Lord PSNL, was the capital city's #1 corporate firm. legal caterer to hundreds of blue-chip companies, including his soon-to-be father-in-law's, representing a multi-million-dollar account that he was credited with bringing to the firm, and that, in turn, guaranteed him a partnership at the next review. Partnerships at Patton Shaw were worth, on average, at least $500,000 a year. That was tip money for the Baldwins, but then he wasn't a Baldwin, at least not yet. He pulled the blanket over him. The building's insulation left a lot to be desired. He popped a couple of aspirin and washed them down with the rest of a Coke that was sitting on his nightstand, then looked around the cramped, messy bedroom. It reminded him of his room growing up. It was a warm, friendly memory. Home should look lived in. They should always give way to the screams of kids as they dashed from room to room in search of new adventures, of fresh objects to break. That was the other thing with Jennifer. She had made it clear that the sound of little feet was a distant project that was far from certain. Her career at her father's company was first and foremost in her mind and heart, maybe more so, Jack felt, than he was. He rolled over and tried to close his eyes. The wind pushed against the window, and he glanced in that direction. He looked away, but then with a resigned air, his eyes drifted back over to the box. It held part of his collection of old trophies and awards from high school and college, but those items were not the object of his focus. In the semi-darkness, he reached out a long arm for the framed photo, decided against it, and then changed his mind again. He pulled it out. This had almost become a ritual. He never had to worry about his fiancée stumbling onto this particular possession of his, because she absolutely refused to enter his bedroom for longer than a minute. Whenever they slid between the sheets, it was either at her place, where Jack would lie on the bed staring up at the 12-foot ceiling where a mural of ancient horsemen and young maidens shared space while Jennifer amused herself until she collapsed and then rolled over for him to finish on top of her. Or at her parents' place in the country where the ceilings were even higher, and the murals had been taken from some 13th century church in Rome, all of which made Jack feel that God was watching him being ridden by the beautiful and absolutely naked Jennifer Rice Baldwin, and that he would languish in eternal hell for those few moments of visceral pleasure. The woman in the photo had silky brown hair that curled slightly at the ends. Her smile looked up at Jack, and he remembered the day he had taken the picture. A bike ride far into the countryside of Albemarle County. He was just starting law school. She was in her second year of college at Mr. Jefferson's University. It was only their third date, but it was like they had never lived without each other. Kate Whitney. He said the name slowly. His hand instinctively traced the curves of her smile, the lone dimple right above the left cheek that gave her face a slightly lopsided look. The almond-shaped cheekbones bordered a dainty nose that sloped toward a pair of sensual lips. The chin was sharp and screamed out, stubborn. Jack moved back up the face and stopped at the large teardrop-shaped eyes that always seemed full of mischief. Jack rolled back over and laid the photo on his chest so that she stared directly at him. He could never think of Kate without seeing an image of her father, with his quick wit and crooked smile. Jack had often visited Luther Whitney at his little row house in an Arlington neighborhood that had seen better days. They spent hours drinking beer and telling stories, mostly Luther telling and Jack listening. Kate never visited her father, and he never attempted to contact her. Jack had found his identity almost by accident, and despite Kate's objections, Jack had wanted to get to know the man. It was a rare thing for her face to hold anything but a smile, but that was one thing she never smiled about. After he graduated, they moved to D.C. and she enrolled in law school at Georgetown. Life seemed idyllic. She came to his first few trials as he worked the butterflies from his stomach and the squeak from his throat and tried to remember which counsel table to sit at. But as the seriousness of the crimes his clients were accused of committing grew, her enthusiasm diminished. They had split up his first year in practice. The reasons were simple. She couldn't understand why he had chosen to represent people who broke the law, and she could not tolerate that he liked her father. At the very last breath of their lives together, he remembered sitting with her in this very room and asking, pleading for her not to leave. But she had, and that was 4 years ago, and he hadn't seen or heard from her since. He knew that she had taken a job with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office in Alexandria, Virginia, where she was no doubt busily putting former clients of his behind bars for stomping on the laws of her adopted state. Other than that, Kate Whitney was a stranger to him, but lying there with her staring at him with a smile that told him a million things that he had never learned from the woman he was supposed to marry in 6 months. Jack wondered if Kate would remain a stranger to him, whether his life was destined to become far more complicated than he ever intended. He grabbed the phone and dialed. 4 rings, and he heard the voice. It had an edge that he didn't remember, or maybe it was new. The beep came, and he started to leave a message. Something funny, right out of the blue, but then right on cue he got nervous, and quickly hung up, his hands shaking, his breathing accelerated. He shook his head. Jesus Christ, he had done 5 murder, 1 cases, and he was shaking like a goddamned 16-year-old sucking up the courage to call his first date. Jack put the picture away and imagined what Kate was doing right that very minute. Probably still in her office, pondering over how many years to take off somebody's life. Then Jack wondered about Luther. Was he at this very minute on the wrong side of someone's doorstep? Or leaving with another bundle of financial joy slung over his back? What a family, Luther and Kate Whitney. So different and so much the same. As focused a pair as he had ever encountered, but their respective focuses occupied different galaxies. That last night, after Kate had walked out of his life, he had gone around to Luther's to say goodbye and to drink a last beer. They had sat in the small, well-tended garden, watching the clematis and ivy cling to the fence. The scent of lilacs and roses lay thick like a net over them. The old man had taken it all right, asked few questions, and wished Jack well. Some things did not work out. Luther understood that as well as anyone. But as Jack left that night, he had noticed the glistening in the old man's eyes, and then the door closed on that part of his life. Jack finally put out the light and closed his eyes with the knowledge that another tomorrow was close upon him. His pot of gold, his once-in-a-lifetime payoff, was one day closer to reality. It did not make for easy sleep. Chapter 20. Kate had showered and changed. Her damp hair was swept straight back and hung loosely down to her shoulders. She wore a thick indigo blue V-neck sweater with white t-shirt underneath. The faded blue jeans hung loosely around her narrow hips. Thick wool socks covered her long feet. Jack watched those feet as they moved up and down, propelling their lithe owner about the room. She had recovered somewhat from earlier, but the horror was still lurking in her eyes. She seemed to be battling it with physical activity. Jack cradled a glass of soda and sat back in the chair. His shoulders felt like a 2x4. As if sensing that, Kate stopped pacing and started massaging. He didn't tell me they had an indictment. Kate's voice was angry. You really think cops are above using people to get what they want? He shot back. I can see you're getting back into the defense attorney state of mind. She really dug into his shoulders. It felt wonderful to him. Her wet hair dipped into his face as she bore down on the stiffest points. He closed his eyes. On the radio, Billy Joel's River of Dreams was playing. What was his dream? Jack asked himself. The target seemed to keep jumping on him, like spots of sunlight you tried to chase down as a kid. How is he? Kate's question jarred him back. He swallowed the rest of his drink. Confused, screwed up, nervous, all the things I never thought he could be. They found the rifle, by the way, upper-story room of one of those old townhouses across the street. Whoever fired that bullet, they're long gone by now, that's for sure. Hell, I don't even think the cops care. When's the arraignment? Day after tomorrow, 10 o'clock? He arched his neck and gripped her hand. They're going for capital murder, Kate. She stopped massaging. That's bullshit. Homicide in the commission of a burglary is a Class 1 felony. Murder in the first degree, tops. Tell the ACA to check the statute. Hey, that's my line, isn't it? He tried to make her smile, but didn't succeed. The Commonwealth's theory is that he broke into the house and was in the middle of the burglary when she caught him in the act. They're using the evidence of physical violence strangulation, beating and 2 shots to the head to sever it from the act of burglary. They believe that takes it into the realm of a vile and depraved act. Plus, they have the disappearance of Sullivan's jewelry. Murder in the commission of armed robbery equals capital murder. Kate sat down and rubbed her thighs. She wore no makeup and had always been one of those women who didn't need to. The strain was telling, though, especially in and under her eyes, in the slope of her shoulders.
What do you know about Gorelick? He's going to be trying this sucker.
Jack popped an ice cube in his mouth. He's an arrogant asshole, pompous, bigoted, and a terrific trial lawyer.
Great.
Jack got up from his chair and sat down next to Kate. He took her ankle and rubbed it. She sunk down into the sofa and put her head back. It had always been that way with them, so relaxed, so comfortable in the company of each other, like the last 4 years had never happened. The evidence Frank told me he had wasn't even close to getting an indictment. I don't understand, Jack. Jack slipped off her socks and rubbed her feet with both hands, feeling the fine, tiny bones. The police got an anonymous tip on the license plate of a car seen near the Sullivan place on what was probably the night of the murder. It was traced to the D.C. impoundment lot on that night. So, the tip was wrong. No, Luther used to tell me how easy it was to pick up a car from the impoundment lot, do a job, and then return it. Kay didn't look at him. She appeared to be studying the ceiling. Nice little chats you two used to have. Her tone held the familiar reproach. Come on, Kate.
I'm sorry. Her voice was weary again. The police checked the floor matting. Rug fibers from the Sullivan bedroom were found there. Also present was a very peculiar soil mixture. Turns out that exact same soil mix was used by Sullivan's gardener in the cornfield next to the house. The soil was a special blend made up for Sullivan. You won't find that exact composition anywhere else. I had a chat with Gorlick. He's feeling pretty confident, I can tell you that.
I haven't gotten the reports yet. I'll file my discovery motion tomorrow again. So what? How does that tie into my father? They got a search warrant for Luther's house and car. They found the same mixture on the floor mat in the car, and another sample on the living room rug. Kate slowly opened her eyes. He was in the house cleaning the damn carpets. He could have picked up the fibers then. And then he took a run through the cornfield? Come on. It could have been tracked in the house by somebody else and he stepped in it. That's what I would have argued, except for one thing. She sat up. Which is, along with the fiber and dirt, they found a petroleum-based solvent. The police pulled traces of it out of the carpet during their investigation. They think the perp tried to clean some blood away, his blood. I'm sure they've got a handful of witnesses ready to swear that there was no such thing used on that carpet prior to or at the time the carpets were cleaned. Therefore, Luther could have picked up traces of the carpet cleaner only if he had been in the house after that. Soil, fibers, and carpet cleaner. There's your tie. Kate slumped back down. On top of that, they traced the hotel where Luther was staying in town. They found a fake passport and through that tracked Luther to Barbados. 2 days after the murder, he flew to Texas, then Miami, and then on to the island. Looks like a fleeing suspect, doesn't it? They've got a sworn statement from a cab driver down there who drove Luther to Sullivan's place on the island. Luther made a reference to having been in Sullivan's place in Virginia. On top of that, they've got witnesses who will testify that Luther and Wanda Broom were seen together several times prior to the murder. One woman, a close friend of Wanda's, will testify that Wanda told her she needed money, badly, and that Christine Sullivan had told her about the safe, which shows Wanda Broom had lied to the police. I can see why Gorelick was so free with the info, but it's still all circumstantial. No, Kate, it's a perfect example of a case with no home-run direct evidence linking Luther to the crime, but enough indirect stuff to where the jury will be thinking, come on, who are you kidding? You did it, you son of Fabbich? I'll deflect everywhere I can, but they've got some pretty heavy stones to hit us with, and if Gorelick can get in your dad's priors, we might be finished. They're too old. Their prejudicial value far outweighs their probative. He'll never get them in. Kate's words sounded more sure than she felt. After all, how could you be sure of anything? The phone rang. She hesitated to answer it. Does anyone know you're here? Jack shook his head. She picked up the phone. Hello? The voice on the other end was crisp, professional. Ms. Whitney, Robert Gavin with the Washington Post. I wonder if I could ask you some questions about your father. I'd prefer to see you in person if that could be arranged. What do you want? Come on, Ms. Whitney, your father is front-page news. You're a state prosecutor. There's a helluva story there, if you ask me. Kate hung up. Jack looked at her. What? A reporter? Christ, they move fast. She sat down again with a weariness that startled him. He went to her, took her hand. Suddenly, she turned his face toward hers. She looked frightened. Jack, you can't handle this case. The hell I can't. I'm an active member of the Virginia Bar. I've handled a half-dozen murder trials. I'm eminently qualified. I don't mean that. I know you're qualified, but Patton, Shaw doesn't do criminal defense work. So, you have to start somewhere. Jack, be serious. Sullivan is a huge client of theirs. You've worked for him. I read about it in Legal Times. There's no conflict there. There's nothing I've learned in my attorney-client relationship with Sullivan that could be used on this case. Besides, Sullivan's not on trial here. It's us against the state. Jack, they're not going to let you do this case. Fine, then I'll quit. Hang up my own shingle. You can't do that. You've got everything going for you right now. You can't mess that up. Not for this. Then for what? I know your old man didn't beat up a woman and then calmly blow her head off. He probably went to that house to burgle it, but he didn't kill anybody. That I know, but you want to know something else?
I'm pretty damn sure he knows who killed her, and that's what's got him scared to death. He saw something in that house, Kate. He saw someone.
Kate slowly let out her breath as the words sunk in. Jack sighed and looked down at his feet. He got up and put on his coat. He playfully pulled at her waistband. When's the last time you actually had a meal? I can't remember. I recall when you filled out those jeans in a way that was a little more aesthetically pleasing to the male eye. She did smile that time. Thanks a lot. It's not too late to work on it. She looked around the four corners of her apartment. It held no appeal whatsoever. What did you have in mind? Ribs, slaw, and something stronger than Coke. Game? She didn't hesitate. Let me get my coat. Downstairs, Jack held open the door of the Lexus. He saw her studying every detail of the luxury car. I took your advice. Thought I'd start spending some of my hard-earned money. He had just climbed inside the car when the man appeared at the passenger door. He wore a slouch hat and had a gray-trimmed beard and skinny mustache. His brown overcoat was buttoned up to his neck. He held a mini cassette recorder in one hand, a press badge in the other. Bob Gavin, Ms. Whitney. I guess we got cut off before. He looked across at Jack, his brow furrowed. You're Jack Graham, Luther Whitney's attorney. I saw you at the station. Congratulations, mister.
Gavin, you've obviously got 20/20 vision and a very winning smile. Be seeing you.
Gavin clung to the car. Wait a minute, Simon. Just a minute. The public is entitled to hear about this case. Jack started to say something, but Kate stopped him. They will, Mr. Gavin. That's what trials are for. I'm sure you'll have a front row seat. Goodbye. The Lexus pulled away. Gavin thought about making a run for his car, but then decided not to. At 46, he and his soft and abused body were clearly in heart attack country. It was early in the game yet. He'd get to them sooner or later. He pulled up his collar against the wind and stalked off. It was nearing midnight when the Lexus pulled up in front of Kate's apartment building. Are you really sure you want to do this, Jack? Hell, I never really liked the murals, Kate. What? Get some sleep. We're both going to need it. She put her hand on the door and then hesitated. She turned back and looked at him, nervously flicked her hair behind her ear. This time there was no pain in her eyes. It was something else. Jack couldn't quite put his finger on. Maybe relief? Jack, the things you said the other night? He swallowed hard and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. He had been wondering when this was going to surface. Kate, I've been thinking about that. She put a hand to his mouth. A small breath floated from her lips. You were right, Jack. About a lot of things. He watched her walk slowly inside, and then he drove off. When he got home, his answering machine had run out of tape. The blinking message indicator was so full, the light was reduced to one continuous crimson beacon. He decided to do the most sensible thing he could think of, so he pretended they weren't there. Jack unplugged the phone, turned out the lights, and tried to go to sleep. It wasn't easy. He had acted so confident in front of Kate. But who was he kidding? Taking on this case by himself, without talking with anyone at Patton, Shaw was akin to professional suicide. But what good would talking have done? He knew what the answer would have been. Given the choice, his fellow partners would have slit their collective flabby wrists rather than taken on Luther Whitney as a client. But he was a lawyer, and Luther needed one major issues like this were never that simple. But that was why he fought so hard to keep things as black and white as possible.
Good, bad, right, wrong. It was not easy going for a lawyer perpetually trained to search for the gray in everything, an advocate of any position, just depended on who your client was, who was filling the meter on any given day. Well, he had made his decision. An old friend was fighting for his life, and he'd asked Jack to help him. It didn't matter to Jack that his client seemed to be growing unusually recalcitrant all of a sudden.
Criminal defendants were seldom the most cooperative in the world. Well, Luther had asked for his help, and he was sure as hell going to get it now. There was no gray in this issue anymore. There was no going back now. Chapter 21. Dan Kirkson opened the Washington Post and started to take a sip of his orange juice. It never reached his mouth. Gavin had managed to file a story on the Sullivan case consisting chiefly of the information that Jack Graham, newly ordained partner at Patton, Shaw, and Lord, was the defendant's counsel. Kirkson immediately called Jack's home. There was no answer. He dressed, called for his car, and at 8:30 walked through the lobby of his firm. He passed Jack's old office where boxes and personal items were still clustered. Jack's new quarters were just down the hall from Lord, a 20-by-20 beauty with a small wet bar, antique furnishings, and a panoramic view of the city. Nicer than his, Kirkson recalled with a grimace. The chair was swiveled around away from the doorway. Kirkson didn't bother to knock. He marched in and tossed the paper down on the desk. Jack turned slowly around. He glanced at the paper. Well, at least they got the firm's name spelled correctly. Great publicity. This could lead to some big ones. Kirkson sat down without taking his eyes off Jack. He spoke slowly and deliberately, as though to a child. Have you gone insane? We don't handle criminal defense work. We don't handle any litigation whatsoever. Kirkson stood up abruptly, his long forehead now a shiny pink, his diminutive body shaking with rage. Particularly when this animal has murdered the wife of the firm's largest client, he said shrilly. Well, that's not entirely correct. We didn't handle criminal defense work, but now we do. And I learned in law school that the accused is innocent until proven guilty. Dan, maybe you forgot that. Smiling, Jack eyed Kirkson steadily. 4 million versus 600, thou pal. So back off, dickhead. Kirkson slowly shook his head and rolled his eyes. Jack, maybe you don't fully understand the procedures we have in place at this firm before any new matter is undertaken. I'll have my secretary provide you with the pertinent provisions. In the meantime, take the necessary steps to have yourself and this firm taken off this matter immediately. With a dismissive air, Kirkson turned to leave. Jack stood up. Listen, Dan, I took the case and I'm going to try it, and I don't care what you or the firm's policy has to say about it. Close the door on your way out. Kirkson turned around slowly and looked at Jack with intense brown eyes. Jack, tread cautiously. I am the managing partner of this firm. I know you are, Dan. So you should be able to manage to close the goddamn door on your way out. Without another word, Kirkson spun on his heel, shutting the door behind him. The pounding in Jack's head finally subsided. He returned to his work. His papers were just about completed. He wanted to get them filed first thing before anyone could try to stop him. He printed out the documents, signed them, and called the courier himself. That done, he sat back in his chair. It was almost 9 o'clock. He would have to get going. He was seeing Luther at 10. Jack's entire brain was overflowing with questions to ask his client. And then he thought about that night, that chilly night on the mall, the look in Luther's eyes. Jack could ask the questions. He just hoped he was ready to handle the answers. He threw on his coat, and in another few minutes was in his car on his way to the Middleton County Jail. Under the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia and its Criminal Procedure Statute, the state must turn over to a defendant any exculpatory evidence. Failure to do so was a terrific way for an AKA to abruptly derail his or her career, not to mention getting a conviction thrown out and letting a defendant walk on appeal. Those particular rules were giving Seth Frank a very large headache. He sat in his office and thought about the prisoner sitting alone in a cell less than a minute's walk away. His calm and seemingly innocuous manner didn't trouble Frank. Some of the worst offenders he had ever arrested looked like they had stepped out of the church choir right after they had split open somebody's skull for a couple of laughs. Gorelick was putting together a good case, methodically collecting a bag full of little threads that when woven together in front of a jury would make a nice sturdy necktie for Luther Whitney to choke himself on. That also didn't trouble Frank. What did trouble Frank? Was all the little things that still didn't add up. The wounds, 2 guns, a bullet dug out of the wall. The place sanitized like an operating room. The fact that the guy was in Barbados and then came back. Luther Whitney was a pro. Frank had spent the better part of 4 days learning everything he could about Luther Albert Whitney. He had pulled off a crackerjack crime that, except for one glitch, would probably have remained unsolved. Millions from his heist, a cold trail for the cops. He's out of the country, and the son of a bitch comes back. Professionals did not do those things. Frank would have understood him coming back because of his daughter, but Frank had checked with the airlines. Luther Whitney, traveling under an alias, had returned to the United States long before Frank had hatched his plot with Kate. And the kicker was this. Was he really supposed to believe that Luther Whitney had any reason on earth to check Christine Sullivan's vagina? And on top of that, somebody had tried to kill the guy. This was one of the few times Frank actually had more questions after he had arrested his suspect than he had before taking his guy into custody. He felt in his pocket for a cigarette. His gum stage had long since passed. He would try again next year. When he looked back up, Bill Burton was standing in front of him.
You understand, Seth? I can't prove anything, but I'm just letting you know how I think it went down. And you're sure the president told Sullivan?
Burton nodded, fiddled with an empty cup on Frank's desk.
I just came from meeting with him. I guess I should have told him to keep it mum. I'm sorry, Seth.
Hell, he's the president, Bill. You gonna tell the president what to do? Burton shrugged. So what do you think? Makes sense. I'm not gonna let it lie. I can tell you that. If Sullivan was behind it, I'll take him down too. I don't care what his justification was. That shot could have hit anybody. Well, knowing the way Sullivan probably operates, you ain't gonna find much. The shooter's probably on some island in the Pacific with a different face, and 100 people who'll swear he's never even been in the States. Frank finished writing in his logbook. Burton studied him. Get anything out of Whitney?
Right.
His lawyer has him clammed shut. Burton appeared nonchalant. Who is he? Jack Graham. Used to be with the Public Defender's Service in the district. Now he's a big-shot partner with some big-shot law firm. He's in with Whitney now. Any good? Frank twisted a swizzle stick into a triangle. He knows what he's doing. Burton stood up to go. When's the arraignment? 10 tomorrow. You taking Whitney over? Yeah. You want to come along, Bill? Burton threw his hands over his ears. I don't want to know anything about it. How come? I don't want anything leaking back to Sullivan. That's how come. You don't think they'd try anything again? The only thing I know is that I don't know the answer to that question, and neither do you. If I were you, I'd make some special arrangements. Frank looked at him intently. Take care of our boy, Seth. He's got a date with the death chamber at Greensville. Burton left. Frank sat at his desk for some minutes. What Burton said made sense. Maybe they would try again. He picked up the phone, dialed a number, and spoke for a bit, and then hung up. He had taken all the precautions he could think of for transporting Luther. This time, Frank was confident there would be no leak jack. Left Luther sitting in the interrogation room and walked down the hallway to the coffee machine. In front of him was a big guy, nice suit, and a graceful tilt to his body. The man turned around just as Jack passed him. They bumped. Sorry. Jack rubbed his shoulder, where the holstered gun had struck him. Forget it. You're Jack Graham, aren't you?
Depends on who wants to know.
Jack sized the guy up. Since he was carrying a gun, he obviously wasn't a reporter. He was more like a cop. The way he held his hands, his fingers ready to move instantly. The way the eyes checked out every feature without seeming to. Bill Burton, United States Secret Service. The men shook hands. I'm kind of the president's earpiece on this investigation. Jack's eyes focused on Burton's features. Right, the news conference. Well, I guess your boss is pretty happy this morning. He would be if the rest of the world wasn't in such a god-awful mess. About your guy, hey? My feeling is they're only guilty if the court says they are. I hear you. You want to be on my jury? Burton grinned. Take it easy. Good talking to you. Jack put the 2 cups of coffee down on the table and looked at Luther. Jack sat down and looked at his empty legal pad. Luther, if you don't start saying something, I'm going to have to just make it up as I go along. Luther sipped the strong coffee, looked out the barred window at the single bare oak tree next to the station. A thick, wet snow was falling. The mercury was plunging, and the streets were already a mess. What's to know, Jack? Cut me a deal, save everybody the hassle of a trial, and let's get this over with. Maybe you don't understand, Luther. Here's their deal. They want to strap you onto a gurney, insert an IV into your arm, pump nasty little poisons into you, and pretend you're a chemistry experiment. Or, I think now, the Commonwealth actually gives the condemned a choice. So you can opt for having your brain fried in the electric chair. That's their deal. Jack stood up and looked out the window. For a moment, the flash of a blissful evening in front of a toasty fire in the huge mansion with the big front yard, with little Jacks and Jennifers running around, went through his head. He swallowed hard, shook his head clear, and looked back at Luther. Do you hear what I'm saying? I hear. Luther eyed Jack steadily for the first time. Luther, will you please tell me what happened? Maybe you were in that house. Maybe you burgled the safe, but you will never, ever make me believe you had anything to do with that woman's death. I know you, Luther, Luther smiled. Do you, Jack? That's good. Maybe you can tell me who I am one of these days. Jack threw his pad in his briefcase and snapped it shut. I'm going to plead you not guilty. Maybe you'll come around before we have to try this thing. He paused and added quietly, I hope you do. He turned to leave. Luther's hand fell on Jack's shoulder. Jack turned back to see Luther's quivering face. Jack! He swallowed with difficulty. His tongue seemed as big as a fist. If I could tell you, I would. But that wouldn't do you or Kate or anybody else any good. I'm sorry, Kate. What are you talking about?
I'll see you, Jack.
Luther turned and stared back out the window. Jack looked at his friend, shook his head, and knocked for the guard.
The snow had changed from fat, sloppy flakes to pellets of ice that clattered against the broad windows like handfuls of slung gravel. Kirkson paid no attention to the weather, but looked directly at Lord the managing partner's bow tie was slightly askew. He noticed it in the reflection from the window and angrily straightened it. His long forehead was red with anger and indignation. The little fuck was going to get his. No one talked to him like that.
Sandy Lord studied the dark clusters, making up the cityscape. A cigar smoldered in his right hand. His jacket was off, and his immense belly touched the window. The twin streaks of his red suspenders jumped out from the background of his highly starched monogrammed white shirt. He peered intently out as a figure dashed across the street, frantically chasing down a cab. He is undermining the relationship this firm you have with Walter Sullivan. I could only imagine what Walter must have thought when he read the paper this morning. His own firm, his own attorney actually representing this. This person, my God. Lord digested only a fraction of the little man's speech. He hadn't heard from Sullivan for several days now. Calls to his office and home had gone unanswered. No one seemed to know where he was. That was not like his old friend, who kept himself in constant contact with an elite inner circle of which Sandy Lord was a longtime member. My suggestion, Sandy, is that we take immediate action against Graham. We can't let this lie. It would set a terrible precedent. I don't care if he has Baldwin as a client. Hell, Baldwin is an acquaintance of Walter's. He must be livid as well about this whole deplorable situation. We can convene a meeting of the management committee tonight. I don't think it will take long to arrive at a conclusion then. Lord finally held up one hand and cut off Kirkson's ramblings. I'll take care of it, but Sandy, as managing partner, I believe that. Lord turned to look at him, the red eyes on either side of the large and bulbous nose cut right into the slender frame. I said, I'll handle it. Lord turned to look back out the window. Kirkson's hurt pride was of absolutely no consequence to him. What concerned Lord was the fact that someone had tried to kill the man accused of murdering Christine Sullivan, and no one could reach Walter Sullivan. Jack parked his car, looked across the street and closed his eyes. That didn't help, since the vanity plates seemed to be imprinted on his brain. He jumped out of his car and dodged traffic as he made his way across the slippery street. He inserted the key in the lock, took a quick breath, and turned the doorknob. Jennifer sat in the small chair by the TV. Her short black skirt was matched by black heels and patterned black stockings. A white blouse was open at the collar, where an emerald necklace fired dazzling color into the little room. A full-length sable was draped carefully on the sheet covering his ragged couch. She was clicking her nails against the TV set when he walked in. She looked at him without speaking. The thick ruby lips were set in a firm vertical line. Hi, Jen.
You've certainly been a very busy boy the last 24 hours, Jack. She didn't smile. Her nails continued to click. Gotta keep hustling, you know that. He took off his coat, undid his tie, and went into the kitchen for a beer. He reemerged and sat across from her on the couch. Hey, got a new piece of business today. She reached in her handbag and tossed across the post. I know. He looked down at the headlines. Your firm won't let you do it. Too bad, I already did it.
You know what I mean? What in God's name has gotten into you? Jen, I know the guy, okay? I know him. He's a friend of mine. I don't believe he killed the woman, and I'm going to defend him. Lawyers do that every day, in every place where there are lawyers, and in this country, that's basically everywhere. She leaned forward. It's Walter Sullivan, Jack. Think about what you're doing. I know it's Walter Sullivan, Jen. What? Luther Whitney doesn't deserve a good defense because somebody says he killed Walter Sullivan's wife? Excuse me, but exactly where's that written? Walter Sullivan is your client. Luther Whitney is my friend, and I've known him a lot longer than I've known Walter Sullivan. Jack, the man you're defending is a common criminal. He's been in and out of jails all his life. Actually, he hasn't been in prison for over 20 years. He's a convicted felon, but he's never been convicted of murder, Jack fired back.
Jack, there are more attorneys in this city than there are criminals. Why can't another lawyer handle it?
Jack looked at his beer. You want one? Answer my question. Jack stood up and hurled the beer bottle against the wall. Because he goddamn asked me. Jen looked up at him, the frightened look that had crossed her face passing as soon as the glass fragments and beer hit the floor. She picked up her coat and put it on.
You're making a huge mistake, and I hope you come to your senses before you do irreversible damage. My father almost had a coronary when he read that story. Jack put his hand on her shoulder, turned her face to his, and said quietly, Jen, this is something I have to do. I would have hoped you could support me on this. Jack, why don't you stop drinking beer and start thinking about how you want to spend the rest of your life?
When the door closed behind her, Jack slumped against it, rubbing his head until he thought the skin would start to peel away under the pressure his fingers were exerting. He watched from the tiny, dirty window as the vanity plates disappeared into the blur of snow. He sat down, looked at the headlines again. Luther wanted to cut a deal, but there was no deal to cut. The stage was set. Everyone wanted to see this trial. The TV news had given a detailed analysis of the case. Luther's photo must have been seen by several 100 million people. They already had public opinion polls about Luther's guilt or innocence, and he was running far behind in all of them, and Gorelick was licking his chops thinking that this was the vehicle to catapult him into the Attorney General's office in a few years. And in Virginia, attorneys general often ran for and won the governor's mansion. Short, balding, big-voiced, Gorelick was as deadly as a rattler on speed. Dirty tactics, questionable ethics, just waiting to bury the knife in your back at the first opportunity. That was George Gorelick. Jack knew he was in for a long, tough fight, and Luther wasn't talking. He was scared. And what did Kate have to do with that fear? Nothing was adding up, and Jack was going to walk into court tomorrow and plead Luther not guilty when he had absolutely no way to prove that Luther wasn't. But proof was the state's job. The problem was they probably had just enough to put them over the top. Jack would peck and chip, but he had a 3-time loser as a client. Even though the record said Luther had remained clean for the last 2 decades, they wouldn't care about that. Why should they? His guy made for the perfect ending to a tragic story, a poster boy for the 3 strikes rule. 3 heavies and your life is over, starring Luther Whitney. He tossed the newspaper across the room and cleaned up the broken glass and spilled beer. He rubbed the back of his neck, felt the underused muscles in his arms, and went to his bedroom and changed into sweats. The IYMCA was 10 minutes away. Amazingly, Jack found a parking space right in front and went inside. The black sedan behind him wasn't as lucky. The driver had to circle the block several times and then pull down the street and park on the other side. The driver wiped his passenger side window clear and checked out the front of the OMY. Then he made up his mind, climbed out of his car, and ran to the steps. He looked around, glanced at the gleaming Lexus, and then slowly walked inside. 3 pickup games later, the sweat was pouring down Jack's body. He sat down on the bench as the teenagers continued to run up and down the court with the inexhaustible energy of youth. Jack groaned as one of the lanky black kids dressed in loose gym shorts, tank shirt, and oversized sneakers tossed the ball at him. He tossed it back. Hey man, you tired? No, just old. Jack stood up, rubbed the kinks out of his aching thighs, and headed out. As he was leaving the building, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Jack drove. He glanced at his new passenger. Seth Frank looked over the interior of the Lexus. I've heard great things about these cars. How much it run you, if you don't mind my asking? $49,500, loaded. Like hell, I don't even come close to making that in a year. Neither did I until recently. Public defenders don't make the big bucks, I've heard. You heard right. The men fell silent. Frank knew he was breaking more rules than they probably had written down, and Jack knew that too. Finally, Jack looked at him. Look, Lieutenant, I'm assuming you didn't just come out here to check my taste in automobiles. Is there something you want? Gorelick's got a winning case against your guy. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not throwing in the towel if that's what you're thinking. You pleading him not guilty? No, I'm going to drive him down to the Greensville Correctional Center and inject the shit into him myself. Next question? Frank smiled. Okay, I deserve that. I think you and I need to talk. Some things about this case don't add up. Maybe it helps or hurts your guy. I don't know. You willing to listen?
Okay, but don't think this flow of information is going to be a two-way street. I know a place where you can actually cut the meatloaf with a butter knife and the coffee's passable. Is it an out-of-the-way place? I don't think you'd look good in a deputy's uniform. Frank looked over at him, grinning. Next question. Jack managed to smile and then drove home to change. Jack ordered another cup of coffee while Frank played with his first.
The meatloaf had been terrific, and the place was so isolated, Jack wasn't even sure where they were. Rural southern Maryland, he thought. He looked around at the few occupants of the rustic dining room. No one was paying them any undue attention. He turned back to his companion. Frank looked at him in an amused fashion. I understand you and Kate Whitney had a thing going a while back. Did she tell you that? Hell no. She came down to the station a few minutes after you left today. Her father wouldn't see her. I talked with her for a while, told her I was sorry about how things had gone down. Frank's eyes glistened for a moment, and then he continued. I shouldn't have done what I did, Jack, using her to get to her old man. Nobody deserves that. It worked. Some people would say, don't argue with success. Right? Well, anyway, the subject got around to you. I'm not so old yet that I can't see a gleam in a woman's eyes. The waitress brought Jack's coffee. He sipped it. Both men looked out the window where the snow had finally stopped, and the whole earth seemed to be covered with a soft white blanket. Look, Jack, I know the case against Luther is just about all circumstantial, but that sent plenty of people to jail. I'm not arguing with that. The truth is, Jack, there's an awful lot of shit that doesn't make any sense. Jack put down his coffee and leaned forward. I'm listening. Frank looked around the room and then back at Jack.
I know I'm taking a chance doing this, but I didn't become a cop to send people to jail for crimes they didn't commit. Plenty enough guilty people out there. So what doesn't add up? You'll see some of it for yourself in the reports you'll get in your discovery. But the fact is, I'm convinced Luther Whitney burgled that house. And I'm also convinced that he didn't kill Christine Sullivan, But you think he saw who did? Frank sat back in his chair and stared wide-eyed at Jack.
How long have you thought that?
Not long. Any ideas on the matter? I'm thinking your guy almost got caught with his hand in the cookie jar and then had to actually hide in that cookie jar. Jack looked puzzled. Frank took a few minutes to explain about the vault, the incongruity of the physical evidence and his own questions. So Luther's in the vault all this time watching whoever gets it on with Mrs. Sullivan. Then something happens and she gets popped. Then Luther watches whoever wipe away all traces. That's how I got it figured, Jack. So he doesn't go to the cops because he can't without incriminating himself. That explains a lot, except who did it. The only obvious suspect is the husband, and I don't believe it was him. Jack thought back to Walter Sullivan. Agreed. So who's not so obvious? Whoever she was meeting that night. From what you've told me about the deceased's sex life, that narrows it down to a couple million.
I didn't say it would be easy. Well, my hunch is, it's not some ordinary Joe. Why's that?
Jack took a swallow of coffee and looked at his slice of apple pie. Look, Lieutenant, make it Seth. Okay, Seth, I'm walking a fine line here. I hear where you're coming from, and I appreciate the info, but you're not absolutely sure you can trust me, and in any event, you don't want to say anything that might prejudice your client? Something like that. Fair enough. They paid the bill and left. Driving back, the snow started again with such velocity that the wipers were having a hard time keeping up. Jack looked over at Frank, who stared straight ahead, lost in thought or maybe just waiting for Jack to start talking. Okay, I'll take the chance. I don't have a hell of a lot to lose, do I? Frank continued to stare straight ahead. Not that I can see. Let's assume for the moment that Luther was in the house and saw the woman murdered. Frank looked over at Jack. There was relief in the detective's features. Okay, you've got to know Luther, know how he thinks, to understand how he would react to something like that. He's about as unshakable a person as I've ever met. And I know his record doesn't indicate it, but he's about as trustworthy and dependable as you can get. If I had kids and needed to leave them with someone, I'd leave them with Luther, because I know absolutely nothing bad would happen to them on his watch. He's incredibly capable. Luther sees everything. He's a control freak. Everything except his daughter leading him into a trap. Right, except for that, he wouldn't have seen that coming, not in a million years. But I know the kind of guy you're talking about, Jack. Some of the guys I've busted, except for the little habit of taking other people's property. They're some of the most honorable people I've ever met. And if Luther saw this woman killed, I'm telling you he would have found some way to deliver the guy to the cops. He wouldn't have let it go. He just wouldn't. Jack stared grimly out the window. Except, Jack looked over at him, except for a hell of a good reason. Like maybe he knew the person or knew of him. You mean the kind of person people would have a hard time believing could do something like that, so Luther figures why even bother? There's more to it than that, Seth. Jack turned the corner and pulled up next to the YMCA. I've never seen Luther scared before this all happened. And he's scared now, terrified in fact. He's resigned himself to take the rap for the whole thing, and I don't know why. I mean, he left the country for God's sakes, and came back.
Right, which I still cannot figure out. You have the date, by the way.
Frank flipped open his notebook and told him the date. So what the hell happened after Christine Sullivan was killed, and before then to get him to come back? Frank shook his head. Could be anything. No, it was one thing, and if we could find out what that was, we might be able to figure this whole thing out. Frank put away his notebook, absently rubbed his hand across the dashboard. Jack put the car in park and leaned back in his seat. And he's not just scared for himself. Somehow he's scared for Kate, too. Frank looked puzzled.
You think somebody threatened Kate?
Jack shook his head.
No, she would have told me.
I think someone got the message to Luther that he either keeps quiet or else. You think the same people who tried to take him out? Maybe. I don't know. Frank made a fist with both hands and looked out the car window. He took a deep breath and looked back at Jack. Look, you've got to get Luther to talk. If he can deliver us, whoever did Christine Sullivan, I'll recommend probation and community service in return for his cooperation. He won't do any time. Hell, Sullivan would probably let him keep what he stole if we could nail the guy. Recommend? Let's put it this way. I'll cram it down Gorelick's throat. Good enough? Frank extended his hand. Jack slowly took it, eyeing the policeman steadily. Good enough. Frank got out of the car and then poked his head back in. For what it's worth, as far as I'm concerned, tonight never happened, and everything you've said stays with me, no exceptions. Not even on the witness stand. I mean it. Thanks, Seth. Seth Frank walked slowly back to his car as the Lexus pulled down the street, turned the corner, and was gone. He understood exactly the kind of guy Luther Whitney was. So what the hell could scare that kind of a guy so badly? Chapter 22. It was 7:30. In the morning when Jack pulled into the parking lot of the Middleton police station. The morning had broken clear, but bitterly cold. Amid a number of snow-covered police cars was a black sedan with a cold hood that told him Seth Frank was an early riser. Luther looked different today. The orange prison clothes had been replaced with a brown two-piece suit, and his striped tie was conservative and professional. He could be an insurance salesman or a senior partner in a law firm, with his thick gray hair neatly trimmed and the remnants of his island tan. Some defense attorneys saved the nice citizen clothes for the actual trial, where the jury could see that the accused wasn't such a bad guy, just misunderstood, but Jack was going to insist on the suit throughout. It wasn't merely game playing, it was Jack's firm conviction that Luther didn't deserve to be paraded around in neon orange. He might be a criminal, but he wasn't the kind of criminal where, if you got too close, you might get a shiv in your ribs or find a set of criminally insane teeth on your throat. Those guys deserved to wear the orange, if only to make sure you always knew where they were in proximity to everyone else. Jack didn't bother to open his briefcase this time. The routine was familiar. The charges against Luther would be read to him. The judge would ask Luther if he understood the charges, and then Jack would enter the plea. Then the judge would take them through the dog and pony show to determine if Luther understood what a plea of not guilty entailed, and whether Luther was satisfied with his legal representation. The only problem was Jack had a nagging feeling that Luther might tell him to go to hell right in front of the judge and plead himself guilty. That was not unprecedented. And who knew?
The damn judge might just accept it. But the judge would most likely follow the book closely, since, in a capital murder case, any screw-up along the way could be grounds for appeal, and death penalty appeals tended to last forever anyway. Jack would just have to take his chances. With any luck, the entire proceeding would take all of 5 minutes. Then a trial date would be set, and the real fun would begin.
Since the Commonwealth had gotten an indictment against him, Luther wasn't entitled to a preliminary hearing. Not that having one would have done Jack any good, but he would have gotten a quick look at the Commonwealth's case and a crack at some of their witnesses on cross. Although the circuit court judges were usually diligent in not letting defense counsel use the prelim as a fishing expedition. He also could have waived the arraignment, but Jack's thinking was to let them work for everything. And he wanted Luther in open court for all to see, and he wanted that not guilty plea heard loud and clear. And then he was going to hit Gorelick with a change of venue motion and get this case the hell out of Middleton County. With any luck, Gorelick would get bumped for a new ACA, and Mr. Future Attorney General could stew on that disappointment for a few decades. Then Jack was going to make Luther talk. Kate would be protected. Luther would spill his story, and then the deal of the century would be cut. Jack looked at Luther. "You look good." Luther's mouth curled up more in a smirk than a smile. "Kate would like to see you before the arraignment." The response shot out of Luther's mouth. "No, why not?" "My God, Luther, you've wanted a relationship with her forever, and now that she's finally willing to come around, you clam up. Damn, I don't understand you sometimes. I don't want her anywhere near me."
"Look, she's sorry about what she did. It tore her up."
"I'm telling you," Luther swiveled his head around, "she thinks I'm mad at her?" Jack sat down. For the first time, he finally had Luther's attention. He should have tried this before. "Of course she does. Why else won't you see her?" Luther looked down at the plain wooden table and shook his head in disgust. "Tell her I'm not mad at her. She did the right thing. You tell her that. Why don't you tell her?" Luther abruptly stood up and walked around the room. He stopped in front of Jack.
"This place has a lot of eyes, you hear me? You understand me? Somebody sees her in here with me. Then somebody might think she knows something she doesn't. And believe me, that is not good. Who are you talking about?"
Luther sat back down. "Just tell her what I said. Tell her I love her, and I always have and always will. You tell her that, Jack, no matter what." "So you're saying this somebody might think you told me something, even if you haven't. I told you not to take this case, Jack, but you wouldn't listen." Jack shrugged, flipped open his briefcase, and took out a copy of the Post. "Check out the lead story." Luther glanced down at the front page. Then he angrily threw the paper against the wall. Fucking bastard! Fucking bastard! The words exploded out of the old man's mouth. The door to the room flew open, and a beefy guard poked his head in, one hand on his standard issue. Jack motioned that it was all right, and the guy slowly backed out, his eyes glued on Luther. Jack went over and picked up the paper. The cover story had a photo of Luther taken outside the police station. The headline was in bold 3-inch letters, normally reserved for when the Skins won the Super Bowl. "Sullivan murder, suspect arraignment." Today, Jack scanned the rest of the front page. More killings in the former Soviet Union as ethnic cleansing continued. The Defense Department was preparing for another budget hit. Jack's eyes glanced over but did not really register on President Alan Richmond announcing his intent to take another stab at welfare reform and a picture of him at a children's center in impoverished Southeast D.C. that made for a nice photo op. The smiling face had hit Luther right between the temples, holding poor black babies for all the world to see. Fucking lying asshole. The fist hit Christine Sullivan again and again and again. Blood flew into the air. The hands wrapped around her neck like a wily serpent, crushing life without a thought. Stealing life, that's what he had done. Kissing babies and killing women. Luther? Luther? Jack gently laid a hand on Luther's shoulder. The old man's frame was quaking like an engine in dire need of a tune-up, threatening to fly apart, no longer able to confine itself within a quickly eroding shell.
For a terrible moment, Jack wondered if Luther had killed the woman, if his old friend had perhaps gone over the edge. His fears were dispelled when Luther turned and looked at him. The calm had returned. The eyes were clear and focused once more. "Just tell Kate what I said, Jack, and let's go get this over with." The Middleton courthouse had long been the centerpiece of the county.
195 years old, it had survived the British in the War of 1812 and the Yankees and the Confederates in the War of Northern Aggression, or the Civil War, depending on what side of the Mason-Dixon the person you asked hailed from. A costly renovation in 1947 had given it new life, and the good townspeople expected it to be around for their great-grandchildren to enjoy and occasionally go inside, hopefully for nothing more than a traffic ticket or a marriage license. Where before it had stood alone at the end of the 2-lane road that made up Middleton's business district. It now shared space with antique shops, restaurants, a grocery market, a huge bed and breakfast, and a service station that was all brick in keeping with the architectural tradition of the area. Huddled within walking distance was a row of offices where the shingles of many a respected county lawyer hung with simple grace. Normally quiet except on Friday morning, which was motions day for the civil and criminal docket, the Middleton courthouse now held a scene that would have caused the town's forefathers to do somersaults in their final resting places. At first glance, one could almost imagine that the rebels in the Union Blue had returned to settle, once and for all, the score 6 television trucks, with thick call letters emblazoned on their white sides, held forth directly in front of the courthouse steps. Their broadcast masts were already rising skyward. Crowds 10 deep pushed and prodded against the wall of sheriffs, reinforced by grim members of the Virginia State Police who stared silently at the mass of reporters pushing pads, microphones, and pens into their faces. Fortunately, the courthouse had a side entrance, which was at this moment surrounded by a semicircle of police, riot guns, and shields front and center, daring anyone to come near. The van carrying Luther would come here. Unfortunately, the courthouse did not have an inside garage, but the police still felt they had matters under control. Luther would only be exposed for a few seconds at most. Across the street, rifle-toting police officers patrolled the sidewalks, eyes sweeping up and down, looking for the glint of metal, an open window that shouldn't be. Jack looked out the small window of the courtroom that overlooked the street. The room was as large as an auditorium with a hand-carved bench that rose a full 8 feet high and swept more than 15 feet from end to end. The American and Virginia flags stood at attention on either side of the bench. A lone bailiff sat at a small table in front of the bench, a tugboat before the ocean liner. Jack checked his watch, eyed the security forces in place, then looked at the crush of media. Reporters were a defense attorney's best friends or worst nightmare. A lot depended on what the reporters thought about a particular defendant and about a particular crime. A good reporter will cry loud and hard about his or her objectivity on a story at the same time they're trashing your client in the latest edition, long before any verdict is in. Women journalists tended to go easier on defendants accused of rape, as they tried to avoid even the appearance of gender bias. For similar reasons, the men seemed to bend over backward for battered women who had finally struck back. Luther would have no such luck. Ex-cons who murder rich, young women would receive the battering rams of all wordsmiths involved, regardless of sex. Jack had already received a dozen phone calls from Los Angeles-based production companies clamoring for Luther's story. Before the guy had even entered a plea, they wanted his story and would pay for it. Pay well. Maybe Jack should tell them yes, come on in, but only on one condition. If he tells you anything, you have to let me in on it, 'cause right now, man, I've got nothing. Zip. He looked across the street. The armed guards gave him some comfort, although there were police everywhere last time, and the shot was still fired. At least this time, the police were forewarned. They had things pretty much under control, but they had not counted on one thing, and that one thing was now coming down the street. Jack swung his head around as he watched the army of reporters and plain curious turn, en masse, and race to the motorcade. At first, Jack thought it must be Walter Sullivan, until he saw the police, motorcyclists followed by the Secret Service vans, and finally the twin American flags on the limo. The army this man had brought with him dwarfed the one that was preparing to receive Luther Whitney. He watched as Richmond exited the vehicle. Behind him stepped the agent he had talked to earlier. Burton. That was the guy's name. One tough, serious dude. His eyes swept the area like a radar beam, his hand within inches of the man, ready to pull him down in an instant. The Secret Service vans parked across the street. One pulled into an alleyway across from the courthouse, and then Jack looked back at the president. An impromptu podium was set up, and Richmond began his own little news conference as cameras clicked. And 100 grown adults with journalism degrees tried to push and pull past their neighbor. A few ordinary and saner citizens were hovering in the back. 2 with video cameras recording what to them was certainly a special moment. Jack turned to find the bailiff, a granite wall of a black man beside him. Been here 27 years and never had the man out here before. Now he's been here twice in the same year. Go figure. Jack smiled at him. Well, if your friend had invested $10 million in your campaign, you might be out here too. Lot of big boys against you. That's okay. I brought a big bat with me. Samuel Long. Jack Graham, Samuel. You gonna need it, Jack? Hope you loaded it with lead. So what do you think, Samuel? My guy gonna get a fair shake in here?
You asked me that question 3 years ago, I'd say yeah, damn straight you will. Yes, sir.
He looked out at the crush of people. You ask me today. I say, I don't know. I don't care what court you're in. Supreme Court, traffic court, things are changing, man. Not just the courts either. Everything, everybody, whole goddamn world's changing, and I just don't know anymore. They both looked out the window again. The door to the courtroom opened, and Kate entered. Instinctively, Jack turned around and looked at her. No courtroom attire today. She had on a black pleated skirt that tapered at the waist where a thin black belt encircled her. The blouse was simple and buttoned to the neck. Her hair was brushed back off her forehead and hung to her shoulders. Her cheeks were rosy from the bitter cold. A coat was draped over her arm. They sat together at the counsel table. Samuel discreetly disappeared. It's almost time, Kate, I know. Listen, Kate. Like I told you on the phone, it's not that he doesn't want to see you. He's afraid. He's afraid for you. The man loves you more than anything. Jack, if he doesn't start talking, you know what's going to happen. Maybe, but I've got some leads to go on. The state's case isn't as foolproof as everyone seems to think. How do you know that? Trust me on that one. Did you see the president outside? How could you miss him? It's okay with me, though. No one paid a bit of attention to me walking in. He definitely relegates everybody else to wallflowers. Is he here yet? Soon. Kate opened her purse and fumbled for some gum. Jack smiled and pushed her quivering fingers out of the way and pulled the pack out for her. Couldn't I at least talk to him on the phone? I'll see what I can do. They both sat back and waited. Jack's hand slipped over Kate's, and they both looked up at the massive bench where in a few short minutes it would start. But for now, they just waited. Together, the white van rounded the corner past the semicircle of police officers and came to a stop within a few feet of the side door. Seth Frank pulled up directly behind the van and got out. Radio in hand, 2 officers alighted from the van, scanned the area. This was good. The entire crowd was in the front gawking at the president. The officer in charge turned and nodded to another man inside the van. A few seconds later, Luther Whitney, ankles and hands manacled, and his suit covered by a dark trench coat, emerged. His feet touched the ground, and, with an officer in front and back, he started to make his way to the courthouse. That's when the crowd hit the corner. They were following the president, who was purposefully striding down the sidewalk to where his limo was parked. As he passed the side of the courthouse, he looked up, as if sensing his presence. Luther, whose eyes had been pressed to the ground, also looked up. Their eyes locked for one terrible instant. The words escaped Luther's lips before he knew what was happening. Fucking bastard. It was said quietly, but each officer heard something because they looked around as the president walked by a mere 100 feet away. They were surprised, and then their thoughts focused on one thing only. Luther's knees buckled. At first, both officers thought he was intentionally making their job harder until they saw the blood streaming down the side of his face. One of them shouted an expletive and grabbed Luther's arm. The other pulled his gun and swung it in wide arcs at where he thought the shot had come from. The events that happened in the next few minutes seemed a blur to most people who were there. The sound of the shot was not entirely clear over the screams of the crowds. The Secret Service agents heard it, though. Burton had Richmond on the ground in a second. 20 dark suits carrying automatic weapons made a human cocoon around them. Seth Frank watched as the Secret Service van tore out of the alley and blocked off the now hysterical crowd from the president. One agent emerged, wielding a machine gun, and scanned the street, barking into a radio. Frank directed his men to cover every square inch of the area. Every intersection was cordoned off, and a building-by-building search would commence. Truckloads of officers would arrive shortly, but somehow Frank knew it was too late. In another second, Frank was beside Luther. He looked on in disbelief as the blood drenched the snow, warming it into a sickening pool of crimson. An ambulance was called and would be there in minutes. But Frank also knew it was too late for ambulances. Luther's face had already gone white. The eyes stared blank, the fingers were curled tight. Luther Whitney had 2 new holes in his head, and the damn round had put a hole in the van after exiting the man. Someone was taking no chances. Frank closed the dead man's eyes and then looked around. The president was up and being hustled into his limo. In a few seconds, the limo and the vans were gone. Reporters started to flock to the murder scene, but Frank motioned to his men, and the journalists were met by a brick wall of infuriated and embarrassed police officers who brandished their batons and hoped somebody tried something. Seth Frank looked down at the body. He took off his jacket, despite the cold, and laid it across Luther's torso and face. Jack had made it to the window a few seconds after the scream started. His pulse was off the chart, and his forehead was suddenly drenched in sweat. "Stay here, Kate." He looked at her. She was frozen, her face having already registered a fact that Jack hoped beyond hope wasn't true. Samuel had emerged from the inner sanctum. "What the hell's going on?" "Samuel, keep an eye on her, please." Samuel nodded, and Jack hit the door, running outside. There were more men with guns than Jack had ever seen outside of a Hollywood war flick. He ran to the side of the courthouse and was about to have his head cracked open by a 250-pound baton-wielding trooper when Frank's voice boomed out. Jack warily approached. Each of his steps in the tight-packed snow seemed to take a month. All eyes seemed to be on him, the crumpled figure under the coat, the blood soaking the once pristine snowfall, the anguished and at the same time disgusted look on Detective Seth Frank's features. He would remember each of these things for many sleepless nights, perhaps for the rest of his life. When he finally crouched down beside his friend, he started to draw back the jacket, but then stopped. He turned around and looked back from where he had just come. The sea of reporters had parted. Even the wall of cops had hinged back just enough to let her through. Kate stood there for a long minute, no coat on, shivering in the wind that swept down through the funnel-like space between the buildings. She looked straight ahead, her eyes so focused they seemed to register on nothing and everything simultaneously. Jack started to rise to go to her, but his legs did not have the strength. Just a few minutes ago, juiced and prepared to do battle, mad as hell at his uncooperative client, now every scintilla of energy had been stripped from his being. With Frank's help, he rose on unsteady legs and went to her. For once in their lives, nosy reporters did not attempt to ask questions. Photographers seemingly forgot to take their requisite shots. As Kate knelt beside her father and gently laid her hand on his still shoulder, the only sounds were the wind and the distant whine of the approaching ambulance. For a couple of minutes the world had stopped right outside the Middleton County Courthouse. A.S. the limo whisked him back to town. Alan Richmond smoothed down his tie and poured a club soda. His thoughts ventured to the headlines that would drown the upcoming papers. The major news shows would be salivating for him, and he would milk it. He would continue on his normal schedule for the day. The rock-solid president, shots fired around him, and he doesn't flinch. Goes on about the business of running the country, of leading the people. He could envision the polls. A good 10 points at least. And it had all been too easy. When was he ever going to feel a real challenge? Bill Burton looked over at the man as the limo neared the D.C. line. Luther Whitney had just caught the business end of the most deadly piece of ammo Colin could find to chamber his rifle with. And this guy was calmly sipping soda water. Burton felt sick to his stomach, and it still wasn't over. He could never in his wildest dreams put any of this behind him. But perhaps he could live the rest of his life as a free man. A man whose children respected him, even if he no longer respected himself. As he continued to look at the president, it occurred to Burton that the son of Fabich was proud of himself. He had seen such calmness before amidst extreme and calculated violence. No remorse because a human being's existence had just been sacrificed. Instead, a rush of euphoria, of triumph. Burton thought back to the marks on Christine Sullivan's neck, to the busted jaw, to the ominous sounds he had heard from behind other bedroom doors. The man of the people. Burton thought back to the meeting with Richmond, where he had filled in his boss on all the facts. Other than seeing Russell squirm, it had not been a pleasant experience. Richmond had stared at each of them. Burton and Russell sat side by side. Colin hovered next to the door. They were clustered in the First Family's private quarters, a component of the White House the eager public was never permitted to see. The rest of the First Family was on a brief holiday visiting relatives. It was best that way. The most important member of the family was not in a pleasant mood. The president was finally fully cognizant of the facts, the most remarkable of which had been a letter opener bearing some particularly incriminating evidence and which had ended up in the hands of their intrepid and felonious eyewitness. The blood had almost frozen in the president's veins when Burton had told him. As the words fell out of the agent's mouth, the president had swiveled his head in Russell's direction. When Colin recounted Russell's instructions not to wipe the blade and handle clean, the president had stood up and hovered over his chief of staff, who had pushed herself so far back in her chair that she seemed to have become part of the fabric. His stare was crushing. She finally covered her eyes with her hand. The underarms of her blouse were soaked in perspiration. Her throat was devoid of saliva. Richmond had sat back down and slowly crunched the ice from his cocktail and finally turned his gaze out the window. He was still dressed in a monkey suit from yet another engagement, but the tie was undone. He was still looking out to nowhere when he spoke. "How long, Burton?" Burton stopped looking at the floor. "Who knows? Maybe forever. You know better than that. I want your professional assessment, sooner than later. He's got a lawyer now. Somehow, some way, the guy's gonna pop to somebody. Do we have any idea where it is?" Burton rubbed his hands together uneasily. "No, sir. The police searched his house, his car. If they had found the letter opener, I would have heard. But they know it's missing from Sullivan's house." Burton nodded. "The police realize it has significance. If it turns up, they'll know what to do with it." The president stood up and played his fingers across a particularly ugly Gothic crystal collection of his wife's that was displayed on one of the tables. Next to them were photos of his family. He never actually registered on their countenances. All he saw in their faces were the flames of his administration. His face seemed to redden before the invisible conflagration. History was in jeopardy of being rewritten, and all because of a little Kmart bimbo and an overly ambitious and incredibly stupid chief of staff.
"Any idea who Sullivan employed?"
Burton again answered. Russell was no longer an equal. Colin was there only to be told what to do. Could be one of 20 or 30 high-priced hitmen. Whoever it is, he's long gone by now. But you've laid the mental trail with our friend the detective. He knows that you innocently told Walter Sullivan where and when. The guy's plenty smart enough to follow up on that. The president abruptly picked up one of the crystal pieces and hurled it against the wall where it shattered, sending fragments all across the room, his face contorted into a mass of hate and anger that made even Burton shudder. Damn it, if he hadn't missed, it would have been perfect. Russell looked at the tiny shards of crystal on the carpet. That was her life. All those years of education, toiling 100-hour weeks for this. The police are going to follow up with Sullivan. I made sure the detective on the case understood Sullivan's possible involvement, Burton continued. But even though he's the most likely suspect, he'll deny everything. They won't be able to prove anything. I'm not sure where that gets us, sir. Richmond strolled around the room. He could have been preparing for his speech or getting ready to shake hands with a troop of Boy Scouts from a Midwestern state. He was actually contemplating how to murder someone in a way that absolutely no blame, not even a hint of suspicion, would ever fall his way. What if he tried again? And this time succeeded. Burton looked puzzled. How do we control what Sullivan does? By doing it ourselves. No one said anything for a couple of minutes. Russell glanced incredulously at her boss. Her entire life had just gone straight to hell, and now she was compelled to participate in a conspiracy to commit murder. She had felt emotionally numb since all of this had started. She had been absolutely certain her situation could not get any worse, and she had been absolutely wrong about that. Finally, Burton ventured an analysis. I'm not sure the police would believe Sullivan would be that crazy. He's got to know they're onto him, but can't prove anything.
If we pop Whitney, I'm not sure they'd look Sullivan's way.
The president stopped strolling. He stood directly in front of Burton. So let the police reach that conclusion themselves. If they ever do, the reality was that Richmond no longer needed Walter Sullivan to regain the White House. Perhaps more important, this was a perfect way to rid himself of the obligation to back Sullivan's Ukraine deal over Russia, a decision that was growing into more and more of a potential liability. If Sullivan were even remotely implicated in the death of his wife's killer, he would be doing no more global deals. Richmond's support would be discreetly withdrawn. Everyone who counted would understand that silent retreat. Alan, you want to set Sullivan up for a murder? These were the first words Russell had spoken. Her face betrayed her complete astonishment. He looked at her with unconcealed contempt in his eyes. Alan, think about what you're saying. This is Walter Sullivan. This is not some two-bit crook no one gives a damn about. Richmond smiled. Her stupidity amused him. She had seemed so bright, so incredibly capable when he first brought her on board. He had been wrong. The president did some rough calculations. At best, Sullivan had perhaps a 20% chance of going down for the killing. Given similar circumstances, Richmond would take those odds. Sullivan was a big boy. He could take care of himself, and if he faltered?
Well, that was why they had prisons. He looked at Burton. Burton, do you understand?
Burton didn't answer. The president said sharply,
You were certainly prepared to kill the man before Burton. As far as I can determine, the stakes haven't changed. In fact, they're probably higher for all of us. Do you understand, Burton?
Richmond paused for a moment, then repeated his question. Burton finally looked up and said quietly, "I understand." For the next 2 hours they laid their plans. As the two Secret Service agents and Russell rose to leave, the president looked at her. "So tell me, Gloria, what happened to the money?" Russell looked straight at him. "It was donated anonymously to the American Red Cross. I understand it was one of their biggest single contributions ever." The door closed and the president had smiled. "Nice parting shot. Enjoy it, Luther Whitney. Enjoy it while you can, you insignificant little nothing." Chapter 23. Walter Sullivan settled into his chair, with a book but never opened it. His mind wandered back to events that seemed more ethereal, more wholly unconnected to his person than anything else that had ever happened in his life. He had hired a man to kill someone who stood accused of murdering his wife. The job had been botched, a fact for which Sullivan was quietly thankful, for his grief had subsided enough to where he knew what he had attempted to do was wrong. A civilized society must follow certain procedures unless it were to become uncivilized, and no matter how painful it would be to him, he was a civilized man. He would follow the rules. It was then that he looked down at the newspaper. Many days old now, its contents continued to beat incessantly into his head. The thick, dark headlines shone back at him on the white background of the page. As he turned his attention to it, distant suspicions in his mind were starting to crystallize. Walter Sullivan was not only a billionaire, he possessed a brilliant and perceptive mind, one that saw every detail along with every landscape. Luther Whitney was dead. The police had no suspects. Sullivan had checked the obvious solution. McCarty had been in Hong Kong on the day in question. Sullivan's last directive to the man had indeed been heeded. Walter Sullivan had called off his hunt, but someone else had taken up the chase in his place. And Walter Sullivan was the only person who knew that for a fact other than his bungling assassin. Sullivan looked at his old timepiece. It was barely 7 in the morning, and he had been up for 4 hours already. The 24 hours in a day meant little to him anymore. The older he grew, the less important became the parameters of time. 4 o'clock in the morning could find him wide awake on a plane over the Pacific, while 2 in the afternoon might be the halfway point in his sleep for the day. There were many facts that he was sifting through, and his mind worked rapidly. A CAT scan done at his last physical evidenced a brain with the youth and vigor of a 20-year-old. And that splendid mind was now working toward the few undeniable facts that were leading its owner to a conclusion that would amaze even him. He picked up the phone on his desk and looked around the highly polished cherry paneling of his study as he dialed the number. In a moment he had been put through to Seth Frank. Unimpressed with the man early on, Sullivan had grudgingly given him his due with the arrest of Luther Whitney. But now?
"Yes, sir, Mr. Sullivan. What can I do for you?"
Sullivan cleared his throat. His voice had a humble note to it that was as far from his customary tone as was possible. Even Frank picked up on it. "I had a question regarding the information I had given you earlier about Christine's sudden departure on the way to the airport for our trip to the estate in Barbados." Frank sat up in his chair. "Did you remember something else?" "Actually, I wanted to verify whether I had given you any reason for her not going on the trip." "I'm afraid I don't understand." "Well, I suppose my age is catching up with me. My bones aren't the only thing deteriorating, I'm afraid, though I don't care to admit it to myself, much less anyone else, Lieutenant. More to the point, I thought I had told you she had taken ill and had to return home. I thought that's what I had told you in any event." Seth took a moment to pull his file, although he was certain of the answer. "You said she didn't give a reason, Mr. Sullivan, just said she wasn't going, and you didn't push it." "Ah, well, I guess that settles that."
"Thank you, Lieutenant."
Frank stood up. One hand lifted a cup of coffee, and then put it back down.
"Wait a minute, Mr. Sullivan. Why would you think you had told me that your wife was sick? Was she sick?"
Sullivan paused before answering. "Actually, no, Lieutenant Frank. She was remarkably healthy."
To answer your question, I believe I thought I had told you differently because, to tell you the truth, aside from my occasional memory lapses, I think I've spent these last 2 months trying to convince myself that Christine staying behind was for some reason, any reason, I guess, sir, to, in my own mind, justify what happened to her, to not let it be just a damn coincidence. I don't believe in fate, Lieutenant. For me, everything has a purpose.
I suppose I wanted to convince myself that Christine staying behind did too. Oh, I apologize if an old man's foolishness has caused you any unnecessary perplexity. Not at all, Mr. Sullivan. When Frank hung up the phone, he ended up staring at the wall for a good 5 minutes. Now what the hell had all that been about? Following up on Bill Burton's suggestion, Frank had made discreet inquiries into Sullivan having possibly hired a contract killer to make sure his wife's presumed killer never stood trial. Those inquiries were going slow. One had to tread cautiously in these types of waters. Frank had a career to think about, a family to support, and men like Walter Sullivan had an army of very influential friends in government who could make the detective's professional life miserable. The day after the slug had ended Luther Whitney's life, Seth Frank had made immediate inquiries as to Sullivan's whereabouts at the time, although Frank was under no delusions that the old man had pulled the trigger on the cannon that had propelled Luther Whitney into the hereafter. But murder for hire was a particularly wicked deed, and although perhaps the detective could understand the billionaire's motivation, the fact was he had probably gunned down the wrong guy. This latest conversation with Sullivan left him with even more questions and no new answers. Seth Frank sat down and wondered briefly if this nightmare of a case would ever leave his watch. A half hour later, Sullivan placed a call to a local TV station, of which he happened to own a controlling interest. His request was simple and to the point. In an hour, a package was delivered to his front door. After one of the staff handed him the square box, he ushered her out, shut and locked the door to the room he was in, and pressed a small lever on a portion of the wall. The small panel slid down silently, revealing a very sophisticated audio cassette tape deck. Behind most of this wall rested a cutting-edge home theater system that Christine Sullivan had seen in a magazine one day and simply had to have, although her tastes in video entertainment ventured from pornography to soap opera, neither of which in any way taxed the electronic muscle of this monolithic system. Sullivan carefully unwrapped the audio cassette and placed it inside the tape deck. The door automatically closed and the tape began to play. Sullivan listened for a few moments. When he heard the words, no emotion was revealed on his intricate features. He had expected to hear what he had. He had outright lied to the detective. His memory was excellent. If only his sight were half as good, for he had indeed been a blind idiot to this reality. The emotion that finally penetrated the inscrutable line of his mouth and the deep gray of his introspective eyes was anger. Anger like he had not felt in a long time, not even at Christie's death. A fury that would only be relieved through action. And Sullivan firmly believed that your first salvo should be your last because that meant that either you got them or they got you, and he was not in the habit of losing. The funeral was conducted in humble surroundings and with only 3 people other than the priest in attendance. It had taken the utmost secrecy to avoid the obvious assaults by the armies of journalists. Luther's casket was closed. The remains of violent trauma to the head was not the lasting impression loved ones typically wanted to carry away with them. Neither the background of the deceased nor the means of his demise mattered the slightest to the man of God, and the service was appropriately reverent. The drive to the nearby cemetery was short, as was the procession. Jack and Kate drove over together. Behind them was Seth Frank. He had sat in the back of the church, awkward and uncomfortable. Jack had shaken his hand. Kate had refused to acknowledge him. Jack leaned against his car and watched Kate as she sat in the fold-up metal chair next to the earthen pit that had just accepted her father. Jack looked around. This cemetery was not home to grandiose monuments of tribute. It was rare to see a grave marker sticking up. Most were the in-the-dirt variety, a dark rectangle with its owner's name, dates of entry and exit from the living. A few said, in loving memory, most ventured no parting remarks. Jack looked back at Kate, and he saw Seth Frank start toward her. Then the detective apparently thought better of his decision and made his way quietly over to the Lexus. Frank took off his sunglasses. Nice service. Jack shrugged. Nothing's really nice about getting killed, though miles away from Kate's position on the issue. He had not entirely forgiven Frank for allowing Luther Whitney to die like that. Frank fell silent, studied the finish on the sedan, drew out a cigarette, then changed his mind. He stuck his hands in his pockets and stared off. He had attended Luther Whitney's autopsy. The transient cavitation had been immense, The shock waves had dissipated radially out from the bullet track to such an extent that fully half the man's brain had literally disintegrated. And it was no small wonder. The slug they'd dug out of the seat of the police van was an eye-popper, a .460 Magnum round. The medical examiner had told Frank that type of ammo was often used for sports hunting, big game in particular. And it was no wonder, since the round had slammed into Whitney with stopping power equal to over 8,000 pounds of energy. It was like someone had dropped a plane on the poor guy. Big game hunting. Frank shook his head wearily, and it had happened on his watch, right in front of him, in fact. He would never forget that. Frank looked over the green expanse of the final resting place for over 20,000, dearly departed. Jack leaned back against the car and followed Frank's gaze. So any leads? The detective dug a toe in the dirt. A few. None of them really going anywhere. They both straightened up as Kate rose, laid a small arrangement of flowers on the mound of dirt, and then stood staring off. The wind had died down, and although cold, the sun was bright and warming. Jack buttoned his coat up.
So what now? Case closed? Nobody would blame you.
Frank smiled, decided he'd have that smoke after all.
Not by a fucking long shot, Chief. So what are you gonna do?
Kate turned and started to walk toward the car. Seth Frank put his hat back on, pulled out his car keys. Simple, find me a murderer. Kate, I know how you feel, but you have to believe me. He didn't blame you for anything. None of this was your fault. Like you said, you were pushed into the middle involuntarily. You didn't ask for any of this. Luther understood that. They were in Jack's car driving back into the city. The sun was eye level and dropping perceptibly with each mile. They had sat in his car at the cemetery for almost 2 hours because she didn't want to leave, as though if she waited long enough, he would climb out of his grave and join them. She cracked the window and a narrow stream of air engulfed the interior, dispelling the new car smell with a thick moistness that heralded another storm. Detective Frank hasn't given up on the case, Kate. He's still looking for Luther's killer. She finally looked at him. I really don't care what he says he's going to do. She touched her nose, which was red and swollen and hurt like hell. Come on, Kate. It's not like the guy wanted Luther to get shot. Oh, really? A case full of holes that gets blown apart at trial, leaving everyone involved, including the detective in charge, looking like complete idiots. Instead, you have a corpse and a closed case. Now tell me again what the master detective wants? Jack stopped for a red light and slumped back in his seat. He knew that Frank was shooting straight with him, but there was no way in hell he was going to convince Kate of that fact. The light changed, and he moved through traffic. He checked his watch. He had to get back to the office, assuming he had an office to go back to. Kate, I don't think you should be alone right now. How about I crash at your place for a few nights? You brew the coffee in the morning, and I'll take care of the dinners, deal? He had expected an immediate and negative response, and had already prepared his rejoinder. Are you sure? Jack looked over at her, found wide, puffy eyes on him. Every nerve in her body seemed ready to scream. As he walked himself through the paces of what was, to both of them, a tragedy. He suddenly realized that he was still totally oblivious to the enormity of the pain and guilt she was experiencing. It stunned him, even more than the sound of the shot as he sat holding her hand, knowing before their fingers ever parted that Luther was dead. I'm sure. That night he had just settled himself on the couch. The blanket was drawn up to his neck, his bulwark against the draft that hit him chest high from an invisible crevice in the window across from him. Then he heard a door squeak, and she walked out of her bedroom. She wore the same robe as before, her hair drawn up tightly in a bun. Her face looked fresh and clean. Only a slight red sheen hovering around her cheeks hinted at the internal trauma. Do you need anything?
I'm fine. This couch is a lot more comfortable than I thought it would be.
I've still got the same one from our apartment in Charlottesville. I don't even think it has any springs left. I think they all retired. She didn't smile, but she did sit down next to him. When they had lived together, she had taken a bath every night. Coming to bed, she had smelled so good it had nearly driven him mad. Like the breath of a newborn, there was absolutely nothing imperfect about it. And she had played dumb for a while until he lay exhausted on top of her, and she would smile a decidedly wicked little smile and stroke him, and he would ruminate for several minutes on how it was so crystal clear to him that women ruled the world. He found his baser instincts creeping firmly ahead as she leaned her head against his shoulder. But her exhausted manner, her total apathy, swiftly quelled his secular inclinations and left him feeling more than a little guilty.
I'm not sure I'm going to be very good company. Had she sensed what he was feeling? How could she? Her mind, everything about her, must be a million miles away from this spot. Being entertained was not part of the deal. I can look after myself, Kate. I really appreciate your doing this. I can't think of anything more important. She squeezed his hand. As she rose to go, the flap on her robe came undone, exposing more than just her long, slender legs, and he was glad she would be in another room that night. His ruminations until the early morning hours ran the gamut from visions of white knights with large, dark spots disfiguring their pristine armor to idealistic lawyers who slept miserably alone. On the third night he had settled in again on the couch. And, as before, she came out of her bedroom. The slight squeak made him lay down the magazine he was reading. But this time, she did not go to the couch. He finally craned his neck around and found her watching him. She did not look apathetic tonight, and tonight she was not wearing the robe. She turned and went back inside her bedroom. The door stayed open for a moment. He did nothing. Then he rose, went to the door, and peered in. Through the darkness he could make out her form on the bed. The sheet was at the foot of the bed. The contours of her body, once as familiar to him as his own, confronted him. She looked at him. He could just make out the ovals of her eyes as they focused on him. She did not put out her hand for him. He recalled that she had never done that. "Are you sure about this?" He felt compelled to ask it. He wanted no hurt feelings in the morning, no crushed, confused emotions. For an answer she rose and pulled him to the bed. The mattress was firm and warm where she had been. In another moment he was as naked as she. He instinctively traced the half moon, moved his hand around the crooked mouth, which now touched his. Her eyes were open, and this time, and it had been a long time. There were no tears, no swelling, just the look he had grown, so used to, expected to have around forever. He slowly put his arms around her. The home of Walter Sullivan had seen visiting dignitaries of incredibly high rank. But tonight was special, even compared to past events. Alan Richmond raised his glass of wine and gave a brief but eloquent toast to his host as the four other carefully selected couples clinked their glasses. The First Lady, radiant in a simple black dress, ash-blonde hair, framing a sculpted face that had worn remarkably well over the years and made for delightful photo ops, smiled at the billionaire. Accustomed as she was to being surrounded by wealth and brains and refinement, she, like most people, was still in awe of Walter Sullivan and men like him, if only for their rarity on the planet technically. Still in mourning, Sullivan was in a particularly gregarious mood. Over imported coffee in the spacious library, the conversation ventured from global business opportunities. The latest maneuvering of the Federal Reserve Board, the Skins' chances against the 49ers that Sunday, to the election the following year. There were none in attendance who thought Alan Richmond would have a different occupation after the votes were counted, except for one person. In saying his goodbyes, the president leaned into Walter Sullivan to embrace the older man and say a few private words. Sullivan smiled at the president's remarks. Then the old man stumbled slightly but righted himself by grasping the arms of the president. After his guests had gone, Sullivan smoked a cigar in his study. As he moved to the window, the lights from the presidential motorcade quickly faded from view. In spite of himself, Sullivan had to smile. The image of the slight wince in the president's eye as Sullivan had gripped his forearm had made for a particularly victorious moment. A long shot, but sometimes long shots paid off. Detective Frank had been very open with the billionaire about the detective's theories regarding the case. One theory that had particularly interested Walter Sullivan was his wife having wounded her assailant with the letter opener, possibly in the leg or arm. It must have cut deeper than the police had thought. Possible nerve damage. A surface wound certainly would have had time to heal by now. Sullivan slowly walked out of the study, turning off the light as he exited. President Alan Richmond had assuredly felt only a small pain when Sullivan's fingers had sunk into his flesh. But, as with a heart attack, a small pain was so often followed by a much larger one. Sullivan smiled broadly as he considered the possibilities.
From atop the Knoll Walter, Sullivan stared at the little wooden house with the green tin roof. He pulled his muffler around his ears, steadied his weakened legs with a thick walking stick. The cold was bitter in the hills of southwest Virginia this time of year, and the forecast pointed unerringly to snow, and a lot of it he made his way down across the, for now, iron-hard ground. The house was in an excellent state of repair thanks to his limitless pocketbook and a deep sense of nostalgia that seemed to more and more consume him as he grew closer to becoming a thread of the past himself. Woodrow Wilson was in the White House, and the Earth was heavily into the First World War, when Walter Patrick Sullivan had first seen the glimmer of light with the aid of a midwife and the grim determination of his mother, Millie, who had lost all 3 previous children, 2 in childbirth. His father, a coal miner — it seems everyone's father was a coal miner in that part of Virginia back then — had lived until his son's 12th birthday, and then had abruptly expired from a series of maladies brought on by too much coal dust and too little rest. For years, the future billionaire had watched his daddy stagger into the house, every muscle exhausted, the face as black as their big Labrador's coat, and collapse on the little bed in the back room, too tired to eat or play with the little boy who each day hoped for some attention, but ended up getting none from a father whose perpetual weariness was so painful to witness. His mother had lived long enough to see her offspring become one of the richest men in the world, and her dutiful son had taken great pains to ensure that she had every comfort his immense resources could provide. For a tribute to his late father, he had purchased the mine that had killed him. $5 million cash. He had paid a $50,000 bonus to every miner in the place, and then he had, with great ceremony, shut it down. He opened the door and went inside. The gas fireplace threw warmth into the room without the necessity of firewood. The pantry was stocked with enough food for the next 6 months. Here he was entirely self-sufficient. He never allowed anyone to stay here with him. This had been his homestead. All with the right to be here, with the exception of himself, were dead. He was alone, and he wanted it that way. The simple meal he prepared was lingered over while he stared moodily out the window, where in the failing light he could just make out the circle of naked elms near the house. The branches waved to him with slow, melodic movements. The interior of the house had not been returned to its original condition or configuration. This was his birthplace, but it had not been a happy childhood amid poverty that threatened never to go away. The sense of urgency spawned from that time had served Sullivan well in his career, for it fueled him with a stamina, a resolve before which many an obstacle had wilted. He cleaned the plates and went into the small room that had once been his parents' bedroom. Now it contained a comfortable chair, a table, and several bookcases that housed an extremely select collection of reading material. In the corner was a small cot, for the room also served as his sleeping chamber. Sullivan picked up the sophisticated cellular phone that lay on the table. He dialed a number known only to a handful of people. A voice on the other line came on. Then Sullivan was put on hold for a moment before another voice came on. "Goodness, Walter, I know you tend to keep odd hours, but you really should try to slow down a bit. Where are you? You can't slow down at my age, Alan? If you do, you might not start back up again. I'd much rather explode in a fireball of activity than recede faintly into the mists. I hope I'm not disturbing something important. Nothing that can't wait. I'm getting better about prioritizing world crises. Was there something you needed?" Sullivan took a moment to place a small recording device next to the receiver one never knew.
"I only had one question, Alan."
Sullivan paused. It occurred to him that he was enjoying this. Then he thought of Christie's face in the morgue, and his face became grim. "What's that? Why did you wait so long to kill the man?" In the silence that followed, Sullivan could hear the pattern of breathing on the other end of the phone. To his credit, Alan Richmond did not start to hyperventilate. In fact, his breathing remained normal. Sullivan came away impressed and a little disappointed. "Come again? If your men had missed, you might be meeting with your attorney right now, planning your defense against impeachment. You must admit you cut it rather close. Walter, are you all right? Has something happened to you? Where are you?" Sullivan held the receiver away from his ear for a moment. The phone had a scrambling device that made any possible tracing of his location impossible. If they were trying to lock in his position right now, as he was reasonably certain they would be confronted with a dozen locations from which the call was supposedly originating, and not one of them anywhere near where he actually was. The device had cost him $10,000, but then it was only money. He smiled again. He could talk as long as he wanted. "Actually, I haven't felt this good in a long while. Walter, you're not making any sense. Who was killed? You know, I wasn't all that surprised when Christie didn't want to go to Barbados. Honestly, I figured she wanted to stay behind and do some alley-catting with a few of the young men she had targeted over the summer. It was funny when she said she wasn't feeling well. I remember sitting in the limo and thinking what her excuse would be. She wasn't all that creative, poor girl. Her cough was particularly phony. I suppose in school she used the dog ate my homework with alarming regularity.
Walt?
The odd thing was that when the police questioned me regarding why she hadn't come with me, I suddenly realized I couldn't tell them that Christy had claimed illness. You may recall that there were rumors of affairs floating in the papers about that time. I knew if I reported her not feeling well, coupled with her not joining me in the islands, that the tabloids would soon have her pregnant with another man's child, even if the autopsy confirmed otherwise. People love to assume the worst and the juiciest, Alan. You understand that? When you're impeached, they'll assume the worst of you, of course, and deservedly so. Walter, will you please tell me where you are? You are obviously not feeling well. Would you like me to play the tape for you, Alan? The one from the press conference where you gave me that particularly moving line about things that happened that have no meaning? It was quite a nice thing to say. A private comment between old friends that was picked up by several TV and radio stations in the area, but that never made the light of day. It's a tribute to your popularity, I suppose, that no one picked up on it. You were being so charming, so supportive. Who cared if you said Christy was sick? And you did say that, Alan. You told me that if Christy hadn't gotten sick, she wouldn't have been murdered. She would have gone with me to the island, and she would be alive today. I was the only one Christy told about being sick, Alan, and as I said, I never even told the police. So how did you know? You must have told me. I neither met nor spoke with you prior to the press conference. That much is easily confirmed. My schedule is monitored by the minute. As president, your whereabouts and communications are pretty much known at all times. I say pretty much because on the night Christy was killed, you were certainly not among your usual haunts. You happened to be in my house, and more to the point, in my bedroom. At the press conference, we were surrounded by dozens of people at all times. Everything we said to each other is on tape somewhere. You didn't learn it from me, Walter. Please tell me where you are. I want to help you through this. Christy was never really good at keeping things straight. She must have been so proud of her subterfuge with me. She probably bragged to you, didn't she? How she had snookered the old man. Because in fact, my late wife was the only person in the world who could have told you that she had feigned illness. And you carelessly uttered those words to me. I don't know why it took me so long to arrive at the truth. I suppose I was so obsessed with finding Christy's killer that I accepted the burglary theory without question. Perhaps it was also subconscious self-denial, because I was never wholly ignorant of Christy's desires for you.
But I guess I just didn't want to believe you could do that to me.
I should have assumed the worst in human nature, and I would not have found myself disappointed. But as they say, better late than never. Walter, why did you call me? Sullivan's voice grew more quiet, but lost none of its force, none of its intensity. Because, you bastard, I wanted to be the one to tell you of your new future. It will involve lawyers and courts and more public exposure than even as president you ever dreamed was possible, because I didn't want you to be wholly surprised when the police presented themselves on your doorstep. And most of all, I wanted you to know exactly who to thank for all of it. The president's voice became tense. Walter, if you want me to help you, I will. But I am the president of the United States. And although you are one of my oldest friends, I will not tolerate this type of accusation from you or anyone else. That's good, Alan. Very good. You discerned that I would be taping the conversation, not that it matters. Sullivan paused for a moment, then continued. My protege, Alan, taught you everything I knew, and you learned well. Well enough to hold the highest office in the land. Fortunately, your fall will also be the steepest. Walter, you've been under a lot of stress. For the last time, please get some help. Funny, Alan, that's precisely my advice to you. Sullivan clicked off the phone and turned off the recorder. His heart was beating abnormally fast. He put one hand against his chest, forced himself to relax. A coronary was not going to be allowed. He was going to be around to see this one. He looked out the window and then at the inside of the room, his little homestead. His father had died in this very room somehow. That thought was comforting to him. He lay back in the chair and closed his eyes. In the morning, he would call the police. He would tell them everything, and he would give them the tape. Then he would sit back and watch, even if they didn't convict Richmond. His career was over, which was to say the man was as good as dead, professionally, spiritually, mentally. Who cared if his physical carcass lingered? So much the better. Sullivan smiled. He had sworn that he would avenge his wife's killer, and he had. It was the sudden sensation of his hand rising from his side that brought his eyes open, and then his hand was being closed around a cold, hard object. It wasn't until the barrel touched the side of his head that he really reacted, and by then it was too late. The president looked at the phone receiver. He checked his watch. It would be over right about now. Sullivan had taught him well. Too well, as it had turned out, for the teacher. He had been almost certain Sullivan would contact him directly prior to announcing the president's culpability to the world. That had made it relatively simple. Richmond rose and headed upstairs to his private quarters. The thought of the late Walter Sullivan had already passed from his mind. It was not efficient or productive to linger over a vanquished foe. It only set you back for your next challenge. Sullivan had also taught him that eye in the twilight the younger man stared at the house. He had heard the shot, but his eyes never stopped staring at the dim light in the window. Bill Burton rejoined Colin in a few seconds. He could not even look at his partner. Two trained and dedicated Secret Service agents, killers of young women and old men. On the drive back, Burton sank back in his seat. It was finally over. 3 people dead, counting Christine Sullivan. And why not count her? That's what had started this whole nightmare. Burton looked down at his hand, still barely able to comprehend that it had just curled around the grip of a gun, forced a trigger back, and ended a man's life. With his other hand, Burton had taken the cassette recorder and the tape. They were in his pocket, headed for the incinerator. When he had checked the telephone tap and listened to Sullivan's phone conversation with Seth Frank, Burton had no idea what the old man was getting at with Christine Sullivan's illness. But when he reported the information to the president, Richmond had looked out the window for some minutes, a shade paler than he had been when Burton had entered the room. Then he had phoned the White House media department. A few minutes later, they had both listened to the tape from the first press conference on the Middleton courthouse steps, to the president commiserating with his old friend about the whimsical nature of life, how Christine Sullivan would still be alive if she hadn't taken ill. Having forgotten that Christine Sullivan had told him that on the day of her death, a fact that could be proven, a fact that could possibly topple all of them. Burton had slumped back in his chair, stared at his boss, who silently looked at the tape as if he were trying to erase its words with his thoughts. Burton shook his head incredulously, caught up in his own mushy rhetoric, just like a politician. What do we do now, Chief? Make a run for it on Air Force One. Burton was only half joking as he studied the carpet. He was too numb to even think anymore. He looked up to find the president's eyes full upon him. Walter Sullivan is the only living person other than ourselves who knows the significance of this information. Burton rose from his chair and returned the stare. My job doesn't include popping people just because you tell me to. The president would not take his eyes from Burton's face. Walter Sullivan is now a direct threat to us. He is also fucking with us, and I don't like people fucking with me. Do you? He's got a damned good reason to, don't you think? Richmond picked up a pen from his desk and twirled it between his fingers. If Sullivan talks, we lose everything. Everything. The president snapped his fingers. Gone. Just like that. And I will do everything possible to avoid it happening. Burton dropped into his chair, his belly suddenly on fire. How do you know he hasn't already? Because I know Walter, the president said simply. He'll do it in his own way, and it will be spectacular but deliberate. He is not a man who rushes into anything, but when he does act, the results will be swift and crushing. Great. Burton put his head in his hands, his mind whirling faster than he thought possible. Years of training had instilled in him an almost innate ability to process information, instantly, think on his feet, act a fraction of a second before anyone else could. Now his brain was a muddle, like day-old coffee, thick and soupy. Nothing was clear. He looked up. But killing the guy, I can guarantee you that Walter Sullivan is right this minute plotting how best to destroy us. That type of action does not invoke sympathy from me. The president leaned back in his chair. Plainly and simply, this man has decided to fight us, and one has to live with the consequences of one's decisions. Walter Sullivan knows that better than anyone alive. The president's eyes again lasered in on Burton's. The question is, are we prepared to fight back? Colin and Burton had spent the last 3 days following Walter Sullivan. When the car had dropped him off in the middle of nowhere, Burton both couldn't believe his luck and experienced deep sadness for his target. Now, truly, a sitting duck. Husband and wife wiped out as the car sped back to the capital city. Burton unconsciously rubbed at his hand, trying to whittle away the filth he felt in every crevice. What turned his skin cold was the realization that he could never wipe away the feelings he was having, the reality of what he had done. The rock-bottom emotional barometer would be with him every minute of every day of the rest of his days. He had traded his life for another again. His backbone, for so long a steel beam, had wilted to pitiful rubber. Life had given him the supreme challenge, and he had failed. He dug his fingers into the armrest and stared out the window into the darkness. Chapter 24, The Apparent Suicide of Walter Sullivan, rocked not only the financial community. The funeral was attended by the high and mighty from all over the world. In an appropriately solemn and lavish ceremony at Washington's St. Matthew's Cathedral, the man was eulogized by a half-dozen dignitaries. The most famous had gone on for a full 20 minutes about the great human being Walter Sullivan had been, and also about the great stress he had been under, and how those under such strain sometimes do things they would otherwise never contemplate. When Alan Richmond had finished speaking, there was not a dry cheek in the place, and the tears that dampened his own face were seemingly genuine. He had always been impressed with his superb oratorical skills. The long funeral procession streamed out, and over 3½ hours later, ended at the tiny house where Walter Sullivan had begun and ended his life. As the limo scrambled for space on the narrow, snow-covered road, Walter Sullivan was carried down and interred next to his parents, on the little knoll where the view down the valley was by far the richest part of the place. As the dirt covered the coffin, and the friends of Walter Sullivan made their way back to the realm of the living, Seth Frank studied every face. He watched as the president made his way back to his limo. Bill Burton saw him, registered surprise for an instant, and then nodded. Frank nodded back. When all the mourners had gone, Frank turned his attention to the little house. The yellow police lines were still around the perimeter, and 2 uniformed officers stood guard. Frank walked over, flashed his badge, and entered. It seemed the height of irony that one of the wealthiest men in the world had chosen a place like this to die. Walter Sullivan had been a walking poster child for Horatio Alger tales. Frank admired a man who had risen in the world on his own merit, sheer guts and determination. Who wouldn't? He looked again at the chair where the body had been found, the gun beside it. The weapon had been pressed against Sullivan's left temple. The stellate wound, large and ragged, had preceded the massive bursting fracture that had ended the man's life. The gun had fallen on the left side of the floor. The presence of the contact wound and powder burns on the deceased's palm had prompted the locals to file the case away as a suicide, the facts of which were simple and straightforward. A grieving Walter Sullivan had exacted revenge on his wife's killer and then taken his own life. His associates had confirmed that Sullivan had been out of touch for days, unusual for him. He rarely came to this retreat, and whenever he did, someone knew his whereabouts. The newspaper found beside the body had proclaimed the death of his wife's suspected murderer. All the signs pointed to a man who had intended on ending his life. What bothered Frank was one small fact that he had purposefully not shared with anyone. He had met Walter Sullivan the day he had come to the morgue. During that meeting, Sullivan had signed off on several forms related to the autopsy and an inventory of his wife's few possessions, and Sullivan had signed those forms with his right hand. It was inconclusive in itself. Sullivan could have held the gun in his left hand for any number of reasons. His fingerprints were on the gun clear as day, maybe too clear, Frank thought to himself. The physical condition of the gun, it was untraceable. The serial numbers had been so expertly obliterated that even the scope couldn't pull up anything. A completely sterilized weapon, the kind you'd expect to find at a crime scene.
But why would Walter Sullivan be concerned about anyone tracing a gun he was going to use to kill himself? The answer was he wouldn't. But again, the fact was inconclusive, since the person providing Sullivan the weapon could have obtained it illegally, although Virginia was one of the easier states in which to purchase a handgun. Much to the dismay of police departments in the northeast corridor of the country, Frank finished with the interior and paced outside. The snow still lay thickly on the ground. Sullivan had been dead before the snow had started. The autopsy had confirmed that. It was fortunate that his people knew the location of the house. They had come looking for him, and the body had been discovered within approximately 12 hours of death. No, the snow would not help Frank. The entire place was so isolated there was no one even to ask if anything suspicious had been observed on the night of Sullivan's death. His counterpart from the county sheriff's department climbed out of his car and hustled over to where Frank was standing. The man carried a file with some papers in it.
He and Frank conversed for a few moments, and then Frank thanked him, climbed in his car, and drove off. The autopsy report indicated that Walter Sullivan had died sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 o'clock in the morning, but at 12:10 Walter Sullivan had called someone. The hallways of PSL were unsettlingly quiet. The capillaries of a thriving law practice are ringing phones, peeling faxes, mouths moving, and keyboards clicking. Lucinda, even with the firm's individual direct dialing lines, was normally the recipient of 8 phone calls per minute. Today, she leisurely read through Vogue. Most office doors were closed, shielding from view the intense and often emotional discussions going on among all but a handful of the firm's lawyers. Sandy Lord's office door was not only closed, it was locked. The few partners with the temerity to attempt a knock on the thick portal were quickly on the biting end of an obscene verbal barrage from the room's lone and moody occupant. He sat in his chair, shoeless feet on the polished desk, tieless collar undone, unshaven, a nearly empty bottle of his strongest whiskey within easy reach. Sandy Lord's eyes were now mere blots of red. At the church, he had used those eyes to stare long and hard at the shiny brass coffin containing Sullivan's body. Essentially, it contained both their earthly remains. For many years, Lord had anticipated Sullivan's demise, and had, with the help of a dozen PS&L specialists, established an elaborate series of safeguards that included cultivation of a loyal contingent on the board of directors of the parent holding company of Sullivan Enterprises, all of which would ensure continual representation of the huge network of Sullivan entities far into the future, by PS&L generally, and by Lord in particular. Life would go on. The PSL train would thrive with its chief diesel engine intact and even replenished. But an unexpected development had occurred, that Sullivan's passing was inevitable. The financial markets understood. What the business and investment community apparently could not accept was the man's death allegedly by his own hand, coupled with the increasing rumors that Sullivan had had his wife's alleged killer gunned down. Something that once accomplished had prompted him to put a bullet into his own brain. The market was not prepared for such revelations. A surprised market, some economists would predict, often reacts wildly and precipitately. Those economists were not disappointed. Shares of stock in Sullivan Enterprises plummeted 61% in value on the New York Stock Exchange the morning after his body was discovered, on the heaviest trading volume for a single stock in the last 10 years. With the stock selling a full $6 a share below book value, it had not taken long for the vultures to circle. Centris Corp's tender offer was, upon Lord's advice, rejected by the board of directors. However, all indications pointed to overwhelming acceptance of the offer by the shareholders, who had nervously watched as a large chunk of their investment had evaporated overnight. It was likely that the proxy battle would be complete and the takeover finalized in 2 months. Centris's counsel, Rhodes, Director, and Minor, was one of the largest law firms in the country, well stocked in all areas of legal expertise. The bottom line was clear. PS&L would not be needed. Its largest client, over $20 million worth, almost 1/3 of its legal business, would disappear. Already resumes were flying out of the firm. Practice groups were trying to cut deals with Rhodes, pleading their familiarity with Sullivan's business as a hedge against the dreaded and costly learning curve. 20% of the heretofore loyal PSEL attorney ranks had submitted their resignation, and there were no indications the tidal wave would subside anytime soon. Lord's hand slowly meandered along his desk until the whiskey was tilted back and finished. He swiveled around, checked out the gloom of the winter's morning, and had to smile to himself. There was no deal awaiting him at Rhodes, Director and Minor, and thus, it had finally happened. Lord was vulnerable. He had seen clients bite the dust with alarming swiftness, especially in the last decade, where you were a paper billionaire 1 minute and an impoverished felon the next. He had, though, never imagined that his own fall, if it ever came, would be as terrifyingly fast as painfully complete. That was the problem with an 8-figure gorilla of a client. It took all of your time and attention. Old clients dried up and died away. New clients were not cultivated. His complacency had come back to bite him right in the ass. He calculated swiftly. Over the last 20 years he had netted roughly $30 million. Unfortunately, he had managed somehow not only to spend the $30 million, but a good deal more than that. Over the years he had owned a string of luxurious homes, a vacation place in Hilton Head Island, a hideaway fuck nest in the Big Apple where he had taken his wedded prey. The luxury cars, the various collections that a man of taste and resources was supposed to accumulate, the small but select wine cellar, even his own helicopter. He had had all those things, but 3 divorces, none of them amicable, had deteriorated his asset base. The residence he now had left was straight from the pages of Architectural Digest, but its mortgage matched its stunning opulence stride for stride, and the thing he truly didn't have much of was cash. Liquidity escaped him, and at PSNL you ate what you killed, and PSNL partners didn't tend to hunt in packs. That was why Lord's monthly draw was so much larger than everyone else's. That revised draw check would now barely cover his plastic bills. His monthly MX alone routinely crept into the 5-figure range. He turned his now racing gray cells for a moment to his non-Sullivan clients. A rough ballpark estimate gave him maybe $500,000 in potential legal business at best if he pumped them hard, made the circuit, which he didn't want to do, lacked any desire to do. That was beneath him now. Or it had been up until good old Walter had decided life just wasn't worth living despite his several billions. Jesus Christ. All for a little dumb shit whore. 500 thou. That was even less than the little prick Kirkson. Lord winced at that realization. He wheeled around and studied the artwork on the far wall. Within the brushstrokes of a minor 19th century artist, he found reason to smile once more. He had an option left to him. Though his biggest client had royally screwed up Lord's life, the rotund dealmaker had an asset left to mine. He punched his phone. Fred Martin pushed the cart quickly down the hallway. Only his 3rd day on the job and his first delivering the mail to the firm's attorneys. Martin was anxious to complete his task quickly and accurately. One of 10 gophers employed by the firm, Martin was already feeling pressure from his supervisor to pick up his pace. After banging the streets for 4 months with no weapons other than his B.A. in history from Georgetown, Martin had figured his only recourse was to attend law school. And what better place to plumb the possibilities of such a career than at one of D.C.'s most prestigious? His endless trek of job interviews had convinced him that it was never too early to commence networking. He consulted his map with the attorneys' names listed in each square representing that person's office. Martin had grabbed the map from on top of the desk in his cubicle, not noticing the updated version buried under a multinational transaction closing binder that rose 5,000 pages high, the indexing and binding of which awaited him that afternoon. As he rounded the corner, he stopped and looked at the closed door. Everyone's door was closed today. He took the Federal Express package and checked the name on the map and compared that to the scrawled handwriting on the packing label. It matched. He looked at the empty nameplate holder, and his eyebrows converged in confusion. He knocked, waited a moment, knocked again, and then opened the door. He looked around. The place was a mess. Boxes littered the floor. The furniture was in disarray. Some papers lay scattered on the desk. His first instinct was to check with his supervisor. Maybe there was a mistake. He looked at his watch, already 10 minutes late. He grabbed the phone, dialed his supervisor. No answer. Then he saw the photo of the woman on the desk. Tall, auburn-haired, very expensively dressed. Must be the man's office. Probably moving in. Who'd leave a looker like that behind? With that rationale established, Fred carefully laid the package on the desk chair where it would be sure to be found. He closed the door on his way out. I'm sorry about Walter, Sandy. I really am. Jack checked the view across the cityscape, a penthouse apartment in Upper Northwest. The place must have been enormously expensive, and the dollars had continued to flow for the interior design. Everywhere Jack looked were original paintings, soft leather and sculptured stone. He reasoned that the world didn't have many Sandy Lords, and they had to live somewhere. Lord sat by the fire that popped pleasantly in the grate, a loose paisley robe covering his bulky frame, bare feet comforted in leather slippers. A cold rain fell against the broad expanse of windows. Jack drew closer to the fire. His mind appeared to crackle and jump like the flames. A loose ember hit the marble surround, flamed, and then quickly disappeared. Jack cradled his drink and looked at his partner. The phone call hadn't been totally unexpected. We need to talk, Jack. The sooner the better for me. Not at the office. When he arrived, Lord's aged valet had taken his coat and gloves and then inconspicuously receded into the farther reaches of the home. The 2 men were in Lord's mahogany-paneled study, a luxuriously masculine retreat that Jack felt guiltily envious of. A glimmer of the large stone house briefly came into focus. It had a library, much like this. With an effort, he focused on Lord's back. "I'm kind of fucked, Jack." The first words out of Lord's mouth had the effect of making Jack want to smile. You had to appreciate the man's candor, but he caught himself. The tone in Lord's voice demanded a certain respect. "The firm, it'll be okay, Sandy. We're not going to lose many more, so we sublease some space. It's no big deal." Lord finally stood up and went straight to the well-fed bar in the corner. The shot glass was filled to the rim and downed in a well-practiced motion.
"Excuse me, Jack. Maybe I'm not making myself real clear here."
The firm took a blow, but not one that'll send it down for the count. "You're right, Patton. Shaw will weather this broadside. But what I'm talking about is whether Patton, Shaw, and Lord will live to fight another day." Lord lurched across the room and wearily plunged himself on the burgundy leather couch. Jack traced the column of brass nails as they marched across the outline of the heavy piece. He sipped his drink and studied the wide face. The eyes were narrow, no more than penny-wide slits, really.
You're the firm's leader, Sandy. I don't see that changing, even if your client base took a hit.
Lord groaned from his horizontal perch. A hit? A hit? I took a goddamned bomb, Jack, right up my ass. The heavyweight champion of the world couldn't have hit me any harder. I'm going down for the count. The buzzards they are a-circling, and Lord, he is the main course, the stuffed hog with the apple in the mouth and a bullseye on the butt. Kirkson, Packard, Mullins, fucking Townsend. Keep counting, Jack. The list goes on until you get to the end of the partnership roll. I have, I must admit, a most unusual hate-hate relationship with my partners. But not Graham, Sandy. Not with Graham. Lord slowly edged himself up, perching on one flabby arm as he looked at Jack. Jack wondered why he liked the man as much as he did. The answer probably lay somewhere in the lunch at Fillmore's way back when. No bullshit. A real-world baptism where the sting of words made your gut clench and your brain hammer out responses you'd never have the nerve to actually deliver. Now the man was in trouble. Jack had the means to protect him, or maybe he did. His relationship with the Baldwins right now was far from solid. Sandy, if they want to get to you, they'll have to go through me first. There he had said it, and he meant it. It was also true the Lord had given him his chance to shine with the big boys, thrown him right into the fire. But what other way would you know if you could actually pull it off or not? That experience was also worth something. The waters might get a little rocky for both of us, Jack.
I'm a good swimmer, Sandy. Besides, don't look at this as purely altruistic. You're an investment of the firm in which I'm a partner. You're a top-grade rainmaker. You're down now, but you won't stay down. $500 says within 12 months you're back in the #1 slot. I don't intend on letting an asset like that walk away. I won't forget this, Jack. I won't let you.
After Jack had left, Lord started to pour another drink, but stopped. He looked down at his quivering hands and slowly put down the bottle and glass. He made it to the couch before his knees gave out. The Federal-style mirror over the fireplace caught his image. It had been 20 years since a single tear had escaped the heavy face. That had been at his mother's passing, but now the outpourings were steadily coming on. He had cried for his friend, Walter Sullivan. For years, Lord had duped himself into believing that the man meant nothing more to him than a solid gold draw check each month. The price for that self-deception had come due at the funeral, where Lord had wept so hard that he had gone back to his car until it was time to go bury his friend. Now he rubbed at the puffy cheeks once again, pushing away the salty liquid, fucking young punk.
Lord had planned everything down to the last detail. His pitch would be perfect.
He had envisioned every possible response except the one he had gotten. He had mistaken the younger man. Lord assumed that Jack would have done what Lord himself would have done, pressed for every advantage in exchange for the enormous favor being asked. It wasn't only guilt that pulled at him, it was shame. He realized that as sickness enveloped him and he bent low over the thick spongy carpet. Shame. He hadn't felt that one for a long time either. When the nausea subsided and he once again looked at the wreck in the mirror, Lord promised himself that he would not disappoint Jack, that he would rise back to the top, and he would not forget. Chapter 25. Frank had never in his wildest fantasies expected to be sitting here. He looked around and quickly determined that it was indeed oval in shape. The furnishings tended to be solid, conservative, but with a splash of color here, a stripe there, a pair of expensive sneakers placed neatly on a lower shelf. that stated that the room's occupant was not nearly ready for retirement. Frank swallowed hard and willed himself to breathe normally. He was a veteran policeman, and this was just another routine inquiry in a series of endless ones. He was just following up a lead, nothing more. A few minutes and he'd be out of here, but then his brain reminded him that the person he was about to make inquiries of was the current president of the United States. As a new shock wave of nervousness rushed over him, the door opened and he quickly stood, turned, and stared for a long moment at the extended hand, until his mind finally registered, and he slowly moved his out to meet it. "Thank you for coming down into my neck of the woods, Lieutenant."
No trouble at all, sir.
"I mean, you've got better things to do than sit in traffic. Although I guess you never really sit in traffic, do you, Mr. President?" Richmond sat behind his desk and motioned for Frank to resume his seat. An impassive Bill Burton, invisible to Frank until that moment, closed the door and inclined his head toward the detective. "My routes are pretty well laid out in advance, I'm afraid. It's true I don't end up in many traffic jams, but it does stifle the hell out of spontaneity." The president grinned, and Frank could feel his own mouth automatically turning up into a smile. The president leaned forward and stared directly at him. He clasped his hands together, his brow wrinkled, and he went from jovial to intensely serious in an instant. "I want to thank you, Seth." He glanced at Burton. "Bill has told me how cooperative you were with the investigation of Christine Sullivan's death. I really appreciate that, Seth. Some officials would have been less than forthcoming or tried to turn it into a media circus for their own personal gain. I hoped for better from you, and my expectations were exceeded. Again, thank you." Frank glowed as though he had been awarded the 4th grade spelling bee crown. "It's terrible, you know. Tell me, have you learned of any connection between Walter's suicide and this criminal being gunned down?" Frank shook the stars from his eyes, and his pair of steady eyes came to rest on the chiseled features of the president. "Come on, Lieutenant. I can tell you that all of official and unofficial Washington is right this very minute savagely attacking the issue of Walter Sullivan having hired an assassin to avenge his wife's death and then taking his own life in the aftermath. You can't stop people from gossiping. I would just like to know if your investigation has led to any fact to substantiate Walter having ordered the killing of his wife's murderer." "I'm afraid that I really can't say one way or another, sir. I hope you understand, but this is an ongoing police investigation." "Don't worry, Lieutenant. I'm not treading on your toes. But I can tell you that this has been a particularly distressing time for me to think Walter Sullivan would end his own life. One of the most brilliant and resourceful men of his era, of any era. So I've heard an awful lot of people say, but just between you and me, knowing Walter as I did, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that he would have taken precise and concrete steps to have his wife's killer dealt with. Alleged killer, Mr. President, innocent until proven guilty." The president looked at Burton, but I was led to understand that your case was pretty much ironclad.
Seth Frank scratched his ear. "Some defense attorneys love ironclad cases. Sir, see you dump enough water on iron. It starts to rust, and before you know it, you got holes everywhere. And this defense attorney was such a person? And then some. I'm not a betting man, but I would have given us no more than a 40% shot at getting a clean conviction. We were in for a real battle." The president sat back as he absorbed this information and then looked back at Frank.
Frank finally noted the expression of expectancy on his face and flipped open his notebook. His heartbeat calmed down as he perused the familiar scribbles. "Are you aware it was right before his death that Walter Sullivan called you here?" "I know that I spoke with him. I was not aware that it immediately preceded his death. No, I guess I'm a little surprised that you didn't come forward with this information earlier." The president's face fell. "I know. I guess I'm a little surprised myself. I believed I was shielding Walter, or at least his memory from further trauma, although I knew the police would eventually discover the call was placed. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I need to know the details of that phone conversation. Would you like something to drink, Seth?" "A cup of coffee would be fine, thank you." As if on cue, Burton picked up a phone in the corner, and a minute later, a silver-plated coffee tray was delivered in. The steaming hot coffee was sipped. The president looked at his watch, then saw Frank staring at him. "I'm sorry, Seth. I'm treating your visit with the importance it deserves. However, I've got a congressional delegation coming to lunch in a few minutes, and quite frankly, I'm not looking forward to it. As funny as it sounds, I'm not particularly enamored of politicians. I understand this will only take a few minutes. What was the purpose of the call?" The president leaned back in his chair as if organizing his thoughts. I would characterize the call as one of desperation. He was definitely not his usual self. He seemed unbalanced, out of control. For long periods of time he would say nothing. Very unlike the Walter Sullivan I knew. What did he talk about? Everything and nothing. Sometimes he just babbled. He talked about Christine's death, and then about the man you arrested for the murder. How he hated him, how he had destroyed his life. It was truly awful to hear.
What did you tell him?
Well, I kept asking him where he was. I wanted to find him, get him some help, but he wouldn't tell me. I'm not sure he heard a word I said, really. He was that distraught. So you think he sounded suicidal, sir? I'm no psychiatrist, Lieutenant, but if I had to make a layman's guess about his mental state, yes, I would definitely say Walter Sullivan sounded suicidal that night. It's one of the few times during my presidency that I felt truly hopeless. Frankly, after the conversation I had with him, I was not surprised to learn that he was dead. Richmond glanced at Burton's impassive face, then looked at the detective. That's also why I questioned you as to whether you had determined if there was any truth to the rumor that Walter had anything to do with this person being gunned down. After Walter's telephone call, I have to admit that the thought certainly crossed my mind. Frank looked over at Burton. I suppose you don't have a recording of the conversation? I know that some of the communications here are recorded, the president answered. Sullivan called my private line, Lieutenant. It's a secure communication link, and no recordings of conversations on that line are allowed. I see. Did he directly indicate to you that he was involved in the death of Luther Whitney?
Not directly.
No, he obviously wasn't thinking clearly. But reading between the lines, the rage that I knew he was feeling well, and I hate to make this statement of a man who's dead, I think it was pretty clear that he had had the man killed. I have no proof of that, of course, but it was my strong impression. Frank shook his head.
Pretty uncomfortable conversation to have.
Yes, it was very uncomfortable now, Lieutenant. I'm afraid that official duty calls. Frank didn't budge. Why do you think he called you, sir? And at that time of night? The president sat back down, threw another quick glance at Burton. Walter was one of my closest personal friends. He kept odd hours, but then so do I. It would not be unusual for him to call at that hour. I hadn't heard very much from him for the last few months. As you know, he had been under a considerable personal strain. Walter was a sort to suffer in silence. Now, Seth, if you will excuse me, it just strikes me as odd that out of all the people he could have called, he called you. I mean, the chances were pretty good that you wouldn't even be here. Presidents' travel schedules are pretty hectic. It makes me wonder what he was thinking. The president leaned back, placed his fingers together, and studied the ceiling. Cop wants to play games to show me how smart he is. He looked back at Frank and smiled. If I were a mind reader, I wouldn't have to rely so heavily on the pollsters. Frank smiled. I don't think you have to be telepathic to know you're going to be occupying that chair for another 4 years, sir. I appreciate that, Lieutenant. All I can tell you is that Walter called me. If he was planning on killing himself, who would he call? His family has been estranged from him since his marriage to Christine. He had many business acquaintances, but few people he would call true friends. Walter and I have known each other for years, and I considered him a surrogate father. I had taken a very active interest in the investigation of his wife's death, as you know. All of that together could explain why he wanted to talk to me, particularly if he was contemplating taking his life. That's really all I know. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. The door opened. Frank did not see that it was in response to a tiny button on the underside of the president's desk. The president looked at his secretary. I'll be right there, Lois. Lieutenant, if there's anything I can do for you, you let Bill know, please. Frank closed his notebook. Thank you, sir. Richmond stared at the doorway after Frank had departed. What was the name of Whitney's attorney, Burton? Burton thought for a moment. Graham? Jack Graham? The name sounds familiar. Works at Patton, Shaw. He's a partner there. The president's eyes froze on the agent's face. What's the matter?
I'm not sure.
Richmond unlocked a drawer in his desk and took out a notebook he had compiled on this little extracurricular matter. Don't lose sight of the fact, Burton, that one very important piece of incriminating evidence for which we happen to have paid $5 million has never turned up. The president flipped through the pages of his notebook. There were numerous individuals involved to various degrees in their little drama. If Whitney had given his attorney the letter opener, along with an account of what had happened, the whole world would have known by now. Richmond thought back to the award ceremony for Ransom Baldwin at the White House. Graham was clearly no shrinking violet. Clearly he didn't have it. But then who, if anyone, would Whitney have given it to? As his mind spun out neat blocks of analysis and possible scenarios, one name suddenly stood out at the president from within the lines of precise writing. One person who had never really been accounted for. Jack cradled the carryout in one arm, his briefcase in the other, and managed to wiggle the key out of his pocket. Before he could put it in the lock, though, the door opened. Jack looked surprised. "I didn't expect you home yet. You didn't have to stop. I could have made something." Jack went inside, dropped his briefcase on the coffee table, and headed to the kitchen. Kate stared after him. "Hey, you work all day, too. Why should you have to cook?" "Women do it every day, Jack. Just look around." He emerged from the kitchen. "No argument there. You want sweet and sour or moo goo gay pan? I got extra spring rolls, too. Whichever you don't want. I'm not that hungry, really." He withdrew and came back with 2 fully stocked plates. "You know if you don't eat more, you're going to blow away." "I half feel like stuffing rocks in your pockets as it is now." He sat cross-legged next to her on the floor. She picked at her plate while he devoured his. "So how was work? You know, you probably could have stood to take a few more days off. You're always pushing yourself too hard." "Look who's talking." She picked up a spring roll and then put it back down. He put down his fork and looked over at her. "So I'm listening." She pulled herself up onto the couch and sat there playing with her necklace. Still dressed in her work clothes, she looked exhausted, like a flower collapsed in the wind.
"I think a lot about what I did to Luther."
"Kate, Jack, let me finish." Her voice snapped at him like a whip. In an instant, her features relaxed. She continued more calmly. "I've come to decide that I'm never going to get over it, so I might as well accept that fact. Maybe what I did wasn't wrong for a lot of reasons, but it was definitely wrong for at least one reason. He was my father. As lame as that might sound, it should have been a good enough reason." She twisted her necklace some more until it congealed into a series of tiny clumps. "I think being a lawyer, at least the kind of lawyer I am, has made me become someone I don't really like a lot. That's not a real good revelation to arrive at when you're hitting 30. Jack reached out his hand to stop hers from shaking. She didn't move it. He could feel the blood pumping through the veins. "With all that said, I think I'm due for a radical change. In my life, my career, everything." "What are you talking about?" He got up and sat down beside her. His pulse had accelerated as he anticipated the line she was taking. "I'm not going to be a prosecutor anymore, Jack. In fact, I'm not going to be a lawyer anymore. I submitted my resignation this morning. I have to admit, they were pretty shocked. Told me to think about it. I told them I already had, as much as I'm going to." The incredulity was stiff in his voice. "You quit your job?"
Jesus, Kate, you've put a hell of a lot into your career. You can't just throw that away."
She suddenly rose and stood by the window looking out.
"That's just it, Jack. I'm not throwing anything away. My memories of what I've done for the last 4 years add up to about a lifetime of horror films. That's not exactly what I had in mind sitting in con law as a first-year debating grand principles of justice. Don't sell yourself short."
"The streets are a heck of a lot safer because of what you've done." She turned to look at him. "I'm not even stemming the flow anymore. I got washed out to sea a long time ago. But what are you going to do? You're a lawyer. No, you're wrong. I've only been a lawyer a tiny fraction of my life. My life before that time I liked a whole lot better." She stopped and stared at him, her arms folded across her chest. "You made that very clear to me, Jack. I became a lawyer to pay back my father. 3 years of school and 4 years of no life outside a courtroom is a pretty big price." A deep sigh emerged from her throat. Her body teetered for a moment before she regained her composure. "Besides, I guess I really paid him back now, Kate. It wasn't your fault. None of it." His mouth stopped moving as she turned away from him. Her next words rocked him. "I'm going to move away, Jack. I'm not exactly sure where yet. I've got a little money saved. The Southwest sounds nice. Or maybe Colorado. I want as different from here as I can get. Maybe that's a start." "Moving," Jack said the word more to himself than to her. "Moving." He repeated the word as if both trying to make it go away and trying to dissect and interpret it in a manner that was not as painful as it felt at the moment. She looked down at her hands. "There's nothing keeping me here, Jack." He looked at her, and he more felt than heard the angry response rush past his lips. God damn you! How dare you say that? She finally looked at him. He could almost see the crack in her voice as she spoke. I think you better leave. Jack sat at his desk unwilling to face the mounds of work, the small mountain of pink messages, wondering if his life could possibly get any worse. That's when Dan Kirkson walked in. Jack inwardly groaned. Dan, I really don't. You weren't at the partners' meeting this morning. Well, no one told me we were having one. A memo was sent around, but then your office hours have been somewhat erratic of late. He looked disapprovingly at the shambles of Jack's desk. His own was unfailingly in pristine condition, more a testament to how little actual legal work he did than anything else. I'm here now. I understand you and Sandy met at his house. Jack eyed him keenly. I guess nothing's private anymore. Kirkson flushed angrily. Partnership matters should be discussed by the full partnership. What we don't need are factions developing that will decimate this firm any more than it already has been. Jack almost laughed out loud. Dan Kirkson, the undisputed king of the faction builders. I think we've seen the worst. Do you, Jack? Do you really? Kirkson sneered. I didn't know you had so much experience with this sort of thing. Well, if it bothers you so much, Dan, why don't you leave? The sneer quickly evaporated from the little man's face. I've been with this firm for almost 20 years. Sounds like it's about time for a change, then. Might do you good. Kirkson sat down, removed a smudge from his glasses. Piece of friendly advice, Jack. Don't throw your lot in with Sandy. If you do that, you'll be making a big mistake. He's through. Thanks for the advice. I'm serious, Jack. Don't endanger your own position in some futile, however well-intentioned attempt to salvage him. Endanger my position? You mean the Baldwin's position, don't you? They're your client, for now. Are you contemplating a change at the helm? If you are, good luck. You'd last about a minute. Kirkson stood up. Nothing is forever, Jack. Sandy Lord can tell you that as well as anybody. What goes around comes around. You can burn bridges in this town. You just have to make sure there's no one left alive on those bridges. Jack came around the desk, towering over Kirkson.
Were you like this as a little boy, Dan, or did you just turn into a fungus during your adulthood?
Kirkson smiled and started to leave. Like I said, you never know, Jack. Client relationships are always so tenuous. Take yours, for example. It's primarily based on your future nuptials with Jennifer Rice Baldwin. Now, if Ms. Baldwin happened to find out, for instance, that you had not been going home at night, but instead had been sharing quarters with a certain young woman, she might be less inclined to refer legal business to you, much less become your wife. It only took an instant. Kirkson's back was flat against the wall, and Jack was so close in his face, the man's glasses were fogged. Don't do anything foolish, Jack. Regardless of your status here, the partnership would not look kindly on a junior partner assaulting a senior one. We still have standards here at Paddenshaw. Don't ever fuck with my life like that, Kirkson. Don't ever. Jack effortlessly threw him against the door and turned back to his desk. Kirkson smoothed down his shirt and smiled to himself. So easily manipulated. The big, tall, good-looking ones, as strong as mules and no smarter. About as sophisticated as a brick. You know, Jack, you should realize what you've gotten yourself into. For some reason, you seem to implicitly trust Sandy Lord. Did he tell you the truth about Barry Alvis? Did he happen to do that, Jack? Jack turned slowly back around and stared dully at the man. Did he use the permanent associate, no rainmaking capabilities line? Or did he tell you Alvis had screwed up a big project? Jack continued to look at him. Kirkson smiled triumphantly.
One phone call, Jack.
Daughter calls complaining that Mr. Alvis had inconvenienced her and her father. And Barry Alvis disappears. It's just the way the game works, Jack. Maybe you don't want to play that game. If you don't, there's no one stopping you from leaving. Kirkson had been crafting this strategy for a while now. With Sullivan gone, he could promise Baldwin that his work would be the firm's top priority, and Kirkson still had the core of one of the best army of attorneys in the city. And $4 million of legal business, coupled with his own existing business, would make him the largest rainmaker at the place. And the name Kirkson would finally go in the door, in substitution for another that would be unceremoniously dropped. The managing partner smiled at Jack. You may not like me, Jack, but I'm telling you the truth. You're a big boy, it's up to you to deal with it. Kirkson closed the door behind him. Jack stood for a second longer and then collapsed back into his chair. He lunged forward, scattered his desk clear, with quick, violent thrusts of his arms, and then slowly laid his head down on its surface. Chapter 26. Seth Frank looked at the old man. Short with a soft, felt cap covering his head, dressed in corduroy pants, a thick sweater, and winter boots. The man looked both uncomfortable and greatly excited at being in the police station. In his hand was a rectangular object covered in brown paper. "I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Flanders. You see, I was out there at the courthouse that day. You know, when the man got killed, just went to see what all the fuss was about. Lived here all my life. Nothing ever came close to that spectacle. I can tell you that." "I can understand that," Frank said dryly. "So anyway, I had my new camcorder. Real nifty thing. Got an image screen and all. Just hold, look at it, and shoot. Great quality. So the wife said I should come down. That's terrific, Mr. Flanders." And the purpose of all this, Frank looked at him inquiringly. Realization spread over Flanders's features. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I'm standing here rambling. Have a tendency to do that. Just ask the missus. Retired for a year. Never talked much at work. Assembly line at a processing plant, like to talk now. Listen too. Spend a lot of time down at that little cafe over behind the bank. Good coffee, and the muffins are the real thing. No low-fat stuff." Frank looked exasperated. Flanders hurried on. "Well, I came down here to show you this. Give it to you, really. Kept a copy for myself, of course." He handed across the package. Frank opened it and looked at the videocassette. Flanders took off his cap, revealing a bald head with cottony tufts of hair clustered around his ears. He went on excitedly. "Got some really good shots, like I said. Like of the president. And right when that fellow was shot. Got all that? Jesus did, I was following the president. You see, ran me right into all the fireworks." Frank stared at the man. "It's all there, Lieutenant, for what it's worth." He looked at his watch. "Huh. I gotta go. Late for my lunch. Wife doesn't like that." He turned to leave. Seth Frank stared down at the cassette. "Oh, Lieutenant, one more thing, yes. If anything were to come from my tape, do you think they might use my name when they write about it?" Frank shook his head. "Write about it." The old man looked excited. "Yeah, you know the historians? They'd call it the Flanders tape, wouldn't they, or something like that? The Flanders video, maybe, you know, like before." Frank wearily rubbed his temples. "Like before." "Yeah, Lieutenant, you know, like Zapruder with Kennedy?" Frank's face finally sagged in recognition. "I'll be sure to let them know, Mr. Flanders. Just in case. For posterity. There you go." Flanders pointed a happy finger at him. "Posterity, I like that. Have a good one, Lieutenant." "Alan." Richmond absently motioned for Russell to come in, and then looked down once again at the notebook in front of him. Finished, he closed it and looked at his chief of staff. His stare was impassive. Russell hesitated, studying the carpet, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Then she hurried across the room and fell rather than sat in one of the chairs. "I'm not sure what to say to you, Alan. I realize my behavior was inexcusable, absolutely inappropriate. If I could plead temporary insanity, I would." "So you're not going to attempt to explain it away as being somehow in my best interests?" Richmond sat back in his chair. His eyes remained on Russell. "No, I'm not. I'm here to offer my resignation." The president smiled. "Perhaps I did underestimate you, Gloria." He stood up, went around the desk, and leaned against it, facing her. "On the contrary, your behavior was absolutely appropriate. If I had been in your position, I would have done the same thing." She looked up at him. Her face betrayed her astonishment.
"Don't misunderstand me. I expect loyalty, Gloria, like any leader. I do not, however, expect human beings to be anything more than that, meaning human, with all their associated weaknesses and survival instincts. We are, after all, animals."
I have attained my position in life by never losing sight of the fact that the most important person in the world is myself. Whatever the situation, whatever the obstacle, I have never lost sight of that one simple truism. What you did that night displays that you also share that belief. You know what I intended? Of course I do, Gloria. I don't condemn you for taking a situation and attempting to maximize its beneficial effect on you.
My God, that's the basis upon which this country and this city in particular are built. "But when Burton told you," Richmond held up one hand, "I admit I felt certain emotions that night, betrayal perhaps foremost among them. But in the time since, I have concluded that what you did evidenced strength, not weakness of character. Russell struggled to see where this was going. Then may I correctly assume that you do not want my resignation? The president bent forward, took one of her hands. I can't recall you ever mentioning the word Gloria. I can't imagine breaking up our relationship after we've come to know each other so well. Shall we leave it at that? Russell rose to go. The president went back to his desk. Oh, Gloria, I do have a number of things I want to go over with you tonight. The family's out of town, so perhaps we can work in my private quarters. Russell looked back at him. It might be a late night, Gloria. Better bring a change of clothes. The president didn't smile. His stare cut right through her, then he went back to his work. Russell's hand trembled as she closed the door. Jack pounded on the door so hard he could feel the thick, polished wood cut into his knuckles. The housekeeper opened the door, but Jack shot through before she could say a word. Jennifer Baldwin swept down the curved staircase and into the marbled entrance foyer. Dressed in yet another expensive evening gown, her hair tumbled down her shoulders, framing significant cleavage. She was not smiling. Jack, what are you doing here? I want to talk to you. Jack, I have plans. This will have to wait. No, he grabbed her hand, looked around, pushed open a pair of carved doors and pulled her into the library, shutting the doors behind them. She jerked her hand free. Are you insane, Jack? He looked around the room with its huge bookcases and well-fed shelves of gilt-edged first editions. All for show, none of them had probably ever been opened. All for show. I've got one simple question for you to answer, and then I'll leave. Jack, one question, and then I'll leave. She eyed him suspiciously, crossed her arms. What is it? Did you or did you not call my firm and tell them to fire Barry Alvis because he made me work the night we were at the White House?
Who told you that? Just answer the question, Jen. Jack, why is this so important to you? So you did have him fired.
Jack, I want you to stop thinking about that and start realizing the kind of future we're going to have together if we answer the goddamned question, she exploded.
Yes, I had the little shit fired. So what? He deserved it. He treated you as an inferior, and he was dead wrong. He was nothing.
He played with fire, and he got burned, and I don't feel the least bit sorry for him. She looked at him without a trace of remorse. Having heard the answer he expected to hear, Jack sat down in a chair and stared at the massive desk at the other end of the room. The high-backed leather desk chair faced away from them. He looked at the original oils adorning the walls, the huge windows with perfectly pooled flowing drapes that probably cost more than he could even guess, the ornate woodwork, the omnipresent sculptures of metal and marble. The ceiling with yet another legion of medieval characters marching across it, the world of the Baldwins. Well, they were welcome to it. He slowly closed his eyes. Jennifer swept back her hair, looked at him, more than a hint of anxiousness in her eyes. She vacillated for a moment and then went to him, knelt beside him, touched his shoulder. The scent of her perfumed body cascaded over him. She spoke low, close to his face. Her breath tickled his ear. Jack, I told you before, you don't have to put up with that sort of behavior. And now that this ridiculous murder case is out of the way, we can go on with our lives. Our house is almost ready. It's gorgeous. It really is. And we have wedding plans to finalize.
Sweetheart, now everything can go back to normal.
She touched his face, turned it toward hers. She looked at him with her best pair of bedroom eyes, and then she kissed him, long and deeply, letting her lips pull back slowly from his. Her eyes quickly searched his. She didn't find what she was looking for. You're right, Jen. The ridiculous murder case is over. A man I respected and cared for got his brains blown apart. Case closed, time to move on. Got a fortune to build. You know what I mean? You never should have involved yourself in that thing in the first place. It wasn't your problem. If you had just opened your eyes, you'd realize that all of that was beneath you, Jack. And hardly convenient for you, right? Jack abruptly stood up. He was more exhausted than anything else. Have a great life, Jen. I'd say I'd see you around, but I really can't imagine that happening. He started to leave. She grabbed his sleeve. Jack, will you please tell me what I did that was so awful? He hesitated and then confronted her. The fact that you even have to ask, Jesus Christ. He shook his head wearily. You took a man's life, Jen, a man you didn't even know, and you destroyed it. And why did you do that? Because something he did to me inconvenienced you. So you took 10 years worth of a career and wiped it out with one phone call, never thinking about what it would do to him, his family. He could have blown his brains out. His wife could have divorced him for all you know. You didn't care about that. You probably never even thought about that. And the bottom line is, I could never love. I could never spend my life with someone who could do something like that. If you can't understand that, if you really think what you did wasn't wrong, then that's all the more reason why we need to say goodbye right now. We might as well flesh out the irreconcilable differences before the wedding. Saves everybody a lot of time and trouble. He turned the handle on the door and smiled. Everybody I know would probably tell me how crazy I am for doing this. That you're the perfect woman, smart, rich, beautiful, and you're all of those things, Jen. They'd say we'd have a perfect life together, that we'd have everything. How could we not be happy? But the thing is, I wouldn't make you happy because I don't care about the things you do. I don't care about the millions in legal business, or houses the size of apartment buildings, or cars that cost a year's salary. I don't like this house. I don't like your lifestyle. I don't like your friends. And I guess the bottom line is, I don't like you, and right now I'm probably the only man on the planet who would say that. But I'm a pretty simple guy, Jen, and the one thing I'd never do to you is lie. And let's face it, in a couple of days, about a dozen guys a lot better suited to you than Jack Graham are going to be knocking on your door. You won't be lonely. He looked at her and felt a grimace of pain as he observed the absolute astonishment on her face. For what it's worth, anybody who asks, you dumped me, not up to the Baldwin standard. Unworthy. Goodbye, Jen. She still stood there several minutes after he left. A series of emotions competed for space across her face, none in the end winning out. Finally, she fled the room. The sounds of her high heels against the marble floor disappeared as she hurried up the carpeted stairs. For a few seconds more, the library was quiet. Then the desk chair swung around, and Ransom Baldwin eyed the doorway where his daughter had been standing. Jack checked the pee-hole, half expecting to see Jennifer Baldwin standing there with a gun. His eyebrows raised a notch when he saw who it was. Seth Frank walked in, shrugged off his coat, and looked around appreciatively at Jack's cluttered little apartment. Man, this brings back memories of another time in my life, I can tell you. Let me guess, Delta House 75. You were vice president in charge of bar operations. Frank grinned. Closer to the truth than I'd care to admit. Enjoy it while you can, my friend. Without meaning to sound politically incorrect, a good woman will not allow you to continue such an existence. Then I might be in luck. Jack disappeared into the kitchen and came back with a brace of Sam Adamses. They settled into the furniture with their drinks. Trouble in wedded bliss-to-be land counselor. On a scale of 1 to 10, a 1 or a 10 depending on your perspective. Why am I thinking that it's not the Baldwin gal that's entirely gotten to you? Don't you ever stop being a detective? Not if I can help it. You want to talk about it? Jack shook his head. I might bend your ear another night, but not tonight. Frank shrugged. Just let me know. I'll bring the beer. Jack noticed the package on Frank's lap. Present? Frank took out the tape. I'm assuming you've got a VCR under some of this junk. As the video came on, Frank looked at Jack. Jack, this is definitely not G-rated. And I'm telling you up front, it shows everything, including what happened to Luther. You up to it? Jack paused for a moment. You think we might see something in here that'll catch whoever did it? That's what I'm hoping. You knew him a lot better than I did. Maybe you'll see something I don't. Then I'm up to it. Even forewarned, Jack was not prepared. Frank watched him closely as the moment grew closer. When the shot rang out, he saw Jack involuntarily jerk back, his eyes wide in horror. Frank cut off the video.
Hang in there, I warned you.
Jack was slumped over in his chair. His breathing was irregular, his forehead clammy. His entire body shuddered for an instant, and then he slowly came around. He wiped his forehead. Jesus Christ. Flanders's passing remark to the Kennedy example had not been inappropriate. We can stop right now, Jack. Jack's lips set in a firm line. The hell we can. Jack hit the rewind one more time. They had gone through the tape about a dozen times now. Watching his friend's head virtually explode was not getting any easier to watch. The only mitigating factor was that Jack's anger was increasing with each viewing. Frank shook his head. You know, it's too bad the guy wasn't filming the other way. We might have gotten a flash from the shooter. I guess that would have been too easy. Hey, you got any coffee? I have a hard time thinking without caffeine.
Got some pretty fresh stuff in the pot. You can bring me a cup. Dishes are over the sink. When Frank returned with the steaming cups, Jack had rewound the tape to a demonstrative Alan Richmond saying his piece on the impromptu stage outside the courthouse. That guy's a dynamo. Frank looked at the screen. I met him the other day. Yeah, me too. That was in my I'm marrying into the rich and famous set days. What'd you think of the guy?
Jack gulped his coffee, reached for a bag of peanut butter crackers that lay on the couch, offered one to Frank, who took it and then put his feet up on the rickety coffee table. The detective was slipping easily back into the less structured domain of bachelorhood. Jack shrugged. I don't know. I mean, he's the president. I always thought he was presidential. What do you think of him? Smart. Really smart. The kind of smart you want to be real careful not to get into a battle of wits with, unless you're real sure about your own abilities. I guess it's a good thing he's on America's side. Yeah. Frank looked back at the screen. So, anything grab your eye? Jack punched a button on the remote. One thing, check this out. The video leapt forward, the figures jerked around like actors in a silent movie. Watch this. The screen showed Luther stepping out of the van. His eyes were turned toward the ground. The manacles were obviously making it difficult for him to walk. Suddenly, a column of people moved into the video, led by the president. Luther was partially obscured. Jack froze the flame. Look! Frank scrutinized the screen, absently munching peanut butter crackers and draining his coffee. He shook his head. Jack looked at him. Look at Luther's face! You can see it right between the suits! Look at his face! Frank bent forward, almost touching the screen with his face. He recoiled, his eyes wide.
Damn, looks like he's saying something.
No, it looks like he's saying something to somebody. Frank looked across at Jack. You're saying he's recognized somebody? Like maybe the guy who popped him? Under the circumstances, I don't think he'd just be making casual conversation with some stranger. Frank looked back at the screen, studying it intently. Finally, he shook his head. We're going to need some special talents on this, he rose.
Come on.
Jack grabbed his coat. Where to? Frank smiled as he rewound the tape and then put on his hat. Well, first I'm going to buy us some dinner. I'm married, and I'm also older and fatter than you. Consequently, crackers for dinner don't cut it. Then we're going down to the station. I've got somebody I want you to meet. 2 hours later, Seth, Frank, and Jack walked into the Middleton police station. Their bellies lined with surf and turf, and a couple slices of pecan pie. Laura Simon was in the lab. The equipment was already set up. After introductions, Laura popped the tape in. The images sprung to life on a 46-inch screen in the corner of the lab. Frank fast-forwarded to the appropriate spot there. Jack pointed right there. Frank froze the tape. Laura sat at a keyboard and typed in a series of commands. On the screen, the part of the frame containing Luther's image was blocked out and then magnified in increasingly large degrees, like a balloon being blown up. This process continued until Luther's face seemed to span the entire 46 inches. That's as far as I can take it. Laura spun her chair around and nodded to Frank. He pushed a button on the remote and the screen again came to life. The audio was choppy. Screams, shouts, traffic noise, and the blended sounds of hundreds of people served to make what Luther was saying incomprehensible. They watched as his lips moved open and closed. He's pissed. Whatever he's saying, he is not happy. Frank pulled out a cigarette, got a dirty look from Simon and put it back in his pocket. Anybody red lips? Laura looked at each of them. Jack stared at the screen. What the hell was Luther saying? The look on his face. Jack had seen that once before, if he could only remember when. It had been recently, he was sure of it. You see something we don't? Frank asked. Jack looked over to see Frank staring at him. Jack shook his head, rubbed his face. I don't know. There's something there. I just can't place it. Frank nodded to Simon to cut off the equipment. He stood up and stretched. Well, sleep on it. Anything comes to you. Let me know. Thanks for coming in, Laura. The 2 men walked out together. Frank glanced over at Jack, then reached across and felt behind his neck. Jesus, you're a stress grenade ready to explode. Christ, I don't know why I should be. The woman I was supposed to marry? I'm not. The woman I wanted to marry just told me to get out of her life, and I'm reasonably sure I'm not going to have a job in the morning.
Oh, not to mention, someone murdered a person I cared a lot about, and we're probably never going to find out who it is.
Hell, my life couldn't get any more perfect, could it? Well, maybe you're due for some good luck. Jack unlocked his Lexus. Yeah. Hey, if you know anyone who wants an almost brand new car, let me know. Frank's eyes twinkled as he looked at Jack. Sorry, nobody I know could afford it. Jack smiled back. Me either.